To those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning on the Murph and Marcus Show. No Brian Murphy, and as of right now, no co-host for the entire show. Shout out Larry Krueger, trying to break into Levi Stadium right now. So we will keep you updated as we have had a rotation of co-hosts all week long. Today is the final day of the Murph vacation. He will be back on Monday. Got to give a shout out to Kerry Crowley filling in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and FP Santangelo, who sat down for about 4 hours breaking down Major League Baseball's trade deadline yesterday. And of course, now we have to talk about the ramifications moving forward. So I guess, young Tony, to start the show, we're bringing back the leadoff spot. Rip that knob off. It's nothing but the water boy with these fresh, hot, sizzling takes on a Reggae Friday. Great guest list coming soon. We'll talk to young Tony on the other side. Hell, who knows? If things start going bad, we might have to pop John Joe Curley on air as well. But we will start with your thoughts at 808 KNBR on how you reacted to how Buster Posey handled yesterday's trade deadline. Because after we heard about the Tyler Rogers trade, after acquiring Rafael Devers, we were all sitting there yesterday wondering what would Buster, Zach Manassian, and the Giants front office do? Well, they took to the last couple of seconds before that 3 p.m. trade deadline to hit a couple buzzer beaters. Like usually it's Steph Curry from way downtown, bang, bang. But here was Buster Posey up against it, sending Camilo Duvall to the New York Yankees. And then even with a little bit of extra innings, Rob Manfred ghost runner rule, Mike Yastrzemski gets shipped out to the Kansas City Royals also. So that's something that we have to discuss. I've already heard from a lot of Giants fans who are disappointed about some of their fan favorites being shipped out. But I think this was the time to make the move, especially after a few weeks ago, Buster Posey told us it's time to go. And the Giants have gone in the wrong direction. They've lost 12 out of the last 14 games. They just went on an entire homestand where they went winless, lost 6 straight games, which is something that hasn't happened ever in San Francisco. And going back to the New York Giants, you got to go back to the 1800s, like 1893. It's been over 130 years since we've seen a stretch of baseball like that at your home ballpark, Oracle Park, where the Giants know that they have built a team around pitching, defense, and timely hitting in that ballpark. Well, guess what? Ever since the All-Star break, they have not been displaying all of those talents and that formula that turned them into a winning team before the trade deadline. And we showed up to yesterday's deadline with a sub-500 record for the first time all season, which meant Buster Posey had some tough decisions to make. Trading away Camilo Duvall, trading away Tyler Rogers, trading away Mike Yastrzemski. 3 guys that are not only fan favorites, 3 guys that were on the last postseason team when the Giants were actually playing meaningful baseball back in 2021, but also 3 guys that were teammates of Buster Posey. Like, people are like, oh, this hurts my feelings. It's like, yeah, I'm sure this is tough for Buster too. And this is not about feelings. It's about making memories and getting back to the memory-making business. And that means winning baseball. And the Giants, for everything I just laid out, have not been displaying winning baseball. So Buster went in and he changed his game plan, in my opinion, at this year's trade deadline. And we have some quotes from Buster talking to the media yesterday. Also sat down with Laura Britt and Alex Pavlovich from NBC Sports Bay Area and discussed the last month of baseball that has led to some of these tough decisions. And realizing that maybe it is time to be held accountable and to be able to have the ability to actually adjust and adapt to what we're seeing. Because it seems like each and every year we find ourselves at this trade deadline saying, what are the Giants going to do? They're stuck in the middle here. Are they going to buy or are they going to sell? It's been the question all week long at 808 KNBR. Hell, I started repeating it so much. FP said, can we stop saying buy or sell? Can we just try to figure out ways to make the Giants better? And I said, all right, FP, I will take that advice because that's the goal, right? To get better. Now, that's the question. Are they better this year or are they better set up for the future? With the haul of prospects that they got back that we'll break down in just a few minutes, you can say they easily got better for next year and the year after, especially when you're able to flip guys like Tyler Rogers and Mike Yastrzemski who are headed to free agency. And that's why I love those trades, because you were able to get some value for guys who are at the back end of their careers and are going to be walking out the door next season anyways. Camilo Duvall, a little different. 2 more years of team control. We can break down that package with the New York Yankees and how I thought they might get a bigger haul of prospects for Camilo Duvall versus the package that they got from the New York Mets for Tyler Rogers. But that's a digression for the next segment, because I do want to keep this with a big picture perspective and get your reaction to whether or not you're viewing this trade deadline and the moves to sell as Buster Posey and the Giants waving the white flag on this season. That's the question for today. Do you still have hope? Do you still think that the Giants are a hot stretch away from maybe getting back in the wild card conversation? Because that's what Buster Posey was talking about yesterday, talking about selling from a position of strength with your bullpen, which is the deepest part of your roster right now. I mean, as good as Tyler Rogers has been this year, he put up all-star type numbers. He was your third, maybe fourth option out of the bullpen. And yes, we will get into the Camilo Duvall wars with some fans who hate him, some fans who love him. It was just 2 years ago where he led Major League Baseball in saves. Then it was a year ago he gets sent down to Sacramento. But then this year he pops back up, has 15 saves, and a low 3 ERA. So we can discuss the trade package they got back from him. But the point I'm making is you still have guys like Randy Rodriguez, who I would assume is going to be first up to take over that closer role. Ryan Walker has closing experience, but you still have arms in the bullpen. So this is not a full-blown yard sale where Murph's out here selling a TV for $5. We did not see Buster Posey sell Robbie Ray yesterday for $5, because thinking about not just this season, in case there is some miracle run to get you into a wild card series, you're going to need a number 2 behind Logan Webb like Robbie Ray. But looking forward towards next year when you are trying to compete, because that's the goal here, right? You want to compete when you give out this contract to Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. You make the trade for Rafael Devers. This is not a full-fledged rebuild. No, this is a Giants team that wants to compete. This year, they were planning on competing just up about a week or two ago, where Buster Posey was considered being a buyer instead of a seller. But what we're looking at now is a team that is getting younger, a team that is going to give an opportunity to some of these young guys. With Yastrzemski out of right field, more at-bats for Luis Matos. Who knows if they call up a guy like Grant McCray, who's just scratched from the Sacramento Rivercats roster. Could see McCray with a replacement and a similar type of player to Mike Yastrzemski. Marco Luciano hit his 20th home run yesterday with the Sacramento Rivercats, so he could be an option also. But that's the thing. You're still trying to compete this season without fully waving that white flag. That's my take. That's my opinion. But if you have opinions, 808 KNBR is a number. You tell me. How do you feel about Buster and Zach's moves yesterday? If this is the end of the 2025 season, or is this a way to shuffle the feng shui, move the furniture around a little bit, and maybe spark something with this Giants team, who were looking like a playoff team when they started the season? And I think everybody changed their expectations when you went out and made the Rafael Devers trade. But you got to be honest with yourself. You got to be able to look yourself in the mirror and say, we've been the worst team in baseball since acquiring Rafael Devers. And I got to reset and make this clear that I don't think Rafael Devers is the problem, but there has been a problem with this team. And it's just not the skill set on the field also. It's the mental mistake. It's the lack of focus, which, of course, leads to everybody in the organization from the top down, including Bob Melvin and the coaching staff. And Buster Posey had thoughts about Bob and their decision to pick up that option midseason. Look, they're 9-15 since picking up that option. But you can basically pick any point of the season over the last couple of weeks and say, look, this is the record since so-and-so happened. This is the record since so-and-so happened. We had Alex Pavlovich on yesterday. I said, Alex, what's the Giants' records ever since you released that book, huh? It hasn't been great. And that's the problem right now. Things have not been great, and that's why they had to move in a different direction. And I will actually applaud Buster Posey for being able to pivot and move in a different direction at this point of the season. But as I said, we do got to break down some of these prospect packages. I talked about it yesterday, how much I love the Tyler Rogers trade. Didn't love the Camilo Duvall trade too much as well. Different scenario with the guy having team control after seeing Mason Miller get a package from the San Diego Padres. They got the third best prospect in baseball. Now, I understand, save your text, Camilo Duvall is not Mason Miller. But it was just 2 years ago, we were talking about having the two best closers right here in the Bay Area in all of baseball, Mason Miller and Camilo Duvall. Now the A's have left the Bay Area, and Camilo Duvall is leaving the San Francisco Giants to go to the New York Yankees. So I thought with the market we saw overall, there would have been a bigger package in return. We can get into some of these Yankee prospects, did not get a top 15, borderline top 20 guys from the New York Yankees, but also could have got some guys who could make an impact later on this season, with Buster Posey showing us the type of player he wants with these high contact guys and guys that could be right around the corner in Sacramento playing for the Rivercats, or maybe a potential replacement for a guy like Mike Yastrzemski when we're talking about Tidwell and some of these prospects that we got from the Mets also. But 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in today on the Giants trade deadline, whether or not the Giants are waving the white flag on the season, or if you like the moves made by the Giants yesterday as they get ready to take on the New York Mets out at Citi Field today. Also got some 49er training camp updates with a few 49er injuries, and it sounds like we will have Larry Krueger on the other side live from Levi's Stadium. So we'll get an update on the 49ers. I'm sure he checked in on Trey Lance in the Hall of Fame game last night also. So a full breakdown of Buster Posey's buzzer beater moves at the trade deadline next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Reggae Friday. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. And we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win, your chance to go see Deftones. Shout out FP for giving me this one yesterday. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, it was a busy few days. Wish we weren't in the position that we were selling. You trade a guy like Raj, Yaz, Doval. They've been Giants for a long time. Not an easy thing to do. Unfortunately, the way that we've played over the last month to 6 weeks and then coming out of the break and really sluggish, we just felt like as a group that we had to try to capitalize on some return and get some players that we thought would help us going forward.
The voice of Buster Posey after yesterday's trade deadline, sitting down with NBC Sports Bay Area with Alex Pavlovich and Laura Britt, talking about some of the tough decisions that the Giants had to make yesterday. And yes, the message that we're sending to you, Giants fans, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right with Buster Posey. So we think, so is the plan. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning, where we're saying don't worry, Larry Krueger, if you can't get into Levi Stadium for the first segment, because every little thing is going to be all right. Larry Krueger live from Levi Stadium. Larry, what's up, my man? Happy Friday.
Are we going Reggae Friday?
It is a Reggae Friday on the morning show, my man.
Well, can I make a request and maybe a little Jimmy Cliff, Wonderful World, Beautiful People at some point? That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, absolutely, Larry. We'll line it up. We'll get you on the jukebox, but we also need your takes on the San Francisco Giants. I know you were locked into the trade deadline yesterday, and I was posing the question in the first segment. Is this the Giants waving the white flag on the 2025 season?
I think it's Buster being real. I mean, I never really looked at the Giants even in the Devers trade as a as a buyer per se. They're more of a builder. It's year one of Buster trying to establish his regime, and it's not, he's got some talent here, but they're far away from him, from some World Series favorite. Or even a top-tier contender. So, I mean, they gave it a good run. They had some guys who got hot early. They made the Devers trade for it was a great trade. I mean, I would make that trade again. I think they would as well. But it hasn't worked out as far as he hasn't, gotten hot. He hasn't played well. He hasn't jump-started this offense. He's hit the ball better recently. But I think they were sinking like a stone whether he was there or not. I mean, I just think that it coincides with him being there, but to drop this all on Devers, I don't think is fair. And then Buster looking at this going, hey, we got the worst team in the league since the middle of June, and what are you going to trade away more prospects and more of your future and more assets to try to get this particular team into the playoffs? I think the Cubs series was a clear indication they were on a different level. The Blue Jays series was a rude awakening. I mean, they're just not on the level of these teams, and I think they were right to sell. Now, as far as what they got, I'm a prospect guy, and I like reading about them. But only time will tell. But I mean, before you sit there and go, oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. This is a total nightmare. Go read about Junior Marte. He's a 6'5" power arm who was, according to people that, online, was the best pitcher in the Carolina League this year. So Carlos De La Rosa is a 17-year-old lefty pitcher who throws 96. Now, I know everybody throws 96, right? I mean, it's 2025, but there's, Jesus Rodriguez, the catcher, third baseman, sounds like a bat. Drew Gilbert, I've saw him at Tennessee. He's kind of a fiery competitor. He might be able to help. And the other guy, Blade Tidwell, is another guy that throws almost 100 miles an hour. So obviously they handpicked these guys. Hopefully they did their homework. We'll find out in time. But trading a couple relievers and an outfielder that was clogging your outfield for younger outfielders, to me, is not, that's progress.
Yeah, and Larry, that's my biggest takeaway too. Is just Buster Posey having that realization that maybe they do need to change the game plan after how bad of baseball we've seen on display for the last couple of months. Because Buster has been pretty consistent about, I want to build a winner. I want to get back to the postseason. The goal is to always make the playoffs. But when you're not playing like a playoff team, you do have to make some of these tough decisions. and it makes it a little bit easier, in my opinion. Now, obviously not that easy for Buster Posey, who played with all these guys that he shipped away yesterday, but to look at Tyler Rogers, knowing he's 34 years old, he's going into free agency, and to be able to go out and get 2 top 15 prospects from the Mets organization for a rental player, I think is a great move. Same breakdown with Mike Yastrzemski being traded out to the Kansas City Royals. Junior Marte, not the former Giant Junior Marte, even though that's what Tim Webb was talking about yesterday on Dirty Work. Shout out to the afternoon
That's
boys.
all right. I mean,
Yeah, it happens. How many Junior Martes are out there, Larry Krueger?
Seriously, I've been fooled by, double Junior Marte. I think I probably retweeted a fake Adam Schefter once or twice in my life. We all get duped.
Yeah, it happens. Shout out to John Heyman, because I think when a lot of people saw the Camilo Doval trade to the Yankees, everybody's like, oh, are they getting Arson Judge in return? Or are they getting Arson Judge? Of course not. But Larry, we were talking just last week down at 49er training camp about some of these Yankees prospects. Spencer Jones is a guy that everybody wants. George Lombard is a guy that everybody wants. Even looking at their major league roster, Austin Wells, Ben Rice, Jason Dominguez, there was a lot of young talent that people were talking about being moved at the trade deadline. The Yankees did not give up any of those guys for Camilo Doval. And so that's where I kind of separate the 2 or 3 moves, especially the 2 moves that we saw yesterday. I love the return that they got for Yaz and Tyler Rogers. I'm not the biggest fan of what they got in return for Camilo Doval, because it feels like the Giants were able to get more for Tyler Rogers from a better farm system in the New York Mets. The Mets have the 12th or 15th ranked farm system, according to who you want to look at that for those stats. The Yankees are ranked 21st to 25th, and they got higher prospects in return for Tyler Rogers versus Camilo Doval, who's 28 and has 2 more years of team control. Did not get a single top 15 prospect in return from the Yankees. Of course, some of the guys you mentioned, with like a Jesus Rodriguez as a catcher who could maybe make an impact sometime this year. But I thought that they could have got more, especially when we saw the reliever market at yesterday's trade deadline.
My sense of it is exactly as yours is, that maybe they got a more than value for Rogers and maybe less than value for Doval. I didn't understand the urgency to move Doval considering his age, and they're not paying him a mint of money, and look what kind of fastball he has. But, maybe they felt like he needed a change of scenery. I was for the idea of trading your relievers. Yeah. You had Bowden on earlier in the week, and he advocated, hey, trade your relievers. Relievers come out of nowhere. You can find them. You can develop them. Go look at the top save leaders 3 or 4 years ago. There's, most of those guys are not even doing it anymore. So it's a year-to-year proposition. So I was all for them trading the relievers. I don't know what they got. But, you never know on these things. They like what they got. I agree. When I saw Doval was moving to the Yankees, I was thinking, gosh, Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones is a gigantic, kind of a left-handed version of Aaron Judge. Now, he may not be Aaron Judge, right? He may be a strikeout machine. He may be a guy who's just a AAA. He may be Kevin Moss, who's an old Yankee farmhand who went to Cal. He may just be a great, Yankee farmhand that doesn't break through. But you mentioned it before. They have Dominguez. They have George Lombard. I was dreaming the dream of Pete Crow Armstrong. I was dreaming the dream of, old school Jeff Bagwell, that maybe you had Robbie Ray, you had Doval, you had maybe the most attractive starter and one of the most attractive bullpen arms. I thought maybe Buster could put those guys together and parlay them. And instead, you know what? The A's wind up making the deal that I would have loved to make. That Leo DeVries that the A's got for Mason Miller is spectacular. And, everybody's going, oh, Padres. And the Padres did get a lot better. But the prospect that they traded was premier. And it's like, it's like Pete Crow Armstrong. He was traded a couple years ago for Javi Baez. And I was hoping the Giants could have made a deal like that. But overall, I like that they made some deals. I would have loved to have seen them be a little bit more aggressive or come away with either a top-tier prospect or a young position player. But maybe it wasn't out there.
Yeah, because I think that was the one move that a lot of Giants fans were maybe expecting when they found out that the Giants would be sellers, would be Robbie Ray. And I'm with you, Larry, because Robbie Ray, his value's at an all-time high right now. He still is under control for one more season, so I get the strategy and the idea moving forward, wanting him in your rotation. But when you talk about these prospect trade packages, like Fernando Tatis was involved in the James Shields trades, it's like that's the type of return that you're looking. That's the type of return that we wanted last year with Blake Snell, the year before with Carlos Rodon, going back to Kevin Gausman. But it's a little different knowing that you have Robbie Ray still under team control. And as crazy as this might sound, Buster Posey and the boys still think that they could get hot and make a run. And if you do make any type of run, you want Robbie Ray in the middle of that rotation, Larry.
Well, no question, and I understand it. I mean, I'm a Giants fan. I don't want to see Robbie Ray go away. If Robbie Ray goes away, all hope goes away. I mean, he's an ace, and it was easily Farhan's best move. But let's stay the course, which is you're not a contender right now. You're a builder. It's year one of the regime. You didn't get anything for Bumgarner. You didn't get anything for Gosman. You didn't get anything for Carlos Rodon. I mean, you could try to speed up your rebuild a little bit by trading one of these guys for a blue chip guy. Usually blue chip guys don't get traded. So, it's very rare. And maybe that deal just wasn't out there.
Yeah. And every time you keep on saying Buster's a builder, I keep picturing him as Bob the Builder, like the
Buster
cartoon
the Builder.
Yeah, it's Buster the Builder. Yes, he can. Can he build it? Yes, he can. Well, I know what young Tony can build together. That's a guest list on a Friday morning. Tony, go ahead and cue up those horns. It's a Reggae Friday. We got Larry Krueger inside of Levi Stadium. What do we got on the guest list today?
Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30. We'll get his take on all the trades yesterday. There was a ton of trades just around the big leagues in general. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. We'll have Susan Slusser at 8:15. Cooler content at 8:30. And then Carson Wizenhunt, fresh off his MLB debut, going to make his Murph and Marcus debut at 9:15 this morning. He is lined up to pitch Saturday. It says TBD, but who knows? I mean, he's lined up.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the Wiz kids stick around in the rotation moving forward. Giants did not add a starting pitcher to the rotation, and Buster Posey addressed that and more yesterday with the media. We'll get you some quotes on Buster Posey's on yesterday's Giants trade deadline right here on the Murph and Marcus Show with Larry Krueger in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com at KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I feel like we got, from the hitter's side, some line drive guys that can control the zone. Not necessarily the most power that you're going to go find, but have the ability to impact the ball line to line and can find some gaps. Pitching, we got a couple of depth pieces that could be starting rotation sometime soon, we think. And then we got some upside pieces as well. We got some younger players that are further away, but the group's excited about watching their progress for the next few years.
Buster Posey yesterday on the Giants Talk podcast with Alex Pavlovich and Laura Britt talking about the return package that the San Francisco Giants were able to get for Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, and Mike Yastrzemski, all traded yesterday at the trade deadline. Larry Krueger filling in for Murph this morning on the Murph and Marcus Show, giving us a big breakdown of all the prospects being shipped out to San Francisco, or should we say shipped out to Sacramento and San Jose, because we already have some minor league assignments on some of these guys. Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell, the two big prospects in the Tyler Rogers trade, will be going out to the Sacramento Rivercats. They will be joined by Jesus Rodriguez, who is the catcher / third baseman that was traded from the New York Yankees. Who knows if maybe he's a potential upgrade over a guy like Andrew Kisner behind home plate, kind of the opposite of a Patrick Bailey, high contact guy, but needs to work on his defense behind home plate. Tristan Vierling, the pitcher they got from the Yankees, is going to Richmond. Parks Harbor, which is a phenomenal name, by the way, he's going out to Eugene. Junior Marte is going to San Jose, and Carlos De La Rosa, the young pitcher they got from the Yankees, is joining the DSL, the Dominican Summer League Giants team. So that's where all the prospects are headed right now, but we are also headed down to Levi Stadium to talk to Larry Krueger about some of these prospects joining the system. And Larry, your thoughts on Buster breaking down the return that they got for some of these prospects?
Well, first of all, time will tell. But, MLB Pipeline does a ranking, right, of everybody's prospects. Mm-hmm. And it's out there for everybody to see. And then, you can search by team. And today they have the Giants prospects. And what I love about MLB Pipeline, they just, right at the trade deadline, they basically blend the trades into your system. So I wanted to look at this today because I knew they would rank the Giant prospects somewhere, and I wanted to see exactly where they ranked in the Giants system, right? This is where these prospects rank. Blake Tidwell today is the Giants' 12th best prospect. He walks right in. He's top 12. Drew Gilbert is 13th. You mentioned Jesus Rodriguez, and to me, he sounds like the most intriguing just because he can hit. Yeah. He's a natural hitter. He's 16th. So, that right there, then I'm not every guy they traded for has made the top 30. They only ranked the top 30, but Carlos De La Rosa is 24th and Junior Marte is 25th. So, the Giants they traded a couple relievers. Now, granted, I like Doval, but a couple relievers and an outfielder that, I don't want to be cold, but that they no longer wanted, for 5 prospects that today are ranked inside their top 25. So, time will tell on the prospects. Prospects are just that, right? They're like suspects until they prove it. But this is where all players come from. This is, the minor leagues. You got to do it, and hopefully the Giants scouted well. And hopefully Buster and his lieutenants, did some research on these guys and really targeted them and want them and have, visions for them to advance. So we'll see. I do like the fact, though, that you got 3 guys going to AAA, because that means you're a phone call away. That means literally you get a hot 10-day period, and we could see Drew Gilbert in the Giants outfield. And, Drew Gilbert represents tomorrow where Yaz represents yesterday, and I think the Giants just have to look to tomorrow. And by the way, I know the Giants fans, there's a lot of people roasting Buster. Relax. Give this guy a year or two to establish himself before you decide that he's just a failure and should resign. KNBR has some hyper negative callers over the last couple of days, just trying desperately to roast Buster. Buster is here. He ain't going anywhere. And this is Giants fans, there was a lot of discontent the last 24 hours. All I would say is the Giants are one of the haves. They own their own ballpark. It's all paid off. They can mint money. They can compete with everybody. They've got as good a financial business situation as almost anybody in the industry. They're an iconic franchise. They've got a beautiful ballpark. It's a wonderful place. So, I mean, this is not 1985 Giants. They just lost 100 and everything's misery and the team's going to be sold and they're going to be in a Toronto and Candlestick sucks and nobody goes. No. They're minting money. Tons of people go. The momentum is still there. Buster knows what he's doing. You just got to give it a little time. Now, I know people don't want to hear that because it's an instantaneous, instant gratification world, but that's reality.
KNBR listeners, all you do is bitch and complain about Buster Posey.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Enjoy Buster Posey more. Enjoy Buster Posey more. But I 100% get what you're saying, Larry. And to be honest with you, I have enjoyed this season more than what we've seen over the last couple of years. Now, that might sound like a crazy take since we're talking about the Giants being one game under 500, but I've liked seeing the consistent lineups, even though Rafael Devers has not hit yet. I've liked seeing Willie Adames out there as shortstop versus the constant rotation of 4 to 5 different shortstops we saw out there. I like a Jung-Ho Lee, Elliot Ramos outfield, despite the fact that they've had some boneheaded plays and aren't playing their best baseball right now. But it's this 2-week stretch, or hell, almost 2-month stretch, where they have been playing bad baseball since going out and trading for Rafael Devers, which is what led to yesterday's trade deadline. And I got to say, I love the moves that Buster Posey made. Now, I don't love the fact that they are sellers at the trade deadline, but I wasn't looking this as a full-blown rebuild where you are shipping out Robbie Ray, where you are thinking about trading a guy like Elliot Ramos or Jung-Ho Lee or maybe some of these younger pieces that you're trying to build around, because I think Buster is still trying to build that foundation. So I asked the question earlier today, whether or not this is Buster waving the white flag on this season. I don't think so. And we're getting a lot of texts this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line saying, I love this move. You got rid of Yaz and you're able to get younger players. He's a fan favorite, but it was time for Buster Posey to make this move. Also checking in with 707. They didn't wave the white flag. It's more of a white tissue shake. They realized that it wasn't working, and so they had to make different moves. And 419 says, Buster just gave the boys a gift yesterday. He made moves that wouldn't tank the 25 season, but also help boost the farm system. So it does feel like there was a nice balance of mixing and matching and still trying to compete this year because you're able to replace some of these options that you got rid of with guys like Randy Rodriguez or even Ryan Walker stepping into this closer role where you're dealing from a position of strength instead of dealing out of a position of desperation, if that makes sense, Larry.
No, I mean, I think you're making a lot of really good points. I mean, first of all, Buster Posey, I don't know if you saw the quote, but he's like, as poorly as we played since the break, I think we are all left is that the best decision for the organization was to get some pieces coming back that will help us in the future. So if you want to call that giving up, call it giving up. The reality is the Giants were 41-29. They got Devers. They sunk like a stone. They're like 13-30 or something like that. And this is, it's funny. Melvin said, oh, you know what? We made it really hard on him. No, actually, you made it really easy on him. You didn't make it hard on him. It would have been hard on him if you had won a few more games. And this was like, are we in it? Are we not? What should we do? Do we buy? Do we sell? No. You sunk like a stone. You made it obvious to everybody that, that you had to sell off your relievers and your unneeded pieces. And that's the road they're going down. Now, the big debate is Melvin got his, option picked up. Was that more about message sending for this year, or do the Giants and the Giants fans really want Bob to be at the helm in 2026? And I think that is what this last part of the year is going to be about. If this team finishes with some energy, playing better, cleaner, better baseball than they've played in the last 6 weeks, then I'm all open-minded to Bob Melvin. I love Bob Melvin. I'd love to see him come back. But if this team sleepwalks through the rest of this season the way they have sleptwalked since the Devers trade, then I think Melvin might need to move on, and they may need to look for a new skipper.
And I feel like that's a fair assessment, that Bob Melvin should be evaluated over these next 53 games.
Yeah.
Hell, everybody in the organization should be evaluated.
Why not?
This is year one of Buster Posey, and of course, he inherited Bob Melvin, did pick up the option, as you talked about, but there's no guarantees that Bob Melvin is going to be the coach next year. Now, I think in an ideal world, the Giants would get back to playing above 500 baseball, and Bob Melvin would show that he can represent this city and the franchise the way he wants to do it, because we know how much this team means to Bob Melvin, what it means to wear San Francisco across your chest. But that's great. You also got to go out there and win ball games. And right now, the Giants are not winning, and that's why I think Buster Posey, with some of these trade deadline moves, is not just sending a message to the team, not just sending a message to the organization and Bob Melvin, but also sending a message to the fans that, look, everybody is up for evaluation. The 3 players we're talking about being traded were all teammates of Buster Posey. Right. These are guys that were on the 2021 playoff team when they won 107 games. Earlier this year, he had a DFA, Lamont Wade Jr. Guess what? That's another friend of Buster Posey. These are tough decisions by him also, but it also, to me, indicates a statement being made that, look, nobody's job is safe just because we were teammates back in the day. Anybody's job is up on the line. These DFA, these roster moves are rated E for everybody, Larry Krueger, because everybody should be on notice right now with the brand of baseball that they've been putting out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing complicated about this. If you play well, you add. If you don't play well, you subtract. And they really didn't play well. Now, they're not giving up hope. I mean, it's August 1st. I mean, you have all of August, all of September. Crazier things have happened. Baseball doesn't, that's the beauty of baseball, actually, is that it doesn't go according to the plan. So you never know. You could go and promote some young players, get on a nice little rhythm, and all of a sudden you're reeling off wins. And then you'll be glad that you didn't sell Robbie Ray. So, I mean, there's lots of different ways to look at this. The bottom line is, I think the Giants are in great hands. It's just they're not there yet, right? It's a process. And it's going to, this is year 1 of Buster. I agree with you. You mentioned I like this brand of ball better. Yeah, I like watching Devers more than I like watching Vosburg. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe that's just me, but that's just how I roll. But I'm more entertained by this year's club, but the horrendous gaffes that we've seen in the last few weeks, there has to be some repercussions for some of those things. Those things have to disappear. We can't keep seeing that kind of ball. People, you can hear it from Giants fans periodically throughout the day on KNBR. They're just, win, lose, they understand, but they want to see a better brand of ball than we've seen in the last 6 weeks, and I think that's fair.
Well, especially when you want that brand of baseball to be centered around pitching, defense, and timely hitting. And when you don't have defense out there, kind of everything falls apart. So we can understand the physical mistake, the physical errors, but it's the mental errors, which, of course, leads questions to whether or not these guys are locked in, if they're focused or motivated. But those are all clubhouse conversations. But you're right, there needs to be some accountability. And yesterday, the Giants had to deal with some of those consequences from their own actions of playing bad baseball, which was what led to the moves being made yesterday. 808 KNBR is a number if you want to check in on the Giants trade deadline moves, whether or not you think the Giants are waving the white flag on the season, or if you think this is Buster and the boys sending a message to the entire organization that everybody's job should be on notice. Let's go ahead and check in with Scarecrow, one of our favorite callers, out in Paso Robles this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Scarecrow, what's up, man? What's your reaction to the trade deadline?
I really like it. I think Buster had to put his foot down. I think it talks to the veterans. I think it talks to the coaches. And if they make the playoffs, fine. If they don't make the playoffs, that's fine too. But I look at them at 2026 as being an absolute playoff team. I don't know many teams that go from irrelevant to playoff contender in 1 year. And at some point, Buster had to do something, and damn it, he did it. Now we'll sit back and we'll watch and see what happens. I'm kind of excited about it, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, you're right. These guys are a lot more entertaining than 22, 23, and 24. So the core is there. Let's see what happens.
Scarecrow, I think that's a very logical call, because you can look at this Giants team and say, look, they're not that far away. I mean, it was literally days before the Rafael Devers trade where you were tied with the Dodgers in first place in the NL West. 2 days before the biggest trade of the season. Then Rafael Devers, the trade happened Sunday night. They were 1 game back, and they've fallen off a cliff. I don't think anybody has a logical explanation of how the hell the Giants got worse with Rafael Devers. I'd rather see Rafael Devers out there than Lamont Wade Jr. Like we've gone through this song and dance where you have guys who don't even know how to play the position over there. But that's a digression for another day because I think Rafael Devers is going to get back to doing what he's able to do. Larry, the bat's too good, but it's all about the building blocks. And I think there needs to be a level of expectations coming into the season, year one with Buster Posey, that is not playoff or bust, but there is also that same feeling of going out and trading for a guy like Rafael Devers does change those expectations and change those goals because that was the one thing that they were missing is the big bat. So you tell me, where are the current expectations with Rafael Devers with Buster Posey right now?
The expectations are that he's going to get healthy, he's going to play a good first base, and that he's going to be, an integral part of the middle of their lineup for the foreseeable future. I mean, I think that's the expectation. I think that was a great addition. I mean, Jim Bowden said it earlier this week with you, right? I mean, he was like, I would do that in a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. And he's like, and he wasn't ripping the Giants prospects, but he kind of was. I mean, he kind of was like, yeah, Boston did that. He's like, I wouldn't have done anything less than Eldridge. And that is the mindset of a lot of GMs around the sport. They're like, Giants have had a lot of failed prospects. I only want their top tier guys. But Buster got that deal done for Tibbs, who's now a Dodger, by the way.
Yeah,
how about
which is hilarious. The fact that he ended up in Dodger blue.
Right. Dustin May is a free agent at the end of the year. Farhan said, hey, we're not going to sign Dustin May. He's a shadow of what he used to be. We can get Tibbs for nothing. And he's down with the Dodgers now. So he's the guy who drafted Tibbs. But I mean, Tibbs and a low A pitcher and Hicks, who they were dying to get rid of that contract. It just didn't work with Hicks. He's not a starter. He's not a closer. He's not a reliever. He's so many knots, but he's not. There's nothing that he actually is, despite the fact he's got a great arm. And then Harrison, I love Harrison. I saw Harrison pitch, on the same summer team that my son was on. Harrison is, one of, I live out in Walnut Creek. I mean, he's a hero out there. They love him. All my De La Salle friends are always talking about Harrison with me. But I think he's Kevin Rogers. I think he's a lefty reliever. I think he's a seventh-inning reliever. See, you traded a seventh-inning reliever with a live arm and a decent corner outfielder and a contract you didn't want and a low A-ball guy, and you got 28-year-old Rafi Devers, who is, one of the great hitters of this era. So, I mean, come on. It's an unbelievable deal. I'm not going to sit there and question the deal because the guy got off to a slow start. It's a small sample size. In time, it's going to be a tremendous deal for the Giants.
And here's the thing, Larry. Could you imagine if the Giants went into the trade deadline yesterday, 53-54, Rafael Devers is not on the roster. And then we get the news yesterday, breaking news, Buster Posey makes a blockbuster deal, goes out and trades for Rafael Devers. Could you imagine the text line and the calls we'd be getting today? This is it. This is the bat we needed. This is how we go on a playoff run. We're about to get hot right now. So maybe you can kind of compartmentalize that Rafael Devers is a trade deadline acquisition and you're now bringing him in, because I would have been on the same page as you, Larry. I would have made this deal 2 weeks ago. I would have made it yesterday. Hell, I'd make that trade this morning if it was still on the table.
Well, I mean, let's just look at what actually happened here, okay? You had Wilmer Flores going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, playing way, way, way over his level. He was leading the league in RBIs for a while. And then all of a sudden you got Devers and Wilmer cooled. You had Jung-Hoo Lee carrying this team earlier this year. I mean, I think some of the best ball I saw all year from this team was when Jung-Hoo was rolling. And then suddenly the bottom fell out. He had a disastrous month after that just happened to coincide with the Devers, addition. So it played like, they added Devers and suddenly they sunk like a stone. In reality, they were sinking like a stone, and they would have sunk further and worse without Devers.
Yeah, the Devers struggles really have me going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs also. Great cereal reference right there, Larry Krueger. More cereal talk on the other side, but we will take your calls. Todd and Jeff, I see you guys hanging out on hold. 808 KNBR is the number. Give us your thoughts and your grades on the Giants trade deadline right here on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys know, first and foremost, they know I care about them, but they also know I have a job to do and I have a responsibility to the Giants organization to try to do what I think's best and right for the organization. And, you know, they know there's nothing malicious. Unfortunately, it's part of the business. Had good conversation with Raj, with Yaz, Doval. Thanked them for, all their hard work and effort that goes into being able to be out on the Major League Baseball field. And it's not lost on me either, the ramifications for their families, for their wives, for their kids. To make this change in the middle of the year. I think sometimes that part of a baseball player's life probably gets pushed to the side, but that's a really big deal, and that's not lost on me.
It is the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Larry Krueger filling in for Murph as he wraps up his vacation. He will be back on Monday to talk about how this Giants roster is looking a little different after you heard Buster Posey bring us back on the Giants Talk podcast, talking about some of those tough decisions to not only trade away fan favorites, but former teammates. all three of the guys that we've seen move over the last couple of days, of course, Tyler Rogers, Mike Yastrzemski, and Camilo Duvall, were all a part of the 2021 Giants, so they have been the last taste of success here in San Francisco. But Buster talking about some of those decisions he has to make from a personal perspective. And I know when you turn on the radio, you want to hear hot takes. You want to know whether or not Buster Posey and the Giants fleeced the New York Mets in the Tyler Rogers deal, or if they got fleeced by the Yankees. But Larry, it is always good to reset and recognize the career that these guys have. Tyler Rogers, who joined the organization in 2013, who's had a career 2.7 ERA with the San Francisco Giants, has been solid as an eighth-inning guy for his career and his journey that he's gone through. And if you're looking for a better story, a better journey, look at Mike Yastrzemski, who's had to deal with the burden of having his grandfather's last name, the Hall of Fame name on his back, his entire career. Didn't make his major league debut till 27, 28 years old. And you think about all the moments, the walk-offs, the splash hits, the defense that he displayed. And Larry, I think he's the best defensive right field that has ever played the bricks over at Oracle Park. And then Camilo Duvall, also another homegrown guy who led the league in saves just a couple years ago, has a career low 3 ERA with the San Francisco Giants. So yes, these are fan favorites. These are former teammates of Buster Posey. But when you play that brand of baseball, you do have to move on from some of these favorites.
It's always tough. All good Giants. I mean, Camilo, 107 saves with the Giants, 7th all-time in Giants history. So, he's been a really good Giant. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I went down to spring training and talked to Tyler Rogers, and I talked to him a couple years ago when him and Taylor were together and interviewed them both in the clubhouse. And Tyler Rogers just a really good dude. Just a really good dude. And 7 seasons with the Giants, 392 games pitched, 10th most in the San Francisco era. And you think about it, I mean, this guy had a big league dream. He fought the fight to get through the minor leagues. He's armed with what? 80 miles an hour, 85, it's like doesn't have any kind of real heat in the ultimate heat era where every guy out of the pen throws 98, and still he carves out this really nice career for himself, and he's having himself an incredible year. Now he's on a huge stage in the Big Apple, what he does here is probably what he could be remembered for by MLB. But then and then Yaz, I've been very critical of Yaz because I think the Giants have kind of force-fed Yaz. It's like I don't think Yaz is a center fielder on a championship club. But you know what? That aside, you're totally right. Guy didn't even debut in the big leagues till 28, fought the fight in the minor leagues, was sitting there with the Orioles, and then all of a sudden, he comes to the Giants in 7 seasons with the Giants and a ton of games and just played a great defensive right field. Is a good dude. Really good dude. So, you wish him well in Kansas City, and I was kind of hoping maybe Boston would pick him up. I would have loved to have seen Yaz in Boston at some point. That would really be cool. But good Giants, and I think win-win, right? Win for those guys because they go out of a situation where it's a struggle. Yaz didn't really fit anymore. They're going to better situations for them, and it's good for the Giants because the Giants need to turn the page, get younger, and the haul that they got for Rogers. 2 of the Mets' top 12 prospects for Tyler Rogers. That right there is a phenomenal heist.
Yeah, and you're looking at one of those prospects like a guy like Drew Gilbert, who's a left-handed bat and could be a future replacement for someone like Mike Yastrzemski. Because, Larry, I think I was on the same page as you. I could respect the career of a Yaz. I can acknowledge the fact that he plays phenomenal defense out in right field, can even slide over to center field if you need him. But in my opinion, he was always a 4th outfielder. And you knew what he was by the back of his baseball card. He was going to go out there and strike out a bunch, hit 230, maybe give you 15 to 17 bombs on a good season. But to me, I was getting frustrated when you had a platoon of him and Austin Slater blocking guys like a Luis Matos or blocking a guy like Grant McCray. And now you're going to see those guys get more opportunities. And I think that should also be a part of the conversation moving forward is who do you want to see? Because the Giants do need to figure out who they have in their farm system. If they do want to give every day at-bats to Luis Matos, who has not put up good numbers this year playing in a platoon with Yaz. If they want to call up a guy like Marco Luciano, who just hit his 20th home run of the season with the Sacramento River Cats, I understand his batting average is low, but it's 2025 baseball we're talking about. Nobody cares about batting averages. Should point out that Kai Wang Tang and Grant McCray were both scratched from the River Cats lineups yesterday, so those are 2 guys you could see this weekend. But let's start with Yaz in the outfield. Who do you want to see? Is it Luciano? Is it McCray? Is it more Luis Mato? What is the game plan moving forward there?
It's a good question, and it's like there's two sides of this. There have been people saying, "Hey man, Yaz isn't blocking anybody. Yaz is the best that they got. Yaz is better than Matos. Yaz is better than these other options." And then you have other people saying, "No, he's not better than these other options." And we're going to find out right now, right? Because whoever comes in next, if the guy who comes in next falls on his face and hits a $111, suddenly the Yaz people are going to be right. But if somebody steps in there, Matos, Luciano, McRae, and hits 340 and 12 steals and 7 homers, we're going to be going, look, Yaz was blocking this guy's development. So it's kind of one of those things. We're going to see how it plays out. The guy I want to see, because you just asked, I want Marco Luciano. Yeah. He's out of options. He's got big power. The guy's got a body for the game. Now, is he the dream that you wanted? No. The dream was that he was going to be a 5-star shortstop, that he was going to be some A-Rod reincarnate. It just didn't happen. And he had back problems and contact problems. He's moved off short. He moved off third. He moved to left. He moved to DH. It's like, I don't know what he is, but I'll say this. This guy can put a charge into the baseball. This guy can hit the ball like very few. And I think in this situation, this is an ideal proving ground. You got 2 months at the big league level to find out about that kid's future. And to me, if you leave 2025 without knowing more about Matos and Luciano, you're doing it wrong.
Well, Larry, I'll say this. A couple of days ago, I didn't think Marco Luciano's future was going to be in San Francisco. Especially when the Giants were talking about maybe going out and buying an arm in the rotation, bringing in a right-handed bat to help him out against left-handed pitching. And Ken Rosenthal was putting out reports like, yeah, they need a second baseman, they need an outfielder, they need a right-handed bat. I'm like, check. Those sound like things that Marco Luciano is able to do. Obviously, his glove is not anywhere near where you want it to be for a big league shortstop or even second baseman. And who really knows how he looks out in the outfield? But you got to see what you got. If not, what is the plan for Marco Luciano? What is his future? And to me, not trading him tells me that maybe he is a part of the future. And maybe that's the bigger part of the message here is we didn't see any future pieces, future prospects shipped out at yesterday's trade deadline because that was my main concern. I didn't want to see Buster Posey flip future pieces for rental pieces when we are talking about doing this mix of buying and selling. The guys they got rid of are guys on the back end of their careers. Camilo Doval, a little bit of a different story, being 28 and having a couple years of contract still in team control. But with Tyler Rogers and Mike Yastrzemski, if you would have ended the season missing the postseason, those guys were going to walk away for nothing regardless. So I'm glad that they were able to get some prospects, but also keep the young top prospects in your system to maybe give them an opportunity so that we do get to see a Marco Luciano or maybe even a Bryce Eldridge down the road.
And we talk a lot about Eldridge, right? And Eldridge, I don't know. I mean, he's rocketed through the minor leagues. He's 20, but I mean, he's also 6'7", 240. It's a gigantic strike zone. It's just, it seems like those tall guys either become Hall of Famers and they're incredible. They're Dave Winfield, they're Aaron Judge, or they're just they're busts. And they're, so I think there's bust potential there, even though he's their top prospect. But I'll tell you the guys that I'm really loving. There's 3 guys that I think look really good, and I was thrilled that Buster didn't trade them. The Giants have an infielder named Johnny Level. Mm-hmm. And Johnny Level's got just thunder in his wrists. He's a little infielder, but I saw him in spring training a couple times, and this guy is absolutely going to be a really good big leaguer. He reminds me of like a Rafi Furcal. He's just like kind of a rocked up middle infielder, but he's got great bat. Then Bo Davidson, who got moved to Double-A. You might see Bo Davidson if he has a hot month. You could see him in September, I would think, because he is 23. He's at Double-A. He's on the kind of the fast track. But the guy who looks spectacular is Dakota Jordan. Yeah. Dakota Jordan is, right-handed power hitter, Mississippi State, ripping it up at the A-ball level. He's probably another year or two away, but that to me, that guy's got a grooved right-handed power swing that looks phenomenal. And I think those are 3 guys that are going to be a big part of the Giants' offensive future.
I agree, and Johnny Level is one of those guys who also got the promotion up to San Jose yesterday. So if you're down in the 408 this weekend, I know they're hosting the Stockton Ports. We talked about that yesterday in our Surfside calendar, but you're right, Larry. Like, those are some of those pieces. The international shortstop that they signed this year out of the DR is another top prospect in their system too, but like, it feels like there is a nucleus. But also, we've been complaining about this farm system for the last couple of years of guys who have not panned out, whether it's Hunter Bishop or Will Bednar or some of these other draft picks, a Joey Bart that really hasn't played out perfectly. So that's why, again, I love the fact that you are replenishing this farm system and you're moving on from some of these vets with 4 to 5 guys that will immediately slot in as top 25 prospects in your own system, Larry.
Yeah, and all of this is speculative, right? Because, I mean, Giants fans who were listening to your last comment there would be like, hey, it's more like, you say 2 or 3 years we've been struggling with the farm system. Compared to L.A., I mean, the Giants have been struggling with the farm system almost really since the late 60s, early 70s. And I'm not sure exactly why. It's been multiple different regimes. But, I do think that Farhan's, if he made an impact on this organization, I think he did some good things in the minor leagues. I do think that he left Buster a better situation minor league wise than he inherited.
Yeah, and I hope those prospects do turn into future all-stars and future dudes for this organization, because the Giants need to have those building blocks, need to have those prospects that can help complement guys like Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman. But 808 KNBR is the numbers. What are your thoughts on Buster's building blocks, him getting some prospects for some of these vets? Let's go out and check in with Jeff in Santa Rosa, who has thoughts on Buster the Builder, a.k.a. Bob the Builder. What's up, Jeff? How we doing this morning?
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. What do you got for us?
Good. So here's my thoughts. One, Buster was handed, let's call it the pass regime, probably not the best situation. And like any house that you're building, if you don't have a strong foundation, your house isn't going to last. And I think we need to cut Buster some slack in doing that. I agree with what he did. The Duvall thing, I think he's a great pitcher, not a fan of his attitude or his arrogance, whatever you want to call it. Yaz, I mean, I got home and my wife was pissed. It was like she had that dream that I slept with somebody else.
Oh.
And it's like, I had no control over that. It's like, let's treat it Yaz.
Yeah, come on. Jeff didn't do anything.
Honey,
Yeah,
it wasn't
Jeff
me.
was
It wasn't me. It was Yaz. Blame Buster.
I'm at work trying to bring home the bacon, honey. I mean, I know you had the better health insurance and make more money, but my goodness,
That's awesome.
Oh, that's tough, man. Buster's got you on the couch, huh, Jeff?
No, but pardon me?
I said Buster's got you sleeping on the couch now,
huh? Almost. But I mean, again, back to, give him a chance, do I like the way they've been playing the past, month? No. Who does? Who likes to see some of the mental errors? I mean, out there, they're ridiculous. They're fundamentals. But at the end of the day, they're professionals. They make a good amount of money to put food on their table for their families, and they know they can do better. And I think they're going to work on getting better. But I like the moves that Buster made. Again, I think he's trying to build a strong foundation because, again, without that, there's nothing that you can't put anything on anything without a good foundation. So, Giants. I'm a Giants fan since I was a little kid, season ticket holder. My wife and I make trips to different ballparks. I mean, we're baseball fans. I believe in what Buster's doing. I trust what he's doing, I think is a better way to put it. And I trust his entire team. So that's where I'm at with it. Excited about it, except, getting in trouble, when I got home.
Jeff, love the phone call. Good luck. Hopefully, maybe some of these top prospects will become one of your wife's new favorite players. But that's the thing. It's like Buster has got to look forward towards the future. And I completely understand the perspective of some of the Giants fans who are upset if Yaz is one of your favorite players or if Tyler Rogers is one of your favorite players. Not sure how many Giants fans had Camilo Duvall as one of their favorite players, but I liked him a lot. I like going out and watching him pitch also. But it's like there's got to be a point where you have to make these tough decisions. And I respect Buster Posey for being the guy to put his foot down. Farhan wasn't playing with Yaz. Farhan wasn't playing with Tyler Rogers. Farhan didn't play with Lamont Wade Jr., but it was Buster who comes in at year one and realizes, look, I'm 38 years old. There's still guys on the roster that I played with. We got to move forward because for the last 3-4 years, we've been dealing with this 500 ball club and being stuck in the middle at the trade deadline. I like the fact that he put his foot down and actually made a statement in the direction that the franchise is going, Larry.
This is you get paid a lot of money. It's a tough spot to be in. I mean, the Giants haven't hit. Does he pull Pat Burrell at some point? I mean, Pat Burrell is a teammate of his. I'm sure he admires Pat Burrell. That's going to be a tough call. That's a call that he's going to have to make. When you hire your friends, occasionally you have to fire your friends, and it's a really tough call. So, I'm a players guy. I don't really think that it's always about the coach or the manager. I mean, I really believe it's about the talent. I just don't think the Giants had enough talent. They didn't have enough offense. You could see it in spring training. They were leaning on, Encarnacion and guys that, have not really been established big leaguers who have done it to play big roles for you. So I thought it was also kind of a rude awakening, that Toronto series coming out of the break. I mean, looking at Toronto and all those bats, and all those guys in that lineup hitting 270, 280, all those good contact hitters, all that youth, all that energy. Looking at the Giants by comparison, I mean, I felt like the Giants could have played Toronto 50 times and lost 50 times. I mean, it just didn't feel like they just seemed outgunned right there. And then, they take 2 out of 3 in Atlanta. They get 9 runs in back-to-back games, and suddenly they come home back at sea level in the cold weather of their park, and the bats, nothing. The next 2 games, they scored 2 runs. They didn't get a single hit with runner in scoring position in that whole series. And then the Pittsburgh series was just like the clubhouse announcing, we are not up for this. So Buster had no choice. He responded the way he should. I think we'll have to wait and see if they're good moves in time. But I'm really interested to see tonight at 4 o'clock, game 1 of Giants-Mets with Robbie Ray, what the Giants look like as far as energy. It's an emotional thing when guys depart the room. And I want to see how they're going to turn for home here, and if they can kind of pick themselves up by the bootstraps and I don't want to say give more of an effort, because they're trying, but just I want to see a tighter, better focus. I want to see a better, cleaner brand of ball on a nightly basis.
Yeah, regardless of how these prospects pan out down the road, the bottom line is Giants need to be better offensively. They need to be better throwing strikes in the strike zone. They just simply need to be better. But speaking about how they can get the bats better, let's check in with Todd in Fresno before we get to our next segment. Todd, you've got a thoughts on the Giants offense and how they can improve their hitting. What's up, Todd?
Yeah, look, 2005, 30 teams hit over 250 as a team. Today, 5.
Wow. Wow.
They don't play in a bandbox where they're going to hit a bunch of home runs. And I look at their lineup. I mean, look, I've been critical of Matt Chapman. That guy's too good of an athlete to be hitting 230 every year and missing pitches right down the middle where he swings at it and just misses it. So I just really believe they have to change their approach to hitting. They have to go back to batting average matters, because a guy with a batting average puts the bat to the ball. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and Todd, I think there is a shift back in towards that direction. Like, you look at the trade packages that they've made, you look at the draft class. Gavin Keyline out of Tennessee is a guy who's going to hit for average. The guys they went after yesterday to get some of these prospects. The catcher they got from the Yankees is a career 308 minor league hitter. Doesn't have a lot of pop, but it does seem like with Buster Posey, he's trying to get back to that Giants brand of baseball where they were getting the clutch and timely hits that led to those 3 World Series, Todd.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I have a friend of mine that was playing for the Minnesota Twins during the Herbeck days, but he was in the minor leagues, and Tom Kelly was managing at that time. And he told him, he said, look, if there's a runner at third base with less than 2 outs and you cannot get him in, you will never play here.
Yeah.
Ever. He goes, you know what? He goes, I would hit a ground ball to the shortstop if he was playing back just to knock that run in. I'd hit a fly ball. We don't do that. You look at the Giants and you're like going, well, the mental errors are going to come and the errors are going to come, but for God's sakes, we're not scoring more than 3 runs a game.
Yeah, Todd, I'm with you. It's frustrating not to be able to go station to station, Larry.
It's a frustrating brand of ball. I mean, I heard Baggs say it the other day. I had to look it up to make sure it was accurate. The Giants have 2 stolen base attempts in the month of July. The Giants are 25th in the majors in home runs. It's not a powerful club. They play in a really tough place to hit home runs. Guess where they rank in stolen bases? Dead last. last. If you're going to have a team that doesn't have power and you're going to play at sea level in a park that suppresses home runs, you can't play station-to-station ball. Sometimes the Giants fall behind by 3 runs in the sixth inning, and it feels like a kill shot because it's going to take 5 hits in an inning to mount a rally because they don't have that kind of thunder. So if you don't have power, and they don't, you can't be dead last in steals. And I somehow, somewhere, or they got to find some youth and some speed, preferably in the outfield, but just anywhere on the diamond, really.
Yeah, and maybe we see some of that speed this weekend with Grant McCray potentially being added to the 40-man roster, technically already on the 40-man roster, but we'll see if he gets caught up this weekend. He was scratched from Sacramento's lineup last night. We'll see if they can infuse some speed or maybe some youth with some of these prospects who could get called up. But let's talk about some of these prospects that got in return for Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall, and Mike Yastrzemski yesterday. More sound from Buster Posey on why the Giants had to sell yesterday at the trade deadline. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to continue to check in all morning long with Larry Krueger in for Murph on the Murph and Market Show on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to just kind of some poor play last month, 6 weeks, and then the slow start coming out of the break. And I hesitate to say this because I know the impact that Rogers, Duvall, Yaz have had on this team. We've still got our core group of guys, position players wise. We took a hit in the bullpen, no doubt. And we're going to get an opportunity to see some different players now. But the expectation is still the rest of the way, no matter what the standings are. You go out and play hard. And you have to be realistic and know that we're not in a great spot right now, but crazier things have happened too. I think, I don't think I'm a lunatic to say that we can get hot either. I've seen this team play some good baseball. So that's still the hope and expectation going forward is that we play really good baseball.
The voice of Buster Posey on the Giants Talk podcast with Pavs and Laura Britt talking about the Giants 0-6 homestand, the decision to sell at the trade deadline, keeping the young guys together, and also not considering himself a lunatic, thinking that the Giants can get hot and maybe go on a little bit of a run before the postseason. But we're a long way away from talking about postseason baseball because it is August 1st, a Friday, a Reggae Friday on the Murph and Marcus Show. Larry Krueger live at Levi's Stadium filling in for Murph before he returns from his vacation on Monday. And so we'll get Murph's recap of the trade deadline. But looking ahead towards this weekend, Larry, we do have some news from Giants media. We knew that Robbie Ray was scheduled to start tonight, but it's going to be some of those young guys this weekend. TBA is scheduled on Saturday. We'll talk about who those options could be in a few minutes. But it's friend of the program, Carson Wizenhunt, who's going to be joining us today at 9:15 to get his second Major League start on Sunday. So Robbie Ray and Carson Wizenhunt, a pair of lefties this weekend out in New York. And I would expect that we're going to see Kai Wang-Tang on Saturday. There was news that both Kai Wang-Tang and Grant McCray were scratched from the Rivercats lineups last night. So I'd expect to see both those boys out on New York, despite the fact they weren't on the plane like Tyler Rogers was after being traded, being shipped out to the New York Mets.
And this makes the most sense. I know there were Giants fans who were like, hey, get an arm, Charlie Morton and, all these different veteran arms. But who do you want to invest these starts in? You want to invest starts in Charlie Morton? You want to invest starts in Carson Wizenhunt? So I'd love to see a lot more of Wizenhunt. I don't know what you thought of that first start. I really love the 2-pitch mix, but I just kind of wonder if he's got that third pitch coming, or if he's going to be. Can he get his 2 pitches are so good that he can almost say I'm throwing the change, and it's like guys can't hit it because it's just the exact same arm angle, and he just pulls the string, and you can see the impact of those 2 pitches. But man, a third pitch would make him lights out.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a similar development to what we saw with Kyle Harrison where we knew about the electric fastball, but even so, I'd say Carson Wizenhunt's second pitch is better than any secondary pitch that Kyle Harrison had, but we were talking about Kyle developing a third and a fourth pitch, because as a starter in Major League Baseball, you need more than 2 pitches. Maybe as a bullpen guy, you can maybe get away with throwing 100 miles per hour and throwing a devastating slider like Aroldis Chapman has been able to do his entire career. But here's the thing, Larry. If I know Wizenhunt has a great changeup, if you know it, Major League Baseball players know it too. And that's what it looked like to me, seeing him make his debut against the Pittsburgh Pirates, that they were sitting on that changeup, was actually late on that fastball that will get up to about mid-90s. But I do love the fact that he was able to work through some early adversity and actually settle in. Went 5 innings, ended his day with 3 scoreless innings, 3 O's up on the board, which traditionally, especially in this day and age, a young pitcher will do worse as the game goes on once guys start to get a second and third look at him. So I do think that that was a beneficial sign that he's the first Giants starting pitcher to go 5 innings in his debut since Logan Webb did it in his debut.
Well, and and he had finished with 3 nice innings. I thought he looked a little nervous to start, but it will be interesting to see which of his secondary pitches, he develops best. He's got a low 80s slider. He's got a curveball that he throws in the high 70s. There's been kind of a tighter zone at AAA. I think that probably, we'll see what he says about that, but I think, that's part of the struggles. You have more veteran hitters. It would be nice if if you can do one more thing with the baseball, but he is going to be an interesting guy, because if you have 96 and you have a changeup from the exact same arm angle, that's just such a deadly combination. And to me, the key for him is just always going to be about strike zone. Can he stay in the strike zone? What happened in the beginning of that game? He put a couple runners on and they came around to score. So it's like for him, I mean, all young pitchers, free passes are the kill shot on all young pitchers, but for him especially.
No free 90s. I've got it tattooed on my back, Larry. Can't give away free passes at the big league level. Can't do it at any level, but I will say I am a little biased since I have been a fan of Carson Wizenhunt, since he was getting me half-price beers as a beer batter pitcher down with the San Jose Giants. And speaking of the San Jose Giants, it is time for the stateside/Surfside sports calendar. The Bay Area sports calendar is sponsored by Surfside, and after winning the first game of the San Jose Giants series against the Stockton Ports last night, the San Jose Giants will be facing off against the Ports all weekend long. And tonight, 7 p.m. is the first pitch. And you'll have an opportunity to go see maybe Johnny Level, who just got promoted up to San Jose, or to go see one of the top prospects in the organization, Dakota Jordan, who is lighting San Jose on fire right now. But before you go see Johnny Level and Dakota Jordan, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball, and I gotta say, it's a nice, tasty beverage to enjoy at a Giants baseball game. But we got more Giants baseball to talk about next with Mike Krukow to get his trade deadline reaction and what he thinks is gonna happen with the starting rotation this weekend out in New York. Mike Krukow next on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, you know the routine. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right around 7:30, we check in with Mike Krukow, talking all things San Francisco Giants, and these conversations are always sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly, and a lot of topics to get into today, Mike. One day after the trade deadline, I've got Larry Krueger filling in for Murph today on the last day of Murph's vacation. Good morning, Mike. How we doing today?
Yeah, good morning. Larry, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning. Great to talk to you.
Yeah, lots to talk about. Very interesting trade deadline. I thought one of the more entertaining trade deadlines that I can even remember when you take a look at the spectrum of talent that got traded across baseball. I thought that was pretty fun. But I don't think it was a big surprise as to the way Buster went, given what had happened on the last homestand. But a very interesting day.
Yeah, Mike, we've been talking about this topic for weeks now, whether or not the Giants would be buyers or sellers at this year's trade deadline. We heard Buster speak yesterday to the media after the trade deadline, and he said, look, let's be honest, the homestand affected what we did at yesterday's trade deadline. So what was your instant reaction to seeing guys like Tyler Rogers, Mike Yastrzemski, and Camille Duvall all being traded away yesterday?
Well, given what happened around baseball with relievers, that became the major story of the trade deadline. And one statistic that was said, I didn't realize this, but last year when the Dodgers won the World Championship, their starting pitchers averaged 3.2 thirds of an inning per start, and they won the World Championship, which tells you the importance of the bullpen. And it tells you how teams are stacking themselves up going into the playoff season. So given that, I don't think it was a surprise that Duvall and Rogers win. In regards to Yastrzemski, I think, I think it was a trade of respect, that they gave him an opportunity to go to a team that is contending for a playoff spot. I think that, he earned that. I think Mike Yastrzemski earned that. Given what had happened with the trades prior to his deal, it kind of became obvious that some of the veteran players were not going to get the reps. They weren't going to get the at-bats. If you're going to make trades for prospects and young players, you're going to want to see them hit. So given that, I don't really – it was a surprise to me at first, but having thought through it, I don't think that the Yastrzemski deal was that much of a surprise. I think it was a trade out of respect.
Mike, you've seen Rogers' entire career. He has been extraordinary this year. Now, he's been good throughout his tenure, but 1.80 ERA. Where was he different this year than in past years?
Well, every year you're in the game, you pick up a little bit of something that makes you better. Even if it's just the knowledge that you've pitched against the same hitter 10 times, you get better, you get smarter. And it's a bit unusual when you see a guy pitch from the submarine release, in that there's not a lot of guys that can help you along. You're kind of on your own on this whole deal. But given what we've seen now with Tyler Rogers and how he gets after it, I think location has been really where he's improved his game. And he's throwing pitches to locations in the strike zone to hitters, and he's pitching to their weaknesses. Whereas before, I think early in his career, for the most part of his early career, he was just going to go out there and throw his stuff up there. It was so unique, and the timing on it was just so upsetting to hitters that he could get guys out without even worrying too much about where their weaknesses or strengths were. But I think as he's gotten older in the league, he's learned the opposition, and he's applying the good location to guys, and it's working.
Yaz, Camilo Duvall, and Tyler Rogers were not only fan favorites, but they were also teammates of Buster Posey's. Now, we've gone through this scenario before earlier this season with him having to DFA Lamont Wade Jr. So just your thoughts, Mike, on how he's handled some of these difficult conversations and decisions.
Well, I don't think that decision for him to make the trades was all that difficult. I can't understand what has happened to this club mentally on the field. Because you go back and take a look at the first 2 months of the season, and they were one of the best defensive teams in the game, certainly in the National League. And that was one of the big goals of the offseason, to try and improve this team defensively. And when the season started, I'm thinking, yeehaw, daddy. They're winning one-run ball games. They're winning the battle of the 90 feet. They're doing things on a daily basis that are giving them a 90-foot edge. And these 90-foot edges were what was giving them a lot of wins early in the year. I mean, you take a look at all the one-run ball games that they were winning. They were winning because they were playing good D. They were playing smart baseball. And I emphasize the word smart, because when this all flipped and they started losing all these one-run ball games, they were losing the battle of the 90 feet, and they were not playing smart, instinctive baseball. And it's amazing to me that a team that looked so good early in that regard has looked so bad of late in that regard. So, I think from Buster's perspective, he wanted to see that all change. And he basically said that. When Devers came aboard in June, everybody's thinking, okay, here we go. We got that other presence in the lineup and that's going to make all the difference in the world. It did not. And I think the one thing that took down that trade was the caliber of intelligent baseball that was not played after Devers was brought in. I love the Devers deal. And I think when it's all said and done in the next 6 years, we're all going to say the same thing. I mean, we see what this guy is capable of, and certainly the track record that he had in Boston for 7 years leads you to believe that he's going to produce in the same regard. So I like all that, but I can't explain the mistakes day in and day out that started costing this team one-run games as opposed to letting them win those games. So from Buster's perspective, it was time to reload and bring in some prospects, guys that have a reputation of playing good instinctive baseball. So I don't think it was that tough of a decision to make for Buster.
Mike, Matt Chapman, who I think's, I want to say he's the spokesman for the team, but he's one of the veterans in the room. And he seemed a little disgusted. He seemed a little embarrassed. His comments were, he seemed really bothered by, the fact that the Giants did play so poorly coming out of the break and did have this result at the deadline. He didn't sound like he was blaming Buster. He said, hey, man, I understand. This is what happens. And baseball clubhouses, these guys are like family. I mean, they're traveling together. They're tight. What's the impact, and you got a good feel for this, what's the impact, do you think, of the deadline on the room? And what do you think we'll see energy-wise from this club the rest of the way?
Well, I think that's a great question. And the impact is total. The deal going into the deadline. Everybody in that room knew what the deal was. When they extended Bob Melvin, Buster was basically saying, look, this is on you. We have the talent here. We saw it early in the year. We want to see that team again. And they could not flip the switch. And as you go out of the trade deadline into the next 2 months, your butt's on the line because you're being evaluated every freaking day. And if you don't justify your presence on the field, you ain't going to be here next year. So how bad do you want it? You got a lot of young guys. I mean, you obviously have the nucleus, the base of this team, the heart of this team are the veterans, and they're not going anywhere. But the complementary players from here on out, the young players, they're going to have to earn their reps. They're going to have to earn their playing time. They're going to have to earn their right to have a locker come next spring. So from here on out, I mean, your hair's got to be on fire. And that's what you take out of this. I think it's going to be a very spirited team. I don't think they're going to be downtrodden at all because they know what the rules are now. If they're going to move guys like Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval and Mike Yastrzemski, you know what? You got to believe that you're one of the guys in the sights if you don't play good baseball.
Yeah, Mike, I'm on the same page as you. I think this is a great opportunity for some of those younger players. Now, give us your thoughts. Who maybe can take advantage of these opportunities with Yaz leaving? Is it Luis Matos? Is it a Grant McCray, a Marco Luciano? Who do you think needs to step up and maybe show Buster Posey that they can be a part of the future and the building blocks moving forward?
Yeah, those names you mentioned right there are all under consideration. And I'm really anxious to see what they show up with tonight in the 26-man roster. And, I mean, it's not inconceivable to think that they may have 5 or 6, even 7 new guys there. So I'm really anxious to see what they have suiting up, who they have suiting up, and what the starting lineup is going to be. Because some of these young guys are going to get some reps. It's going to happen. I mean, that was obvious when they dealt Yastrzemski.
I'm a big Elliot Ramos fan. I interviewed him in the clubhouse a couple times in the last few years in spring training, and just, this guy he's a great guy. I love his perspective. He's had some really, really bad mistakes, and we've all seen it. There was one the other day where he ran through a Matt Williams stop sign at third base, and they showed him in the dugout afterwards, and Ryan Christensen had to be talking to him. Kruk, it had to be 5 minutes. I mean, it seemed like it just went on and on and on. And I'm obviously the coaching staff's doing what they can to try to bring their young players along. Is it a struggle when some of your best players are really young to, people are like, bench him, sit him down. Well, it's easier said than done. And he's one of your best players. Is it a challenge, do you think, to bring young players along and have them play the game the right way nightly?
Well, it's always a challenge, only because this is a ball game that you can learn something new every day. You can learn something new about the game, about the rules of the game, about your opponents. And so you always have to be aware of the surrounding of information and opportunity to improve yourself as a player. The thing about the big league level is that when you make a mistake, it gets addressed immediately. They don't wait till after the game or the next day because they don't want to see it happen again the next inning. I mean, and the mistakes that are made are mistakes that shouldn't be made. There's no other way to really put it.
Yeah.
The cost of education at the big league level is very expensive. And a lot of what you pay is a disgrace. You should know the rules. You should know what the situation is if you're a defensive player prior to the ball coming to you. You should know what the situation is as a base runner prior to the ball being hit. You should have that all worked out in your mind. That should be just a daily exercise, a daily mental exercise. That's something we've been told since Little League. Know what you're going to do. Know where you're going to throw it. Know how many outs there are. I mean, and along the way, you learn the rules by sticking your finger in the fan. So from Rama's perspective, he's done some things that are alarming. And your only hope is that he grows and he doesn't make those mistakes again. And you also hope that the people who are playing with him sees the mistake. And if they didn't know it, then they've learned and they've applied the correction to get better as a player as well. But, for the last 2 months, this hasn't been one guy. There have been a lot of mistakes out there. And given what has happened in the first 2 months of the season, when they were such a good team, when they were such a smart team, it's hard to explain. But for Christensen to be in his grill for 5 minutes, that's the way it is up there. You get told, and you got to make the correction immediately.
Mike, we'll close up this interview with a question about the closer role after trading away Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers. Randy Rodriguez was an all-star this year, and Ryan Walker has experience in that role. How do you think that plays out in the bullpen?
Well, I think the obvious choice is Randy Rodriguez because he's got the stuff. One thing that has happened to him when he's been in the closing role is that the adrenaline has surged, and we saw the same thing happen to him in the All-Star game. The adrenaline hit him, and he was unable to really control that. So as he goes forth, you keep running him out there. I mean, gradually he's going to find the comfort zone, and I think that eventually he can be the guy that does the job. Ryan Walker, of course, who's had the job and has been successful at it. It's just a matter of what type of command that he can take into a game when he's on. I mean, he can stop anybody. But I also think there's another guy down there that in the last 14 appearances, Joey Lucchesi, has really, really been good. I mean, I don't think he's given up a run in the last 14 appearances. I mean, at the big league level, with the new rules, meaning that a left-hander has to face 3 hitters, and he's facing right-handers and left-handers nightly, well, he's passed the test as to whether he can get right-handers out. And I think because of his experience, I don't think he's going to be that intimidated by a ninth inning. So if the situation presents itself, he just might find him in that slot as well. But right now, I think it's a mix and match.
Kruk, it's awesome to talk ball with you. And, it's funny, you were on the 87 team. And since it is the trade deadline time, I always wanted to ask you about your thoughts on for some of the old school Giant fans on the job that Al Rosen did that year for you guys. I mean, 87, it was amazing. I mean, Caveman was on with Lasky the other day, Don Robinson. He traded for him. He traded for Big Daddy, Rick Russell, obviously Mitchell, Dravecki, Lefferts. Al Rosen, seriously, was incredible in 87.
Oh, my God. I mean, that's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Al Rosen and Roger Craig, I mean, they changed my life, professionally on and off the field. It was, what they did for us, they taught us how to win at the big league level. And there's no greater gift when you're a professional athlete. There's no greater gift. And the thing that was really, really interesting as to how they did it, number one, they said, okay, you don't have to be here. You don't want to be here? Let us know. We'll get you out of here. And they backed it up. The other thing, too, in 1985, we lost 100 games. We had a lot of guys playing out of position. We had catchers playing third base. We had outfielders playing first base. We had guys who were out of position. And I think that when they brought the new era in, they put guys in positions where they were more comfortable. The more comfortable you are in a position, the smarter player you are, the more instinct that you have. And the one thing about those clubs is that they were good instinctive players. We always had the compliments from other teams and other players that we were a high IQ team, and we were. And that was a direct result of what Al and Roger did. They sought to put the players in areas where they were most comfortable, thus making them more smart and more intelligent players. So, I mean, that was the start, having lost 100 games, and then the next year finishing in third, and then next year going to the playoffs, and then 2 years later after that, you're in the World Series. It was the start of a complete philosophical change and an image change, really. The Giants' image around baseball dramatically changed. And then that just, exploded in the 90s into the new ballpark in 2000.
Yep.
But it was Al Rosen and Roger that changed the culture.
Yeah, and it feels like we're going through maybe a similar type of culture change with Buster Posey back as president of baseball operations. Looking forward to the building blocks that he has and looking forward to this weekend. And, Mike, I know we've kept you long, but I do want to ask you about one of those potential building blocks because we will interview Carson Wizenhunt this morning at 9:15. He is scheduled to pitch in New York on Sunday. So what do you want to see in his second start from the lefty on the mound?
Well, I want to see him, have a control of the adrenaline early in the game, which really I think was it was how do you explain how he had a couple walks in the second inning, gave up a 3 spot, and was down 4-1 after 2. The thing that was significant about that outing was how he found the calm. I mean, the Giants scored 2 in the bottom of the second, made it a 4-3 ball game, and he goes out there and he throws up a shutdown inning. That was enormous. And then he put another couple zeros on the board, and he did the thing that he really was sent out there to do, and that's eat up innings. So I like the guy. I think he's got a set. I think he's going to be a guy that takes a little courage out there when he goes. I think you can say that about most good changeup pitchers. They're kind of doing it with mirrors at times with that changeup. But I like his presence on the mound, and I expect him to do well.
Yeah,
even in New York, even against the Mets.
Yeah, looking forward to talking to Carson Wizenhunt today at 9:15 and seeing him pitch on Sunday. But Robbie Ray gets the ball tonight. Giants back in action off of an off day. We will watch all weekend long, and we will talk to you Monday morning with the return of Murph. Thanks, Mike.
At a bit.
There he is.
Thanks,
the one
Kirk.
and only Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, Friday on the UMA guest line. But now it's time for you to jump on the UMA guest line because it's time for the big hit. 808 KNBR is the number. Give us your reaction to yesterday's trade deadline. How did you interpret it as a Giants fan? Is this the organization waving the white flag on the 2025 season, or do you think they kept their nucleus together and they're prioritizing pieces for the future? 808 KNBR is the number. Larry Krueger in for Murph on a Friday morning on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Friday, which means it's the last day of this contest. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. Shout out FP. This was, he gave me this yesterday. Change. The artist is Deftones. Going to be there as well. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, it was a busy few days. Wish we weren't in the position that we were selling. Need to trade a guy like Raj, Yaz, Doval. They've been Giants for a long time. Not an easy thing to do. Unfortunately, the way that we've played over the last month to 6 weeks and then coming out of the break and really sluggish, we just felt like as a group that we had to try to capitalize on some return and get some players that we thought would help us going forward.
The voice of Buster Posey on the Giants Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area, introducing us to today's big hit on the Murph and Marcus show. Larry Krueger filling in for Murph. It is the final day of his vacation. He'll be back Monday morning, and he'll give us his thoughts on some of these moves and some of these tough decisions that the Giants had to make yesterday. But that's the question. Was it a tough decision with the way that the Giants have been playing recently? We've been talking about these stats and the records all week long as we led up to the trade deadline about how the Giants have been the worst team in baseball since trading for Rafael Devers, about how they've been 9-15 since picking up Bob Melvin's option, how they just went 0-6 on a homestand for the first time since like 1893. So things were obviously going in the wrong direction. So Buster Posey had to part ways with a few fan favorites and also a few of his former teammates yesterday and think about the future. But that's the question I have. Does this send the message to the fans that the Giants are waving the white flag? Because fans have been showing up this season, Larry, to support this roster, a roster that I think 99% of Giants fans believe is better than last year's roster. But here we are at the trade deadline, almost in the same exact situation as they were last year, with Farhan Zaidi being 1 game under 500. But it feels like this year they actually picked a direction in which way they want to go at this year's trade deadline.
You know, I know there's a lot of frustration. I mean, the team's not playing well. They've dropped 10 of 12. They've basically free falling in the standings. Mm-hmm. They just sold. They didn't buy. There was a lot of hope when they picked up Devers that they were going to be buyers. But you know what? I think what we really learned here is that they weren't ever really buyers. They're just builders, and they're in that building phase. And I know. It looks like a buy on the Devers, but really you're building because it wasn't about this year. He's not a free agent at the end of the year. It made no sense to pick up free agents. It was all about could they get a piece to the puzzle for the future, for the rest of 25, and 26. So, there are some similarities between this team and the 2011 team. It's like this team had no expectations. This team had no expectations coming into the year for the most part. And then they outperformed what we thought they were going to do early on. And then all of a sudden the Devers trade was made. And then all of a sudden there was the expectations. And maybe the team kind of caved to the burden of the expectations. I know that the Giant team that lost Posey, the defending World Series champion Giants in 2011, were playing above their pay grade or above their talent level for a couple weeks after Posey got knocked out by Scott Cousins. And then Sabes made the deal for Beltran, and suddenly it was like the burden of expectations. Now it's like, oh, wait a second. They're expecting us to contend the rest of the year, and that team folded. So it just didn't have enough. So it just sometimes, you're playing loose. Maybe the Giants, get some youth on the field and start to play loose, and maybe they'll have a hot streak to finish the year. But I definitely feel like they tightened up when there was increased expectations.
Yeah, it does seem like they did tighten up a little bit, or at least feel that pressure, because we saw this team go from being a really good defensive ball club earlier this year to forgetting who the hell to throw the ball to not even getting the ball to the right bag or hitting the cutoff man, or Elliot Ramos bobbling the ball out in left field when we saw him play a serviceable center field last year. So maybe he's in his head too much after he spoke to the media a couple days ago after the infield fly rule blunder at second base. And he said, all I'm thinking to myself right now is don't mess up, don't mess up, don't mess up. As a big league player, hell, as any professional athlete, you shouldn't have those type of negative thoughts in your mind. Jung-Hoo Lee the other day tried to drop down a bunt with the bases loaded. He told the beat reporters it's because he didn't want to ground into a double play. That's not playing with confidence. And right now, with the way that the Giants are playing, there is a lack of confidence. But who knows if maybe this can get some confidence back in the clubhouse, or maybe just sends a message to the clubhouse. Look, nobody's job is safe. I don't care if I play with you back on the 2021 team. I don't care what your contract is. I don't care if you're still under team control for the next couple of years like a guy like Camilo Duvall is. Buster had to make a decision. He put his foot down, and after watching this brand of baseball, they had to go to the trade deadline with the idea of at least being partially sellers at this year's deadline. Here's Buster Posey yesterday on the Giants Talk podcast talking about that 0-6 homestand and how it influenced some of the decisions that they made yesterday.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to just kind of some poor play last month, 6 weeks, and then the slow start coming out of the break. And I hesitate to say this because I know the impact that Rogers, Duvall, Yaz have had on this team. We still got our core group of guys, position players-wise. We took a hit in the bullpen, no doubt. And we're going to get an opportunity to see some different players now. But the expectation is still the rest of the way, no matter what the standings are. You go out and you play hard. And you have to be realistic and know that we're not in a great spot right now. But crazier things have happened, too. I think, I don't think I'm a lunatic to say that we can get hot either. I've seen this team play some good baseball. So, that's still the hope and expectation going forward is that we play really good baseball.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a lunatic, but I kind of agree with Buster Posey. There's still a lot of baseball left. And I didn't see yesterday's trade deadline as a white flag being waved on the season because you still kept guys like Robbie Ray. Yes, you dealt a couple big pieces in your bullpen, but Larry, I think it's unanimously answered who's been the best bullpen arm for the Giants this year. It's Randy Rodriguez. He's still on the roster. Ryan Walker is a guy that does have closing experience. He's still on the roster. So, yes, you've lost a couple pieces in the bullpen, but that's dealing from a position of strength when you really haven't really needed them in these late games regardless anyways. But moving forward, you kept a guy like Robbie Ray, who was still under team control for another year. Now, there was some back and forth this week about whether or not they should be selling Robbie Ray. Your thoughts on them keeping him in the rotation, not just for the remainder of this season, but also as your number 2 to go into the 2026 season?
Well, I mean, I totally understand why they would want to keep him, and I totally understand why Giants fans don't want to trade him because he's damn good. He's a top of the rotation lefty. He's really, really good. He's tough. But here's the question I would ask. You got one more year. Do you want to pay? Robbie Ray's had physical problems. He's 32, 33. He's had major surgeries in the past. Do you want to pay Robbie Ray at the end of next year, 5 years, $150 million? And if you do, then keep him. But if you don't, then hawk him between now and next year's trade deadline, this offseason or maybe next year in July. But here's the thing about it. When you have a Rodon or you have a Robbie Ray and you have these, it's like having a Maserati. It's an awesome machine, but it's finely tuned and it's in the shop a lot. You know what I mean? And it's not always 100%. And when it's going good, I mean, they had Robbie Ray healthy. And with a year of control, I think he would have fetched a whole lot more this year than rolling the dice that he'll be healthy next year. I think there's a very good chance. Well, first of all, I would never sign him to a 5-year, $150 million deal. So I would be more interested in trading him. I do get that maybe you'll do it next year. But to me, you're rolling the dice because he could be like I don't want to put the hex on the guy, but every pitcher. We saw it with Corbin Burns, is literally just a elbow twinge, and they're done for the next 2 years. And to me, he's too valuable of an asset in trade to not try to realize some of that, especially in a building situation, and that's what they're in. So I would have traded him.
Yeah, and that's a fair take, Larry. And if you're hitting me with the truth serum this morning, I was the guy on 50,000 watts before the season started talking about the trade deadline and already thinking about moving guys like Robbie Ray and Justin Verlander if you could move on from those vets to get those younger guys into your rotation. Now, obviously, my perspective has changed a little bit with the way that Robbie Ray has been throwing the ball, but you're absolutely right. This is a guy that's had health issues, a guy that hasn't been able to stay on the bump. There's a reason why the Giants were able to go out and trade Mitch Haniger for this contract because nobody else wanted to pick up the $24 million that Robbie Ray is owed. Now, he still owed that money next year, which might make it easier to trade him next year, but I understand also the team control aspect. But I'm with you. I let this play out for next season. If they're a 500 team at the trade deadline next year, then I am probably taking phone calls on Robbie Ray because you do have to think about the future because I don't think they're going to give him a long-term contract at this point of his career.
The big question, and I don't know if you want to get into it, but since I'm just filling in, I can. Boch's contract at the end of the year with the Rangers is up. And I know the Giants, exercised Beaumel's option. But Beaumel did not get it done in San Diego, and he hasn't gotten it done here. And the way that his team has played the last 6 weeks is the kind of thing that makes you want to go look in a different direction. I like Beaumel as a guy. To me, he's a good guy. I would have gone for Stephen Vogt. I said so at the time. Obviously, that ship has sailed, and I don't know what direction they would go. But if the Giants continue to play this poor fundamental brand of ball, you cannot come back in 26 with Melvin. I don't know if you got to go to Boch, but I don't think you can bring Bob back if they don't clean it up in the down the last 2 months of this year.
Yeah, and Larry, I've seen this topic pop up a couple times over social media the last couple of days. And look, if Bruce Bochy shoots you a text, you're gonna answer.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
So I'm sure if he reaches out to Buster Posey, but I think that's looking a little bit further ahead down the season because I do think that you are going to evaluate Bob Melvin moving forward over these finals 53 games.
Yeah.
I do not think just because they picked up his option that he's guaranteed to come back for the 2026 season. Larry, you've covered sports for a long time. How many coaches and GMs and these guys have been fired with a year left on their contract? It's not guaranteed. Now, I don't know the contract language and why they decided to pick up that option midseason. I did not agree with that move. But here we are, and now in your position where you've seen the Giants' record. They're 9-15 since putting pen to paper with Bob Melvin and extending him for one more year. I think it's a completely fair take to say, look, over the next 53 games, we're evaluating Bob Melvin. We're evaluating Pat the Bag. Even JP Martinez, who has done a great job with the rotation this year. Everybody in this organization is now going to be evaluated, just like Buster had to evaluate Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall, and Mike Yastrzemski yesterday, and now they're on their way out of the organization.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and it's not, it's not punitive. It's just life. You know what I mean? Everybody's got a boss. Everybody's got expectations, and it's a do or don't world. You either do or you don't, and it's as simple as that. So, the one thing about the Giants, the ownership eventually is going to want results because they do spend a lot of money. I mean, Buster spent a lot of the ownership's money, since he's taken over, and with that expenditure come increased expectations. But as I said, to me, this year is about building. It's always been about building. It wasn't a buy or sell situation. It's continue to build.
Yeah, and Buster is building up this farm system now. Already 4 or 5 of these guys he traded for are ranked top 25 in the Giants farm system. So we'll talk about that farm system with Susan Slusser next, who will give us a breakdown of the Giants and Mets series live from New York. Who's throwing this weekend, and who are some of the pieces that the Giants got back in some of these trades at yesterday's trade deadline. It's the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning. Larry Krueger in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Your chance to go see Blink-182, Deftones, Korn, Bring Me the Horizon, A Perfect Circle, Rob Zombie. A lot of good bands out there, including what you're hearing now. Change by Deftones. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The sports leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right. Every Friday morning around 8:15 a.m. Pacific time, we check in with Susan Slusser, who's on the road out in New York this week. But before we get to Susan, I should tell you that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyles with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And Susan, Murph is on vacation this week, which means I'm in Daly City. Larry Krueger is at Levi Stadium down in Santa Clara, and you're on your way over to Citi Field in New York. Susan, good morning. How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you? I'm actually coming in from the suburbs. I'm pulling into Grand Central and then heading back out to Citi Field in, I don't know, hour or two.
Yeah, and Susan, I'm sure you're going to see some new faces after yesterday's trade deadline. Let's start there with just your instant reaction. Buster Posey with a couple buzzer beater moves yesterday at the trade deadline. Of course, sending Tyler Rogers out earlier this week, but Camilo Duvall and Mike Yastrzemski also being shipped out of San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, what a day, right? And, it was really interesting talking to Buster Posey after that. Obvious why he made the moves, right? But at the same time, we're still learning him as an executive. And you think, well, he's so competitive. Maybe he might not sell. Maybe he might try to make the team better and really go for it. But as my colleague Ian Killian pointed out, Buster is very practical, and he saw the problem. We asked him sort of repeatedly, like, where have things gone wrong? What are you seeing? And he is mystified by it, like kind of as we all were, because they played so well for a stretch, and it really looked like they just needed the one big addition to the bat. They add Devers, and they go south. But I think really the right thing to at least move some pieces and get something back.
I saw Buster said, Susan, that the Giants had to be blown away to consider trading Robbie Ray. Do you? I don't know what the intel after the deadline has told you, but did any team, do we know, make a late run at Ray?
Well, he said he did get some calls. Nobody's raising their hands like it was me, or anything like that. But of course, you would expect any of the big contenders with a need for starting pitching must have checked in. But he's signed through next year, so he was going to command. They did very well to get what they got for Tyler Rogers. You'd have to expect far more for somebody like for Robbie Ray. So that was not in the offing. And there were cheaper, good pitchers who were rentals. So I think a lot of teams went that way, and rather than making a huge investment in somebody like Robbie Ray.
Yeah, well, Susan, let's talk about some of these prospect returns that the Giants got. You just mentioned the Tyler Rogers trade. It feels like, especially on social media, there's a feeling that maybe the Giants fleeced the Mets, but maybe in the Camilo Duvall situation, they didn't get as much value as they could for Camilo Duvall. So what can you tell about those two packages for two relievers in two different situations and two different points of their careers, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, really good deal for Tyler Rogers. Getting two of the Mets' top 10 prospects, basically. No Yankees top 10 prospect, but Buster Posey explained that he is really big on this catcher that they got back. And he said that their scouts are too. He thinks maybe he's a little bit of a late bloomer, it sounds like. So, that's particularly, I guess, why. But, he's just moved into the Yankees top 30 prospects. He's number 29. That's Jesus Rodriguez. But, four guys, maybe hit on one, maybe hit on two. I think they'll take it. I'm a little surprised because obviously Camilo, is under team control beyond next year. So a little bit unusual, but they must really like this catcher. And obviously that has been a position of need in the organization.
Susan, do you think Gilbert is far off? They moved off of Yaz, a left-handed hitting outfielder. They acquired Gilbert, who's also a left-handed hitting outfielder, who's, by the way, been traded twice. He was traded in the Verlander deal back in July of 2023. What do you think? You think Gilbert might be up in a short amount of time?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I'm not sure if it would be like we're going to see them in there today or anything. I think they'd probably want him to get acclimated a little bit to the organization and send him out to play in Sacramento a little bit. But I think probably soon. It is going to be, honestly, we can't really tell. We know Buddha will be there today. And that's about all we know. Luciano, I think, is a possibility. He's been hitting for some power, if not average. But they're obviously going to need another bat. They really need an outfielder. So possibly he gets a chance, even though a right-handed hitting outfielder isn't necessarily what they need. But that's going to be interesting to see whatever the moves are today.
Yeah, I saw that Grant McCray was scratched from the Rivercats lineup the other night. Do you think maybe he's going to be a possibility? Is it more at-bats for Luis Matos, or how do you think they pick up the slack not having Yaz in right field now?
Well, I think they probably would like to give Matos a little bit more extended playing time. McCray has not had a season. He looked so good during the spring. He really was, on the bubble for a roster spot coming out of the spring. And then he just hasn't performed quite, I think, the way that they would have liked to see to earn that roster spot. But at this point, if you are selling off guys, why not bring up some of your top prospects and see what they've got? Now, Slusser did say, hold your horses on Bryce Eldridge. He did have a sort of a month-long plus injury, but Eldridge has been playing better, obviously hits for power. I think we see him at some point, just maybe not in the next month or so, but September, sure.
What does Luciano need to do to establish himself? I mean, he's clearly got great bat speed, and he looks like he's got a body to be able to play the game, but what does he need? What does he need to do? What's his final frontier?
He's just never really looked entirely comfortable at any of the positions we've seen him in. Now, I have not seen him that much in the outfield, but scouts who have seen him, aren't really sure if he's an outfielder. But he's too young to be a DH. They have a potential DH kind of young player in Eldridge. If, as Bob Melvin has mentioned, they see Devers as their long-term first baseman, then Eldridge is probably the DH. He needs to have good at-bats more than anything. He needs to not give up. If he's hitting 214 in the last month at Sacramento, now that's with 7 homers. Power would be very welcome, but he's going to have to draw some walks. He's going to have to limit the strikeouts and play at least okay in the outfield. But, we've already got, other young outfielders who are making a lot of mistakes. They all have to limit the mistakes, both in the field and on the bases, and put together good at-bats. Elliot Ramos is the one guy who has shown that he can put together good at-bats pretty consistently, but certainly we've seen an awful lot, way too many base running mistakes, and not great play in the field.
Susan Slusser is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA Guest Line live from New York, and our conversations with Susan are always sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And Susan, we saw this morning that it's Carson Wizenhunt scheduled to start on Sunday with Robbie Ray taking the ball tonight. What do you think the game plan is for Saturday's rotation?
Well, they could go a lot of different ways. I think a bullpen game is possible, or maybe they make another move there. That's a little bit unlikely, but I think they feel okay with the bullpen games.
You mentioned that Buster really likes Jesus Rodriguez, the catcher that they got, and it looks like he's a real offensive player, Susan. Great bat-to-ball skills they're talking about. But have you heard anything from the Giants people about where they feel he profiles defensively best?
Oh, I think he sticks at catcher. Like, why not? If he can do it, And this is one where you go it's Buster making these moves. He cares.
Sure.
That's the position he is going to care most about.
Susan, is it unrealistic to think that the Giants still have a chance to compete this season? We heard Buster Posey yesterday say, I don't think I'm a lunatic. I think there's still a lot of baseball left. And with the kind of buying and selling yesterday with some of these prospects already at the AAA level, is it possible that the Giants still can compete this year?
Well, look at it. With 3 wild cards, all you have to do is sneak in. Any team can get hot and do that if they're sort of around, where things are right now. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. And remember, those Giants teams that Posey was a part of, particularly that 2010 team, That wasn't, maybe this point of the year, they weren't really necessarily expected to do much of anything. And they were never the best team, really, in any of those years they won it all. So anything can happen. I mean, you look at the West, it's going to be very tough. You've got the Dodgers, and then the Padres, it's loaded up to an insane degree. So it's unlikely, but is it possible? Sure. I mean, you think that they would get it together at some point this year. They had it together for long enough to be a mirage, and then it all went away. So if it comes back, who knows?
I'm really eager to see what kind of energy level they bring. I know you've covered Chapman for a long time. At his locker the other day, he just seemed, I don't know, he seemed embarrassed. He seemed disgusted. He seemed frustrated. Probably a bunch of other things as well. But you know him better than we do. What do you read from Chapman and some of the veterans and how badly this team has played in the last couple of weeks and how it's kind of sitting with them?
Well, he's a real team leader, like Logan Webb style team leader. And I think it's been extra frustrating for those guys, You not only are playing your best personally, but you're trying so hard to get things going, to get the team going. And just, there were so many nights they came out looking flat. I think there's a feeling like I must be either not pulling my weight on the field or I'm not having the sort of the desired impact in the clubhouse. What more can I do? None of this is for lack of effort, either by players, coaching staff, anything. Sometimes it's almost too much effort. But the lack of offense wears on everybody, the pitching staff in particular. But mistakes and lack of offense are just about a bad combination as you can get, and it makes for ugly and boring baseball.
Susan, you covered the A's for a long time before you switched over to the San Francisco Giants, so you've seen them trade a lot of their top prospects before, but what are your thoughts on them moving on from Mason Miller?
I'm not surprised. I'm a little sad. I love watching Mason Miller pitch. I don't get up there very often, but he's very fun to talk to, super smart. He's going to do great there. Sorry, bad news for the NL West. He's such a terrific pitcher. But yeah, that was probably coming. Honestly, I'm a little surprised they didn't do more than they did.
Yeah, and we'll see Mason Miller in a Padres uniform soon squaring up against the San Francisco Giants down the stretch of these final 53 games. Susan, great stuff as always. We'll look forward to your coverage out in New York this week, and we'll talk to you next Friday with the return of Murph.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
All right,
Susan.
there she is, Susan Slusser, live from New York City and all the ambient noise right behind her. But next, we will switch over to the cooler of content with some of the best sound from Buster Posey at the trade deadline yesterday, and also a couple reaction fans from Yankee fans about how they're feeling about getting Camilo Duvall. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in with your thoughts and your feelings right here on the Murph and Marcus Show with Larry Krueger in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's time for the cooler of content on a Friday morning on the Murph and Marcus Show. Murph's still on vacation, so Larry Krueger taking a venture into the cooler of content, which of course is sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Now, Larry, we like to get loose a little bit in the cooler of content with the best sounds from around the sports world, but I think we should start with Buster Posey, who went on the Giants Talk podcast yesterday with Alex Pavlovich and Laura Britt from NBC Sports Bay Area, and we've been playing the sound all morning long of the decisions to go ahead and trade away a few fan favorites like Mike Yastrzemski, like Camilo Doval, and of course Tyler Rogers, which of course these guys are not just fan favorites, but they're former teammates of Buster Posey. So here he was yesterday on the Giants Talk podcast talking about some of those tough decisions and how he had to part ways with a couple of his past buddies.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys know, first and foremost, they know I care about them, but they also know I have a job to do and I have a responsibility to the Giants organization to try to do what I think is best and right for the organization. And, they know there's nothing malicious. Unfortunately, it's part of the business. Had good conversation with Raj, with Yaz, Doval. Thanked them for all their hard work and effort that goes into being able to be out on the Major League Baseball field. And it's not lost on me either, the ramifications for their families, for their wives, for their kids, to make this change in the middle of the year. I think sometimes that part of a baseball player's life probably gets pushed to the side, but that's a really big deal, and that's not lost on me.
No, I don't think it is lost on Buster, but he's right. He has a responsibility to this team and to this organization to try to make them better, not only for this year and also for next year. And these are guys that Giants fans will show up to the yard with their jerseys on. But I think most Giants fans understand why Buster had to make this decision. We even had Logan Webb and Matt Chapman saying earlier this week after the Tyler Rogers trade that they don't blame Buster for going in this direction because of the realistic expectations that they have not lived up to since the Rafael Devers trade. So we can sit here and we can praise the yellow submarine of Tyler Rogers and talk about Yaz being one of the best right fielders to ever play in that ballpark down the line and be able to play those bricks, and Camilo Doval being 7th all-time on the San Francisco Giants save list. But at some point, you got to pull the plug, and you have to make these tough decisions, even with some fan favorites and some former teammates, Larry.
Oh, there's just no question. There's no question. I mean, the team, will tell you what you should do. And the team spoke loudly. They came off of the road trip to start the second half, the unofficial second half. They went 0-6. 0-6. 3 of those games were against the Pirates. All right, you go 0-6, and now you're 6 games behind the Padres for that third wild card spot. So there was only one move to make. The other thing that I think was staring Buster right in the face, Marcus, is that the Giants catchers are ranked dead last in all of baseball with a 555 OPS this year. So in addition to, trying to help themselves, they had to figure out they got to find another catcher, somebody who could hit. And this Jesus Rodriguez is a career 308 hitter in the minors. So I like the moves. I would fully endorse them. I don't know these prospects. Time will tell. But I endorse the idea of selling the pieces he sold.
Yeah, and I do want to circle back to Jesus Rodriguez, a guy who maybe could be up at the big league level, maybe an upgrade over Kisner as your backup catcher in the mix and matching. But it is interesting when you are looking at these prospect packages. Pause. And it always is hard, of course, to judge these trades in baseball right away because you don't know what these prospects are going to develop into. But it seems like instantly there's a narrative or a feeling that the Giants were able to go out and get extremely good value for a guy like Tyler Rogers, who's 34 years old, is a rental, and you were able to flip him for 2 guys that were ranked as top 15 prospects in the Mets system, who have one of the top 15 farm systems in all of baseball. I like the Mike Yastrzemski trade, bringing in Yunior Marte, who was the top 20 prospect for the Royals. I think just getting anything for those two guys who are headed towards free agency is a great group of prospects that the Giants got in return. When we get to Camilo Doval, I have a different thought. I don't love this trade as much for the Giants as I love the other trades, because I thought after seeing what Mason Miller was able to get on the free market that the Giants would get more. Now, Camilo Doval is not Mason Miller. You're not going to get the third overall prospect in baseball, but it was just 2 years ago we were talking about having the two best closers right here in the Bay Area with Mason Miller over in Oakland. Now the A's have left Oakland, and now Camilo Doval is leaving the San Francisco Giants. But I thought they could have got more value for the 2 years of team control that they got. And who knows, maybe Jesus Rodriguez does turn into a nice little pairing with Patrick Bailey behind home plate. But Krueger, they didn't get a top 15 prospect from the Yankees. And I was looking at the Yankees farm system yesterday. Jesus Rodriguez was actually the third best catcher in their system. Two other catchers were flipped for David Bednar in that Pittsburgh Pirates trade also. So it's not like they went out and got the best available catcher in the Yankees organization, especially when they could have maybe got a guy like Austin Wells or Ben Rice at the major league level who do have that catching background. So that's my breakdown on that trade package. Larry, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, first of all, Cashman, credit Cash. I mean, I think he picked up like 7 guys. He totally remade his entire pen. He didn't trade a single one of his top prospects. I mean, he did a nice job there. I thought, Spencer Jones is blocked, and that seems like a perfect piece, especially for a valuable piece like Doval. I mean, to be honest, I was really dreaming that there would be like a Doval Robbie Ray thing, and the Giants would get George Lombard. Because George Lombard, I think, has a lot of Derek Jeter qualities. But the Yankees are sharp; they're not going to move George Lombard. But I thought Spencer Jones was available. He, gigantic left-handed hitter. Now he's got a big strikeout rate in the minor leagues, and he's another guy who potentially could DH, I guess. But the Giants don't need another DH, but he can play the outfield as well. And I thought that was a natural fit. If not him, maybe Dominguez. Yeah. I was thinking maybe Dominguez or one of those two. But we'll see. We'll see. But I did see that Buster said specifically that he really liked the package that he got from the Yankees. But yeah, I would agree. On the surface, it doesn't look good. But I will say this. Yeah. And I think it has to be noted that when you go back and look at a lot of trades, like when the Giants traded Matt Williams, it was to get Julian Tavares, and Jeff Kent was like part of the deal. But I mean, it was like, it was sold as, man, they got Julian Tavares, and he is going to be, their unbelievable bullpen arm. And he was a good pitcher for the Giants. But Kent was an MVP. But it was billed as like a Julian Tavares. So sometimes, the guys you trade for, sometimes it's the throw-ins that actually are the bigger deal.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier this morning. Some of these throw-ins are already listed as top 25 farm system players for the San Francisco Giants, immediately being shipped over from the New York Mets and the New York Yankees. But focusing on the Yankee fan perspective, here's a video from John Boy Media, kind of a mashup that our digital boys put together here at KNBR. It's John Boy Media, also Josie McFly, a couple Yankee fans, giving their reaction to trading for Camilo Doval.
Doval from the Giants?
Dope.
The Yankees got Camilo Doval!
What else? Candy Joe?
Yeah, they got 2 back-end relievers. Whoa!
I've seen the kids doing this one.
Whoa!
Yankees back? Yankees back?
Oh my God! The Yankees acquired Camilo Doval from the Giants. Bang! What's going on here, guys?
What is this deadline?
What is going on?
This is madness! Are you kidding me?
That's
insane. His cutter sits at 98. All right, we got the non-gambling version of Emmanuel Clase.
Yankees have acquired Camilo Doval. Let's go! Oh my God! Woo, boy! De lo mío personal, bring that! Bring that! Bring that! More pen!
Oh, well, obviously, it looks like Yankee fans are excited for this trade. And Larry, I understand why. Camilo Doval at age 28 still is one of the best relievers in baseball. I know Giants fans have their takes on him, but look at the stats. Numbers don't lie. A career low 3 ERA, has a 3.09 ERA this year. And the Yankees were able to go out and trade for him with 2 years of team control without giving up Jason Dominguez or Spencer Jones or George Lombard or Cam Schlittler or Ben Rice or Jason Dominguez, any of the top prospects that they do currently still have in that organization.
Yeah, they're going to love him. They're going to love him. They're going to love him until they don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Until
Until he has a couple pitch clock violations out in New York.
Or I mean, I love Doval. His arm is awesome, but he falls in love with the slider. He loves the slider. There's times when the only thing he can get over is the slider. You sometimes watch him and feel like, you know what? The smarter teams in October, in the the cold weather, the pressure of October. I mean, I don't want to put a hex on him, but I think there's major implosion possibilities there. I think some of the smarter teams who just basically force him to throw strikes. He becomes very predictable. I don't know. I think he looks awesome. If you see him, you go, oh my God, look at this guy. Look at the speed, look at the velocity, look at the fastball's got all kinds of whip to it, and the arm's got all kinds of arm speed. But as far as dependable, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah, there's no question he has the stuff. It's the consistency that you're talking about, the strike thrown, the consistency with his fastball, his slider, if he's still going to stick with the two-seamer versus his cutter, all those questions and more. But really, it seems like the number one question is, can he handle the bright lights of New York and playing out at Yankee Stadium? Because it seems like that will put an additional pressure. We've seen multiple guys crack before. Larry, your thoughts on whether or not Camilo can handle those bright lights?
Well, Kenny Rogers couldn't. Ed Whitson couldn't. I mean, there are guys that they call the road warrior, the road warrior too. I mean, some guys, I remember talking to Sabian about this, many times through the years when he was the Giants executive, is that when you're the Yankees executive, you have to evaluate one more thing that other people don't. For Sabes, he's like, yeah, I just got to figure out, can the guy play? And is he going to fit in our room? But in New York, there's that whole other element. Yeah. Can he handle the verbal abuse from the media, from the fans, and it's being in the fishbowl? Some guys thrive. I mean, Harrison Bader, thrived in New York, but he's a New York guy. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So some guys really thrive in that situation and get better than they ever were before. Yeah. And other guys just absolutely, it's like they can only be pitched on the road. It's like... It's like,
Larry, remember like a year or two ago, Joey Gallo was talking about how he was afraid to leave his apartment in New York City because he couldn't handle the pressure and the S-talk from Yankee fans. And that's the thing. They'll love you or they will hate you. If Camilo Doval does have a couple implosions, they're going to let him hear it. But also with that Dominican fan base, I think if he pitches well, he's going to be embraced and he's going to be loved out in New York. And we'll see how that all plays out and whether or not Camilo Doval shows up in Yankee Stadium with a set ready to go. And that's a theme that we have to continue with on the show because earlier today we talked to Mike Krukow. We do this every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we asked him about our upcoming 9:15 guest. Stay tuned. Carson Wizenhunt will join us today in about 30 minutes. And here is what Mike Krukow wants to see this weekend out at Citi Field from Carson Wizenhunt.
Well, I want to see him, have a control of the adrenaline early in the game, which really I think was it was. How do you explain how he had a couple walks in the second inning, gave up a 3 spot, and was down 4-1 after 2? The thing that was significant about that outing was how he found the calm. I mean, the Giants scored 2 in the bottom of the second, made it a 4-3 ball game, and he goes out there and he throws up a shutdown inning. That was enormous. And then he put another couple zeros on the board, and he did the thing that he really was sent out there to do, and that's eat up innings. So I like the guy. I think he's got a set. I think he's going to be a guy that takes a little courage out there when he goes. I think you can say that about most good changeup pitchers. They're kind of doing it with mirrors at times with that changeup. But I like his presence on the mound, and I expect him to do well.
See, this is why you always have to listen closely to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It seems like he's describing Carson as having a certain set of sets, Larry.
It's funny. Is he Is he talking about a TV set, maybe? He's got a set. I think he's got a really nice, maybe a 65-incher.
Yeah, hey now. I think he might be a DJ. He's got a set this weekend at Outside Lands.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He's got a set. He's got a set. We should play that for him and see what he says. Hey, Kruk gave us the scouting report on you and just isolate he's got a set.
I think he's got a set.
Nicely done, young
I think
Sony.
he's got a set.
Yeah, we'll see if he has a set this weekend on Sunday against the New York Mets. It was Steve Smith Sr. who told us you got to have the cojones out there. So we'll talk to Carson Wizenhunt, like I said, in about 30 minutes at 9:15. But coming up next, Larry Krueger is down at Levi Stadium, and I can tell he's got the itch to talk a little 49er football because the NFL was back in our lives last night. We saw Trey Lance out there with Jim Harbaugh, and we also have some 49er injury updates coming up next with Larry Krueger live from Levi Stadium, filling in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
So I like the guy. I think he's got a set.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Strong side to the right. Lance with the snap. Throws. End zone. Touchdown. Will Dissly breaking free in the back of the end zone. And Trey Lance on fourth down gets the Chargers on the board with the first touchdown of the game. They make good on the Detroit turnover on the opening kickoff, and they lead it 6-0. Chargers win it by a score of 34-7 in the official opener of the 2025 season.
So I like the guy. I think he's got a set.
Nicely done, young Tony. Nice little mashup there. From our first NFL action of the season last night, the Chargers and Trey Lance and Jim Harbaugh taking the field on Hall of Fame night. Didn't watch too much of the game, but I do want to get Larry Krueger's breakdown of Trey Lance and whether or not all of a sudden he's found his set, as Mike Krukow was referring to Carson Wizenhunt, who will join us in just about 20 minutes. So stay tuned, but Larry Krueger is down live at Levi's Stadium. Greg Silver and John Dickinson will do the show there today. Also had some great guests yesterday with Chris McCaffrey and Trent Williams. But Larry, let's hop into it. What were your thoughts on seeing Trey Lance out there last night with Jim Harbaugh as the NFL is officially back in action?
Well, I think Trey Lance has found the perfect home. I really do. I mean, Trey Lance has to be in a run-dominant system where he's asked to make limited throws, but I think he's also found somebody who's going to build him up. He was 13 of 20. That's 65%. He kind of finished slow, so he had one point in that game he had completed like 80%. 120 yards, 2 touchdowns, and I don't know how you feel about him, but I've always believed in Trey Lance. I scouted his dad when I was scouting in the Canadian League in the mid-'90s. His dad was a corner for Saskatchewan, and I just always have believed in Trey Lance. I really do kind of still believe that he'll eventually fulfill his potential. I know that sounds totally crazy to a lot of you guys, but I just really believe that if you're smart enough, and he is, and if you're athletic enough, and he is, and if football's important enough to you, and it is, I think you're going to make it. It takes, we're in this instant gratification world, but I don't know if people realize this. Trey Lance is younger than Michael Penix. Mm-hmm. Michael Penix, the second-year quarterback with the Falcons, is actually older than Trey Lance. Trey Lance is really, really young. So I still believe in Trey Lance. I really do. He's not a runner. He's athletic, but he's not a runner per se. And his arm strength is good, but it's not spectacular. But he is smart. He's competitive. He wants it. He's in a system where I think Harbaugh will build him up. Obviously, he's not going to play. Unfortunately, there's no minor league system. But I believe he's going to salvage his career. I really do think he'll be an NFL starting quarterback before it's all said and done. And by the way, and this is just my dream, I said this on Niners Nightly last night, how great would it be if Super Bowl 60 was the Niners and the Chargers, Kyle Shanahan against Jim Harbaugh, to see who's going to call Levi's Stadium their house, with, Bosa and Huff against, maybe the best tackle tandem in the game, and Alton Slater. Who knows? Maybe Herbert has an injury and Trey Lance against Brock Purdy. I mean, it would be spectacular. But that's how, if you could say, have your dream end of the season, it would be the Niners beating Harbaugh's Chargers in Super Bowl 60 at Levi's.
Now, that would be one juicy storyline. And look, we've seen Jim Harbaugh before with a quarterback go down with an injury, and then the backup quarterback picks up the slack, a la Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith. Now, again, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to play out like that. But I'm also on a similar page as you, Larry. Like, I know a lot of people have already labeled Trey Lance a bust, but to your point, he's younger than Michael Penix. He's younger than Tyler Show, who just got drafted and might start this year for the New Orleans Saints. Hell, he's younger than young Tony. He's only 25 years old, and we talk about it so much in the NFL. Like, it comes down to the fit in the system. which is also a little ironic since we talk about Brock Purdy and whether or not he's a system quarterback and if he's the right system quarterback for Kyle Shanahan's system. But maybe that's the thing. Maybe Trey Lance wasn't the right fit for Kyle Shanahan. Maybe Kyle Shanahan really did want Mac Jones over Trey Lance in that same draft class. Well, guess what? Now he's got Mac Jones as his backup quarterback. But with Jim Harbaugh, maybe there is something that he can tap into with Trey Lance because he's still only 25 years old. But still, I don't think last night's performance is going to make me sit here and say, oh, they should have kept Trey Lance, because at the end of the day, they still made the right decision going with Brock Purdy moving forward.
Yeah, no, and I'm not. The Niners situation. I mean, Brock Purdy beat out Trey Lance, and I'm not saying Trey Lance is going to beat out Herbert. I'm not losing my mind. I'm just saying that, like, look at the Hall of Fame quarterbacks. There's 26 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. So many of them weren't good early. Steve Young was not good until he was 31. Kurt Warner didn't win that Super Bowl. He was 27. He had played for the Iowa Barnstormers. He had worked at Krogan's or something like that. He had been, it took a long time. And it took Roger Staubach a long time, and it took Ken Stabler a long time, and it took Warren Moon a long time. And, it's like for every Marino and, Mahomes and Ben Roethlisberger and Andrew Luck, there's a lot of other guys like Dan Fouts. It took him a long time. Terry Bradshaw, it took him a long time. So, it's just, Peyton Manning had a disastrous rookie year. So it's just, we judge everybody instantly, and immediately everybody that's not great immediately is a bust. And we're probably right. It's probably most likely he'll be a bust, but I don't think so. I think Trey's going to get up. He's going to keep fighting. I think he's going to improve, and I think he's going to carve out an NFL career.
Yeah, we're living in the world of instant gratification, which is why you should always be listening to Sports Talk Radio, because it's live and local, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But Larry, moving on from last night's Hall of Fame game to where you are, down at Levi's Stadium, I want to get your takeaways from the first week of training camp with pads. But let's go ahead and start with a wide receiver discussion, because there was some big news in the world of the NFL trade rumor cycles yesterday, with the uncertainty about the depth of the 49ers wide receiver room right now, with Brandon Ayuk's status to return uncertain. Ricky Pearsall's back off the PUP list, but now Juwan Jennings is dealing with a calf injury. Yesterday, there was a report that Terry McLaurin, Scary Terry, is looking for a trade. Larry, you tell me your breakdown. Are you kicking the tires? Are you making a call out to Washington about Terry McLaurin and his availability?
Well, I definitely think about it, right? Why? Because, Ayuk's got no clear timetable for his return. Juwan Jennings has a calf injury, we hope. I don't know. Anytime I hear calf, I always think it could be an Achilles. But he's not playing right now. Ricky Pearsall looks stronger and better, but durability is a question. Cowing has been out. Watkins is a rookie. You could suddenly get into the season and have no receivers, or have a bunch of rookie receivers, and Brock Purdy could be running for his life. So I would definitely consider it. He's a 2-time Pro Bowler. And NFL.com's got an article out right now. The Niners are one of 6 teams that are considered potential landing destinations for McLaurin, with the Chargers, Raiders, Jets, Patriots, and Browns. But I'll say this: the Niners have $47 million in cap room, third most in the NFL. If they're going to spend any of that money, I wouldn't do it on a receiver. I would do it on Trey Hendrickson. If you're going to make a move and try to bring in a veteran and go for it now and this and that, to me, you got 10 new DBs, you got 7 new corners, you got a bunch of young defensive players. You could use that veteran Hendrickson dominator and more, in my opinion, than the receiver.
Yeah, I would agree with that take, because we know how many weapons that the Niners do have on offense. And, of course, when we talk about top receivers, you have to throw George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey into that conversation. Those are all pro-type players. I don't need to break down who the hell these guys are too, Larry. You know who the hell they are. But you're looking at the supporting cast around them. So I'm like you. I would use my money and invest it in other pieces. Hell, maybe even an offensive line upgrade. That's something that we can talk about also. But tell me, who is standing out from that group of wide receivers? I've heard you talk a lot about Demarcus Robinson. Seems like Russell Gage is making some plays. I heard you asking Kyle Shanahan about Brock Purdy and the deep ball yesterday. What are you seeing out on the practice field from this current group of wide receivers?
Well, I mean, just overall beyond the wide receivers, I mean, the 49ers, I think, had one of the best off seasons when it comes to the draft and undrafted guys. I mean, there's no less than 10 rookies in the. First of all, the Niners have about 20 rookies, but they have about 10 that are really balling out and playing great. CJ West is just a monster. He took Drake Nugent yesterday in a one-on-ones, and he literally ejected him from earth. I mean, Nugent left the ground. He's 300 pounds. I mean, CJ West forklifted Drake Nugent into the air. I mean, it's just, I was like, what? What do you want? I mean, it's hard to believe how good CJ West looks. Nick Martin looks amazing. Jordan Watkins, it looks really good. Like, he can contribute right away. He's a 4.37 wide receiver. Upton Stout, Shanahan shouted him out yesterday. Everyday Jacob Robinson, who's a BYU corner, he makes another play every single day in practice. I mean, and it's some of these guys are big name guys. Some of these guys are undrafted guys. Niners undrafted free agent Sebastian Valdez. Bryce Huff after practice the other day was asked, "Man, which rookies are dominating?" And he's like, "Yeah, Seabass." I'm like, Seabass? Who the hell's Seabass?
Sebastian Janikowski?
Yeah, exactly. Sebastian Valdez is already being called Seabass by Bryce Huff. I mean, that right there is a victory when you're talking about July nicknames for undrafted guys. And this guy is legit. You got to watch this guy in preseason, Sebastian Valdez. He wears number 55. He's winning with speed. He's winning with power. He is amazing in some of these one-on-ones. So, but you asked about the receivers. I would say DeMarcus Robinson looks like he's going to be their number one receiver. And they did bring in a bunch of receivers yesterday. They brought in Andy Isabella. They brought in Marquez Callaway, the former New Orleans Saint. You mentioned Russell Gage. He's a veteran, but he's looked really, really good. Isaiah Nair had an amazing catch. Bergen is a return guy only. But obviously they must not love what they're looking at because they've brought in a number of receivers to work out yesterday and they signed a couple of them. So Shanahan said that they liked Isabella because he ran in the 4.2s and low 4.3s. And he said, we're looking for that kind of speed. So I don't know if that means that they're not happy with Cowing or they just feel like they need more speed overall, but it's a little bit of a work in progress at wide receiver for sure.
Yeah, and it's something to keep an eye on right now also in these one-on-one drills. Right now, currently, these wide receivers are not going against Diamond Lenore, who's dealing with a hip injury right now. We'll keep an eye on his status moving forward. But you're going to need guys to step up. Renardo Green, year 2, filling that role for Travarius Ward. You mentioned Upton Stout. Sounds like he has a real possibility of being that starting nickel. But also got to ask you about the back end and the safeties. After moving on from Hufanga, Mustafa is still recovering from the injury. How are you feeling about Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley's back end of that defensive backfield?
You know, I feel pretty good, actually, because the Niners brought in some reinforcements here. Richie Grant has looked great. Jason Pinnock has looked really good. They're both veterans. Mustafa eventually is going to get healthy. Marquise Siegel, the 5th-round pick out of K-State, runs in the 4.3s, but he's been hitting people left and right. Siegel, the last 2 or 3 days, looks like he's going to make an assault on that starting job. But the guy who I think is really going to bounce back is Jair Brown. He had a little bit of a disappointing year. We talked to him yesterday after practice, Marcus, and he's like, he owned it. He's like, hey, man, I had a disappointing year. But he told us something interesting yesterday. He said, to try to get better as a safety, first of all, he's loving that he's got the new secondary coach there. There's no question that they really like the fact that Carter Bradley's dad, Gus Bradley, the new defensive backfield coach, the guy who's Mr. Legion of Boom, is back there. And he said, hey, I really appreciate him. But Jair is spending a lot of time in the quarterback room listening to Shanahan and Kubiak talk to the quarterbacks because he's trying to be it's smart. He's a safety and he's trying to get in the head of the quarterback. And so he likes to sit in the quarterback rooms. And they said to him, hey, what do you say in the room? He's like, I say nothing. I sit in the room and I just listen to the coaching points, and I listen to how they manipulate safeties, and I try to get in the head of the quarterback and learn how they're trying to beat me so I can better beat them. And I thought it was genius. And I credit Jair for taking that level of detail to his prep.
Yeah, and that's why they say you got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and it's why you should be listening more than you're talking. But that's coming from somebody that talks on the radio for 4 hours a day, each and every day. But guess what? In about 45 minutes, I'll be done talking. We'll talk to Carson Wizenhunt in about 5-6 minutes here, and then you'll hear John Dickinson and Greg Silver live from Levi's Stadium. And it sounds like we got an update on their guest list after having Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams yesterday. They will be having Captain Fred Warner and Dominic Puni from the offensive line swinging by. Larry, you might have to scram over from the Tasman studio over to the taller room where JD and Silver are hanging out today.
Seriously, that's where the action is. It's funny. I was sitting in with JD. I don't remember talking to any of those guys. It's amazing. All of a sudden, I'm gone, and Niners are showing up left and right. I'm jealous.
That's the power of Craig Silver. But like I said, their show starts in about 50 minutes. But in 5 minutes, we've got Carson Wizenhunt, Giants' top pitching prospect after making his major league debut earlier this weekend. We found out this morning that he has a set, but also he's set to throw on Sunday. We will talk to Carson Wizenhunt next. It's Larry Krueger in for Brian Murphy on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
So I like the guy. I think he's got a set.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Today's the last day, so stay tuned through the Carson Wizenhunt interview as well. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The windup, 3-2 pitch. He struck him out with a changeup. And he got a couple of swing throughs on that changeup from the left-handed hitting O'Neill Cruz. Wizenhunt to the plate. Fastball struck him out swinging. Good one on the outside corner. Pitch to Cruz. Swing, hard ground ball to second. To his left onto the outfield grass. Wisely's got it and throws him out at first. That's the 85th pitch of the night from Wizenhunt, maybe his last one. And his family and friends who are here, there are 8 or 10 of them, give him a standing ovation, as to a lot of other Giants fans behind the dugout. He is through 5 in his first major league game.
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Larry Krueger filling in for Brian Murphy today before Murph returns from vacation Monday morning. But I think Murph's going to be a little jealous of our next guest on the UMA guest line. It's the San Francisco Giants 2022 second-round draft pick. Top pitching prospect, made his major league debut on Monday night. Joining us now on the UMA guest line is Carson Wizenhunt. Carson, welcome to the Murph and Marcus show. I've got Larry Krueger filling in today. We are the flagship station of the San Francisco Giants. Congrats on your major league debut, and thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Well, let's start with that journey, because here in San Francisco, we have been following that journey. I've been out. I saw you throw in San Jose. I saw you throw in Sacramento, and I was there on Monday night to see your major league debut. So tell us about your perspective of what it was like to finally make that big league debut.
I mean, it was great. Couldn't really ask for anything better. It was a whirlwind of a couple days before the debut happened, but I was just super excited and glad the family and everybody could make it out there.
Yeah, how exciting was that? I mean, to me, that's always cool as a fan to see your guys' families when you're making your debut, and, you know, mom and dad and the sister and, you know, the whole family, and everybody's nervous, and you can see. And I've got 4 kids, and you drive your kids to and from practice, and the parents are so involved. How special was that for your family?
It was very special. I kind of talked with them a little bit before the game, but not a whole lot. But after the game, you could tell that they were super emotional about it. And, I mean, they were excited and proud and everything like that. But kind of understanding things from their perspective was pretty cool, and kind of seeing it in a different way than what I saw it. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, and Carson, we heard the story that your dad actually had to hop on a flight from the Philippines to make it out to your MLB debut. What kind of information can you tell us about that story?
Yeah, so he was in the Philippines for work, and ever since he started traveling for work and I was playing in professional baseball, I kind of told him, I was like, I hope you know when I do get called up, you're going to be somewhere other than in the United States, and you're going to have to fly that night to make it to the debut. And it was funny, so I didn't even get to call him when I got called up. I called my mom and told her, and completely forgot that he wasn't at home. And I was throwing on Monday, and I got told Sunday. So I was like, I don't know if he'll be able to make it or not. So I was like, hey, I need you to call Dad, tell him what's going on, see if he'll be able to make it, this, that, the other. And we didn't think he was going to be able to. But he changed some stuff around and found a flight. It was 13 hours, so he left Sunday night and got there on Monday morning in San Francisco.
Unbelievable story. All right, let's talk about your changeup, man, because the changeup is just dirty. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's a 70 pitch. You throw it from almost the exact same arm slot as the fastball. I remember asking Farhan about it a couple years ago, and he's like, "Man, it's a Bugs Bunny changeup," which is very much a compliment. How did you perfect that pitch, and how did you match that arm angle to your fastball so concretely? I mean, it was amazing. It really looks the same.
I would say, it's my best off-speed pitch. It's the most comfortable pitch I throw. So just trying to match the arm speed of the fastball and not trying to overthink anything with it, let the grip do the work. So I've had the same grip with the changeup since I think my freshman year of college. The grips before were very similar, just minor tweaks now, and then the grip I have today is one I've stuck with since college. But it's just kind of trusting what I'm throwing and not really trying to overthink it. It's a feel pitch. I've just kind of understood what it takes for me to be able to be comfortable with that pitch, and so far it's worked, and I'm not trying to change too much with it.
Carson Wizenhunt is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line this morning, getting ready for his start on Sunday against the New York Mets, where I'm sure we will see plenty of those change-ups. But Carson, I want to go back even further, back to your days of Little League playing out in North Carolina, because I heard you talking with Krukow earlier this week on the TV broadcast about your Little League days and how there could have been a Bumgardner behind home plate as one of your umpires.
Yeah, so playing travel ball, I would say, I was probably nine-ish whenever he first started umpiring my games and stuff. And it was kind of funny. At first, I knew the last name, but I never connected the dots of that might be his dad. So he never said anything to me about it, but I would say I was probably around 10 or 11 when I finally looked at him. I was like, hey, are you Bum's dad? And he goes, I've waited 3 years for you to ask me this question.
Well, Carson, go ahead.
Well, I was just kind of nervous. I didn't really think anything of it. And then once I kind of connected the dots, him being a left-handed pitcher, I've watched him plenty of times, but never really thought about it in that perspective. And then when I asked him, he talked to me for probably 45 minutes before a game just about different Bum stories.
That's phenomenal, but I can understand why there's some confusion, because I know out in Hickory, North Carolina, they actually call the town Bumtown because of how many Bumgardners are in that town. I'm sure you grew up with multiple Bumgardners all around town.
Oh, yeah. There was a bunch.
That's phenomenal. So what's one of those Bumgardner stories that maybe you can share with us in the audience this morning?
Oh, man.
If not, I don't want to get you in trouble here, Carson.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of ones that would be kind of okay to say.
Well, let's just ask this. Did his dad have a good strike zone for you behind the plate?
Oh, yeah, he did. He was great. It was unbelievable. But
Carson, tell us a little bit about yourself. Giants fans always want to know about all the players on the team, but of course, some of the top prospects, and especially when you guys reach the big leagues, fans want to know about you. So tell us a little bit about yourself. When you're not playing baseball, when you're not thinking about pitching, what are you into? Do you have hobbies? Do you have interests outside of ball?
I would say kind of like during season days I'm not pitching, things like that, I try to kind of relax and just lay low. Like yesterday we had a off day, so I kind of went out and explored the city here in New York, went with a couple of the guys, went shopping, looked around, so just little stuff like that. But during the off season, I would say I'm more into like fishing, just being outside, things like that. So like going up, we have a lake house in North Carolina, so I go up there a lot as well. And you don't have cell phone service up there, so it's pretty secluded, so you just get to relax and not worry about a whole lot.
Now, Carson, do we need to worry about maybe you putting on a fake mustache and a fake costume and going to a rodeo like Madison Bumgarner used to do back in the day?
No, I don't think we'll have to worry about that one.
But like, how big of a part of that is like the culture for you growing out, and then obviously the culture change coming out to the West Coast and being now in San Francisco after experiencing San Jose and Sacramento and the entire West Coast?
Yeah, I mean, the first time I went out to California compared to, like, it was very different. I like visiting different places and kind of seeing different cities and perspectives of things. And, I mean, it's been a great time. You kind of adapt the more you're around it. But the first time I went out there, I was definitely sticking out like a sore thumb. But now it's pretty much just going out and then seeing the different places that we go and trying to enjoy it as much as I can.
You know, I'm watching your first start against the Pirates, and I see you glancing around the upper deck a couple times, and I'm wondering to myself, you know, is he taking it in? You know, is he kind of taking in the, you know, the big league moment, the big league debut? What was going through your head in that first start against the Pirates?
Yeah, I mean, before the game started, a lot of the veteran guys we had, they were like, hey, don't overthink anything. Don't try to do too much. But whenever you get out there and try and take a look around and soak up the moment for a minute before you get on the rubber and get prepared. So kind of the big thing was walking out there. I was like, I'm going to look around once or twice, and then I'm going to try and lock back in and focus on what I need to do.
Carson, you were in San Francisco on Monday night. You'll be pitching out in New York on Sunday. But just a few weeks ago, you were down in Atlanta representing the Giants in the Futures game for the second time in your career. So talk to us about that experience, what it's like being surrounded by the top prospects in baseball, and just representing the Giants during All-Star Weekend.
I mean, it was a great experience. Obviously, I'd done it in 23 as well in Seattle, but being able to go playing it this year in Atlanta and be closer to home. So, like, my family got to come out, had a couple friends out there, and then just being around all the top prospects, like you said. Like, I got to meet a lot of the guys that you don't really get to see or play against all the time, and then some of the people that I knew as well, getting to catch up with them. But I would say probably one of the cooler things was, I mean, growing up close to Atlanta, everybody where I'm from, we all knew Chipper Jones, but him being the manager was probably one of the cooler moments of that.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, seriously, Chipper was probably a hero for you. How about tonight? You know, Robbie Ray. Will you study a guy like Ray and how the hitters, take their at bats against him, or do you guys have enough differences in your arsenal that he's not a guy that you would want to study?
No, I'll definitely watch how he kind of attacks the hitters and what their swings and things look like off of his pitches, but I mean, we are different in that aspect of what we throw and how we pitch, but watching a guy like Robbie is a big benefit. I mean, being left-handed, kind of get a little bit of an idea of what hitters are looking for and kind of seeing, but I don't dive a ton into each pitcher specifically of what they're looking at. I'll dive in and watch a little bit of kind of the swings, where they're standing at, things like that, and kind of what they're looking for. But once again, there's a game plan that's different for every pitcher, so my game plan will be a little different than what Robbie's is for hitters and things like that.
Yeah, well, Carson, we do know that you were down in Scottsdale with the team during spring training. So what was that experience like for you, being around veterans like Logan Webb and Justin Verlander and maybe picking up a few things from those guys?
Yeah, I mean, that it was my second year being on the big league camp side, and just being able to talk with, I mean, I've talked with Webb a bunch, talked with Robbie more this year, but then obviously you throw Verlander into the mix, and having guys like that who have been around all have plenty of show time, and they've kind of battled things, dealt with things, had a lot of success. So you kind of pick up on things here and there, ask as many questions as you can, but everything you asked, it's not going to completely fit into the mix or have a definite point of success for me specifically. So just trying to pick little things and see if they work, and if they don't, I'll kind of go back to the drawing board and try something different.
Yeah, and Logan Webb has one of the best changeups in baseball, but it's funny, Carson, because there's such a focus on velocity and who can throw triple digits, but that's not the type of pitcher that Logan Webb is with his changeup. I'm curious, you guys ever have any like competitions to see who can get a bigger spin rate or more movement on your changeups and see who's better at pulling that string?
No, we haven't. I've talked with him a couple times on like his thought process and kind of how he pitches and uses the changeup. But I mean, completely different pitchers, so you kind of take a little bit of what they're saying and try to use it in my repertoire and things like that. But no, we haven't tried to have a competition or anything about it yet.
We're talking to Carson Wizenhunt on the Yuma guest line. And Carson, we had Giants announcer and former Giant pitcher Mike Krukow on earlier today, and he gave us the scouting report on Wizenhunt, on yourself. You want to hear it? Would you like to hear Kruk's scouting report?
Absolutely.
Let's hear it here.
So I like the guy. I think he's got a set.
I think what he's saying is that you're not afraid to throw your changeup over the heart of the plate. Maybe that's my interpretation.
Yeah. Try to avoid doing that at all costs. But it happens sometimes.
And I think it's more about Mike talking about that mentality and bringing those cojones to the table. But talk to us as a pitcher. What is your mentality? Are you someone that tries to stay stoic? Do you try to run off of adrenaline? What is your mindset going to be this Sunday out in New York?
I mean, the biggest thing for me is not trying to do too much or not try to overthink anything. I'm going to attack the hitters with whatever my stuff is that day. If I have all my pitchers working, have my best stuff, great. If I don't, I still got to go out there and get outs and figure out how to give the team a chance to win. So, especially working with guys like Kisner and Bailey, so like they're great at calling games behind the plate, everything like that. So it's trusting them, and then I'll shake here and there, but pretty much what they're calling, they have a pretty good idea of what the hitters are looking for and kind of what they're going off of. So, not trying to do too much, just attack the zone.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Bailey. I mean, I just love watching Bailey play defense. His catch and throw, but I mean his framing. Obviously you've thrown to a lot of different catchers throughout your career as a pro, as an amateur. How does Bailey stack up against the catchers you've worked with?
I mean, all around, he's probably the best catcher I've had since. I mean, I would say high school, college, and pro ball. I mean, if you look at everything he can do, the framing, the blocking, the pitch calling, just keeping the nerves down, everything all in one. I mean, can't really ask for much better out of the catcher. So,
yeah, and Carson, just last thing before we let you go, we know that the team is dealing with a recent stretch of tough baseball, but it does seem like there's going to be a lot of innings available in the rotation moving forward. Just any personal goals or expectations for yourself as you run down the final stretch of the season?
I mean, obviously I want to continue to go out there and play on the big league side and hopefully have that chance, but the biggest thing for me is just not overthinking or not trying to do too much at the time. And if I get the opportunity, I'll be grateful for it, and I'll go out there and do the best I can, but not letting it take over my complete thought process and trying to be something I'm not and trying to just do too many things at once.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to your outing this Sunday and your continued success in the big league. And I guess before we let you go, we have a text line here and people are blowing up. Sounds like they love you and they love your story. But 510 on our text line says that they were actually sitting behind your family Monday night at Oracle Park, and they said they were very impressed with the way that your family was able to drink a few beers that night. Is that something that happens a lot with the Wizenhunt family?
Not a ton, but on special occasions they can definitely have a good time.
Yeah.
There you go. That's good to hear.
It was a celebration. Congrats again on making your Major League debut, and we look forward to talking to you again here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Thanks so much, Carson.
Absolutely. I appreciate y'all.
Perfect. There he is, Carson Wizenhunt, who is scheduled to pitch this Sunday against the New York Mets. Robbie Ray on the bump today, but next we will close out the topic of conversation of who's throwing on Saturday and what did all these trade deadline moves mean for the San Francisco Giants and the remainder of the 53 games this season. It's Larry Krueger in for Murph with Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Larry Krueger filling in live from Levi's today, just wrapping up our conversation with Carson Wizenhunt. And I got to say, that was an enjoyable conversation. Not sure if he fully comprehended the scouting breakdown from Mike Krukow, but also a lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line about how he sounds a little similar to Madison Bumgarner. Not sure if you're hearing that, Larry, but what were your takeaways from the Carson Wizenhunt interview?
Well, I'm starting to think that the Giants are cornering the market in pitchers from North Carolina, right? Because Mad Bum, you got this guy. Roop is, I think, a North Carolina guy as well. I think there's a few more than that beyond those guys. So in North Carolina is a great amateur hotbed. There's no question. A lot of great talent in the state of North Carolina. But there you go.
Yeah, great track record to follow. I love the fact that Bumgarner's dad was his umpire, and he grew up a couple minutes away from Bumtown. But I wonder how much heavy metal goes on in Bumtown or out in North Carolina, because you hear Deftones coming through the stereo. So, young Tony, tell us about another fantastic giveaway that we got going on today.
Yes, indeed. We're just the giveaway leader. Right now, we're going to take one winner. Caller number 10, 415-896. KNBR wins 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park up in Sacramento. It's going to start on October 2nd. Through the 5th, and it's all furnished by Danny Wimmer. You can find official rules on KNBR.com. Put John Joe Curley to work. Call this guy right now like Carson Wizenhunt and is set.
Yeah, exactly. We need to put John Joe Krueger to work, and we got to wrap up the show on the other side because Murph is making his comeback Monday morning, which means I got to hide the beer cans. I got to call up Curly Construction to fix this drywall with this hole I put in the new studio. We got to clean up for Murph's return on Monday. So on the other side, we will wrap up the show, put a bow on it with Larry Krueger live from Levi's to get you ready for John Dickinson and Greg Silver down at Levi's Stadium, where they will talk to Fred Warner and Dominic Puni today. We will put a bow on the show next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to The Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, it was a busy few days. Wish we weren't in the position that we were selling. Trade a guy like Raj, Yaz, Doval. They've been Giants for a long time. Not an easy thing to do. Unfortunately, the way that we've played over the last month to 6 weeks and then coming out of the break and really sluggish, we just felt like as a group that we had to try to capitalize on some return and get some players that we thought would help us going forward.
All right, wrapping up the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Of course, that was the voice of Buster Posey talking about the recent stretch of Giants baseball and what has led to some of these decisions at the trade deadline. We've been breaking it down all morning long, and we do want to give a shout out to the Giants Talk podcast with Laura Britt and Alex Pavlovich, who had Buster on yesterday after the trade deadline. Stay tuned because, every Thursday is the Giants executive show right here on The Sports Leader. And I believe that Buster Posey is next in line next Thursday. Then we'll talk to Zach Manassian, and we'll break down all of these trade details and the direction that the Giants are going to be headed to, not only for this season, but for the 2026 season. But that was one of our big questions of the day, Larry Krueger. What does this mean for this season? Is this the Giants waving the white flag and packing it in? I don't think so, because they still held on to guys like Robbie Ray and even Wilmer Flores, who probably could have got you a few more prospects, but they decided to deal from a position of strength and set out guys like Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, and Mike Yastrzemski, who has been one of the longest tenured Giants here in San Francisco.
Well, Buster could have just sat on his hands and just let everybody stay, but then you wouldn't have had any of these young players. And to me, this is just the natural order of things. And I don't know about these prospects. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know all these things, know everything about every one of these prospects. I will say this. I just watched film on Blade Tidwell, who is now is the Giants' 12th rated prospect. And he's a big powerhouse righty, 6'4" righty. He throws 98, and he's got other pitches. He's got a 83-mile-an-hour sweeper and a slider and a cutter. But just looking at him in the highlights that I saw, and it's brief highlights, but talking about a heavy ball. This guy looks like a power starter. So, this is how you replenish your system. This is how you accelerate your rebuild. The Giants weren't in a buy mode at any point this year. They were in a build mode. And I think there's a difference. A buy mode is like we have to go to the playoffs this year. It's all about this year. A build mode is we want to acquire guys that we control going into 26 and beyond. And that's what they did with Devers. So I know that kind of confused people as to, they're buyers and they're going for it, and it hasn't gone well. But I don't think it's really changed much. I think they're still in that build mode.
Yeah, we had a big discussion yesterday with FP talking about the narrative of being buyers or sellers. And at the end of the day, you're just trying to get better. Yeah. Now, I can sit here and understand with some Giants fans saying, you're not going to be better today in your bullpen without Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval. But you were also able to go out and replenish your farm system with some of these guys who are already ranked in your top 25 of your farm system now, but also guys that are knocking on the door of being big leaguers. Whether it's a guy like Blade Tidwell, who you were just saying, who could pick up some innings this year or maybe be a bullpen piece. Drew Gilbert is a guy that could fill the role of a Mike Yastrzemski, a left-handed bat that's been hitting it well this year over in Syracuse before switching over to Sacramento. And then Jesus Rodriguez, the catcher that seems like the main piece of this package that they got for Camilo Doval from the New York Yankees. This is a guy that has a 308 batting average in a career minor leagues. He's still 23, 24 years old and could be an upgrade over somebody like Kisner next to Patrick Bailey. So some of these guys could actually make an impact this year if the Giants are still trying to compete, Larry.
I remember years and years ago when the Giants traded John Burkett, who was a really solid starter, and they traded him to the Rangers, right? I think it was Burkett to the Rangers for two nondescript players. A guy by the name of Desi Wilson, who was like a big, tall, 6'7" first baseman, and an infielder who played at St. John's. His name was Rich Aurelia. And at the time, you're like, oh man, they traded John Burkett, he won 20, and it's like, they got nothing. They got some guy named Aurelia, But Rich Aurelia hit 37 bombs for the Giants and was a really good Giant, and was and so everybody's a pro. I mean, not everybody, but virtually every baseball player is a prospect before they're a major leaguer, and it's a process. And this is what you do when you lose. You rebuild, you restock, you reload. We'll see. I mean, Kyle Tucker is the big free agent bat in the offseason. Will the Giants go after him? Will he entertain the idea of signing in a ballpark that suppresses his numbers? We'll see. But he's the kind of bat that I could see them wanting to add.
Yeah, and we'll also see just the influence of having guys like Rafael Devers and Willie Adames swinging it well, and a Matt Chapman and an Elliot Ramos and a Jung Ho Lee. And if all these guys do show signs of life moving forward, then guess what? That helps you in free agency. Recruit a guy like Kyle Tucker, or recruit another bat that actually has protection provided in this lineup now, because that's what these next 53 games of the season are. We don't have to start looking at the wild card. Oh, there's 6-7 games out. Who cares? Just play better baseball and put something on the books that is going to show Giants fans that you are moving in the right direction. And they had to make those decisions to move in the wrong direction with these other guys because this team has been headed in the wrong direction. But I'm not going to sit here and grade the Rafael Devers trade after 37 games, because guess what? This is year one of an 8-year contract that the Giants picked up, and it's year one of Buster Posey, and he's laying down the foundation and those building blocks. That's why we were calling him Buster the Builder, a.k.a. Bob the Builder, earlier this morning, because it actually seems like there's a sense of direction with this franchise instead of just standing around at the trade deadline and doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just keep building. You got to keep going, and we'll see. We'll see if these guys can contribute right away. And it's it's part of the process. I mean, it's disappointing, obviously, but I agree with Bowden, who was on earlier this week, and he was like, hey, look, I always am open to trading the reliever because relievers come out of nowhere. They return to nowhere. You can develop them. You can find them. There's a bunch of guys who are throwing 98 all throughout the minor leagues that just need a nice little tinker by some pitching coach to get them right. So, I mean, to me, trading a couple relievers in Yaz, they didn't move any foundation pieces. And if they'd moved a foundation piece, then I'd be like, I don't know. But relievers and Mike Yastrzemski, to me, it was exactly what I expected and wanted from Buster.
Yeah, and they added more pieces to that farm system without giving up any future prospects moving forward, because that circles back to the building blocks that we were just talking about. But Larry, let me ask you, who do you want to see this weekend? Because we know Carson Wizenhunt, front of the program, is going to start on Sunday now. There's nobody scheduled to start on Saturday. Kai Wang Tang is an option. Carson Seymour is still hanging out on the roster. They could go with the bullpen game, but there's also other opportunities now in right field without Yaz, whether or not it's going to be Grant McCray filling in as a left-handed bat, if it's going to be Luis Matos, or maybe even a Marco Luciano, who just hit his 20th home run of the season yesterday in Sacramento.
Could it be Drew Gilbert at some point?
It could be, yeah.
I'd like to see Luciano. I'd like to see Luciano and Marcus, because I just think that Luciano's got a world of ability. He hasn't really gotten it going. It's like if Ramos wasn't given that opportunity last year, would we be talking about Ramos? Would he have fulfilled his potential? Would they have moved him in a trade by now? So I would say it's Luciano. You've got 2 months of, I don't want to say meaningless baseball, because it's not meaningless. How you play these last 2 months will carry into 2026 potentially, but you got to find out about Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, but especially Luciano. They've had so much invested in him, and he's got a lot of potential.
Well, especially when you see the struggles that the Giants have had all season long against left-handed pitching, and that includes Luis Matos playing in the platoon role. Actually has better numbers against righties this year than it does against lefties. But I want to see him get extra at-bats. I'm with you. See what you got in Marco Luciano. I actually thought he would be traded this week at the trade deadline, so maybe them keeping him in town in Sacramento means that he could get an opportunity. Everybody wants Bryce Eldridge, of course. We'll see if they make that move later on this season, but it feels like there is an actual direction or maybe a turning point of where we are at this year's trade deadline versus the last couple of years. Maybe that's something that all Giants fans learned today, but right now it's time to find out, what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Yes, very young, very innocent, but he's a young, innocent man that likes himself a glass of Bigelow tea, because what did young Tony learn today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We should also tell you that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And young Tony, we're getting closer to Murph's return on Monday, so we got to start hiding the beer cans here in the studio. But all seriousness, what can you tell the audience of what you learned working a week with me driving the show, but more specifically, what you've learned today?
What I learned about you is you're incredible, dude. Great work all week long. Great work to Curly. I mean, we're just the best there is. Let's be honest, obviously.
Tell him, Tony. Tell him.
I did learn that Wizenhunt sounds exactly like Madison Bumgarner. And then you asked him a question about him growing up with potentially a Bumgarner as his catcher?
Yeah, so no, Bumgarner's father was his umpire in Little League, and this is him growing up minutes away from Bum Town, where there's Bumgarners all over the street. So if you got some audio for us, we'll let the audience decide if they're getting a little mad bum kind of sensation here with Carson Wizenhunt talking about Madison Bumgarner's dad.
Yeah, so playing travel ball, I would say, I was probably nine-ish whenever he first started umpiring my games and stuff, and it was kind of funny. At first, I knew the last name, but I never connected the dots of that might be his dad. So he never said anything to me about it, but I would say I was probably around 10 or 11 when I finally looked at him. I was like, hey, are you Bum's dad? And he goes, I've waited like 3 years for you to ask me this question.
Well, Carson, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was just kind of nervous. Like, I didn't really think anything of it. And then once I kind of connected the dots, I mean, him being a left-handed pitcher, I've watched him plenty of times, but never really thought about it in that perspective. And then when I asked him, he talked to me for probably 45 minutes before a game just about different Bum stories.
We tried to pry into Carson Wizenhunt's backstory and get some stories about Madison Bumgarner, but we'll save those stories for off air. But I got to say, it was a lot of fun being on air with Larry Krueger today and having that opportunity to interview Carson Wizenhunt for what I believe is his KNBR debut. I've been trying to chase this guy down for years since I saw him thrown down in San Jose, get me a couple of those half-price beers during the beer batters.
He was a good dude. And, you find out about these guys and you get more invested. I always feel like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're great players, good players, or mediocre players. When they come on the radio, you get a chance to chop it up a little bit. I don't know. Next time I see him out there, I'm a little bit more invested in their performance.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing him on the mound on Sunday. And if he's going to bring that same attitude, that same mentality, that same scouting report that Mike Krukow told us about this morning.
So I like the guy. I think he's got a set.
And that's got to be one of the biggest endorsements you can get Mike Krukow to say, yeah, I think that guy's got a set, Larry.
Just beautiful. Yes. Kruk is like, he kind of is like Eck. If you watch Eck on Ness in all those years, it's like, hey, man, look at his moss. He's got his own vernacular. It's like when you've really made it is when you have your own vernacular, when you have your own verbiage, when you can, you speak a language that the rest of us don't speak. But, yeah, I've always enjoyed Kruk. But today, I mean, that was epic, Kruk.
Yeah, love Kruk and Kipe every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And as we mentioned, Murph will be back on Monday morning with a full list of hums and bums. So once again, Larry, really appreciate you sitting down today, sneaking into Levi Stadium early this morning, and joining the Murph and Marcus Show.
Yeah, I learned something today, too. I learned that you can get from Walnut Creek to Santa Clara at 4 o'clock in the morning in literally 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, the streets are wide open. But
Shout out 280.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. Young Tony's favorite highway out there. But when it is time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. But we got a bit of a change here with the last couple minutes of the Murph and Marcus Show as we head towards the Papa and Silver Show. John Dickinson and Greg Silver will be live today at Levi Stadium talking to some 49ers about what's going on down at 49ers training camp, I think we might be doing a quick little face-off here. We'll bring in the boys live from Levi Stadium. John Dixon, Greg Silver, how we doing today?
Hey, what's up, Marcus? What's up, Krug? Good
What's
to
up?
be listening to you on that night drive to Levi's. It didn't take me quite 10 minutes coming from the city, but I do think for Friday in the morning, I made good traffic. I beat Walter and JD here, which was not the case yesterday.
And Krug, I was telling you earlier in the week, it's a totally different world, man, getting from the creek down here if you leave before 5 a.m. It's incredible.
It's amazing. It's like having a helicopter.
It really is. Under 50 minutes is amazing, incredible.
Yeah, you boys will be amazed by the commute when nobody's on the road at 4:35 a.m. in the morning. But let me ask you about your commute down to Levi Stadium yesterday. I saw you guys got to hang out with Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. Greg Silver was in the toddler room telling Trent Williams he's too old. What can you tell us about your conversation yesterday?
No, they were all great, and D. Winters as well. Really excited for the potential that he could have coming in this season now that Dre Greenlaw's departed. Nick Martin's still unproven. Curtis Robinson coming off the ACL. So really excited for D. And then Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. There's not much more to say. Those interviews were fantastic. We're going to be replaying both of those in the 11 o'clock hour before we get some more players today. So if you missed it, we'll have it for that morning crowd. And we're really lucky to be out here yesterday. They were fantastic to talk to.
And today, Fred Warner scheduled to appear and Dominic Puni scheduled to appear as well. So really looking forward to that coming up after the 49ers get off the practice field at some point in the noon hour.
Absolutely. Looking forward to those conversations. Got to thank Mike Krukow, Susan Slusser, and Carson Wizenhunt for sliding by the show today. But joining me in studio now, Mike Holler, Program Director, KNBR. Mike, good to see you this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Marcus and Larry and also JD and Greg Silver. How you guys doing? I'm just in here for a couple of minutes, and I think there's been a lot of people both inside the walls here at Cumulus San Francisco and, our listeners who have been asking and wondering what's been going on with Greg Papa. I want to pass along a personal message to all of you from Greg Papa, who, of course, is the midday host here at The Sports Leader and voice of the 49ers. Greg has asked us to share the following statement with our listeners. So here we go. This is from Greg Papa. Hi there, everyone. I want to share some personal news with Bay Area sports fans and my friends and colleagues. I have been diagnosed with cancer and am currently undergoing treatment. As I fully focus on my treatment and work towards a full recovery, I am stepping away from my broadcasts, but look forward to returning soon. In the meantime, I'm handing the Sports Leader broadcast ball to my co-host and friend Greg Silver, and I know he and his guest co-hosts will keep our listeners entertained and informed, and I'll be among them. I'll be listening. Thanks to everyone for your prayers and good wishes as I begin this fight. Go Niners. Those are the words of our friend and our colleague, Greg Papa, this morning. Everyone here at The Sports Leader is sending positive thoughts and wishes your way, Greg, for a speedy and full recovery. We look forward to having you back behind the KNBR mic as soon as you are ready. Take care, my friend. And Marcus, I know you have some thoughts too.
Yeah, everybody who works in this building, anybody who's ever worked with Greg Papa knows the kind of man he is. I'm not in this chair without Greg Papa. That's how I got my start in radio. He's a huge reason why I do what I do. So, of course, thoughts and prayer and nothing but love to my guy, Greg Papa. Nothing but love to his co-host, Greg Silver. Nothing but love to his son, Derek Papa, who also works here. So the entire Papa family, thoughts and prayers for you guys and everything you're going through right now.
And I want to just add on to that, on a personal note, I've had the absolute pleasure of being in the broadcast booth with Greg for the last 6 seasons. And from the very start, when I found out that he was getting the 49ers play-by-play job, I reached out to Greg, and I had never communicated with him before then. And right away, I felt that passion and in a text. And I knew right away that the 49ers were in amazing hands. We were in great hands. And that Greg was finally where he was meant to be. And that's no offense to all the Raiders fans out there who listened to Greg for a couple of decades. But it's been just I dare I say the honor of a lifetime to share that booth with Greg for 6 seasons. Having him here at the station, hosting the middays. I ran his show for the first 4 years, and those were some great times, and we've had so many memories on the road and 2 Super Bowls together, and I know that he is going to fight like hell, like he has never had before, to be back in that broadcast booth. And I have no doubt that Greg is going to beat this and that he will be calling 49ers games down the road. We don't know when, but I have no doubt. And he is going to fight, and he knows I love him. He's like that crazy uncle that we all have. And same with Derek. You know, we all love Derek, and I know this is obviously not going to be easy for Derek. He will be on today at 2 o'clock. And we support Greg and Derek, completely. And like I said, I have no doubt Greg is going to be back and better than ever as soon as he's ready to go. And Larry, I want to bring you in because honestly, I know that you've probably known Greg longer than all of us. And if you have any thoughts, I'd like you to please, share.
Yeah, I mean, Greg and I have been friends for a long, long time, and he's the best. He's just absolutely one of the best, both on the mic, doing play-by-play, but also doing this. And I admire him greatly, and all I would want to express to him and is what I would express to him if he were standing right here, which is, hey, bro, you're not alone. We're with you shoulder to shoulder. We support you in every way possible. We pray for you. And you will beat this, and we have confidence in you that you'll beat this and you'll be back, and we're looking forward greatly to that day.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, Larry. Greg Papa is stronger than this. You'll beat cancer. You'll be back. We love you, Papa, and we send our condolences to your entire family. And I know this is going to be difficult for our guys down at Levi Stadium today to talk about this also, but Greg Silver, John Dickinson, you guys will take it from here, but your guys' thoughts on this news to take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Krug. This is a really hard way to start the show. It's hard to even look around at JD and Walter right now because, still young to this broadcasting thing. You don't have a lot of moments where your emotions get tested a little bit, but I'm encouraged by the support we have here at the station. I'm encouraged by already the message I'm seeing in the YouTube chat and the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. This is how we're going to start the show. No open, no sound, no anything like that. We'll talk about the Giants and we'll talk about the 49ers, but this is really a chance for all three of us, JD, Walter, and I, to just kind of reflect on this news. And, it's been a bit of a challenge as we navigate a lot of this, and our jobs have the privilege of getting to be so fun, so entertaining. But today is not a fun day, and just from being Papa's co-host for the last 8.5 months, I know how much he hates not being able to work right now. And I just want to say that as a younger person in this role, there is so much value in observing those who have an all-time insane work ethic. And Greg Papa is front and center with that description. Our jobs get to be fun. We're really lucky, but you don't get to just show up and have fun. You don't get to show up and mess around. You end up falling in love with the grind, the work, the preparation, the room for creativity to do things like Walter's Whip Around, or I Got 2 Words for You, or Ask Papa Anything, because you have to earn it. And I understand that with changes at KNBR and a lot of the shifts, a lot of people had different feelings about it, and that's totally okay. But all I can do as someone who stepped into this in the middle of November is try to uphold that standard of being prepared, being informed, and giving as good of a product as possible to Bay Area fans. And I've said this on the show many times, even before we were aware of this news, that with Greg Papa and the goldmine of knowledge that he has, it forces you to work your ass off every single day to just try to keep up. And it has been the privilege of a lifetime in less than a year. I thank Greg for his adaptability, because the shifts that happened to the show didn't just happen to me and Walter. It happened to Greg. It happened to all of our producers. It happened to our sales team. This has been a full team effort. So I just want to say thank you to Greg right now. This isn't going to be me being too sad because I'm so ready to welcome you back, mofo, when you end up returning at full strength. And right now, the priorities are the priorities, but I'm really grateful for all the shows that we've been able to do together, and I cannot wait to welcome you back with open arms. I want to give it to JD and Walter as well. I'll start with JD, and I'm also very thankful for you. Losing a co-host for a short amount of time is not an easy thing, and I'm really lucky that we had a base of doing all those Dubs OT shows together, and you're a big part of why I've gotten to be in this chair. So thank you for holding down the fort, and I know that your relationship with Papa goes back a long time as well.
Yeah, I go back 15 years, actually longer, when I was a producer and 2 radio lives ago for me, and I'd book him as a guest when I was working in Sacramento. But yeah, I go back 15 years with Pop. More closely, spent time with him in the Raiders booth, the 49ers booth, done countless shows with him. The work ethic is maniacal. The attention to detail is impeccable. And I mean, as great as he is on the mic and doing shows, I mean, he is one of my favorite road dogs. To be perfectly, I mean, the times that we've spent together, not on the air in Oklahoma City and Houston and Cleveland and covering some of the Warriors runs, a couple of Super Bowls where we've had some good times in Miami and Vegas. It's the conversations and the shared moments and the conversations off the air are the things that I love about him the most. But it truly, and you encounter so many different people along the way if you're fortunate enough to work in this business for any length of time, and you always try, I think, from everybody to take something you can apply to yourself as you try to get better and improve. And the detail and the work ethic and the passion and just the desire to watch everything and get the story behind the story, and it's just unmatched, I think. But the laughs, the inside jokes, the things that can't be repeated, the times on the road are some of my favorite memories. I have no doubt Greg will attack his treatment with the detail and the maniacal passion that he attacks everything. So I love you, brother. No, man. It ain't beating you, brother. It ain't beating you. There's no chance. So fight hard. I love you, and we'll see you soon.
One of the reasons why I think our show has been able to thrive in less than a year, and the person that I am probably the most thankful for in this entirety of it all, is Walter, sitting right here to my right, because having the guidance of Greg's tendencies and his knowledge and the type of topics we can get on that will make for a good show, having your guidance has been paramount, and I couldn't have done this without you. And I know that the transitions of everything hit you hard as well, so I just want to let you know I don't take it for granted. You go back to 2021 working with Papa, and starting the show off wouldn't be complete without also bringing you in for this as well. So first of all, I'm really thankful for the last 8 months we've got to spend together in a much closer capacity, and I'm really excited to have you here today.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk about my guy, talk about Pop, because I mean that's something that you mentioned. I was here. I've been working with him for the past 4 years, right? Really took on the full-time gig in 22, but something that when something grows, it's more than coworkers, right? It's more than just coming to work. It's a family, right? That's kind of what develops when you work with someone 5 days out of the week, 365. You know what I mean? Like, and I just have that bond with Papa, and of course, Derek. He's one of my good friends, right? I mean, Derek helped me through a lot, and Papa too, right? I mean, both of those guys just they mean a lot to me. So, it's hard news to hear with what is going on with Papa, but the one thing that we all know is he's going to kick ass. Like he's going to kick ass, and it's going to be a fight that he's going to come out on top. We know the tendencies of Papa. He's one of the greatest people like that are out there, right? I mean, we all know him as the play-by-play voice and you know, the radio personality, right? But there's other people that know him differently, that we know a different side to Papa that is very compassionate, and he's a real guy that goes to bat for you every single day, and as you have experienced over your time here on the show. So love you, Pop, and you know, I know he's going to come out on top, and you know, we're a big family here, and the love and prayers out to his family 100%. But you know, I'm looking forward to when he does come back and tells us all those stories, because I mean, that's one thing. That's one thing about Pop, man, is that he's just he's that guy that picks you up at the airport. You know what I mean? Like he's that guy that takes you to St. Elmo's
Yes.
for your first draft party. He's the guy when I was delayed on my flight going to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, got me shots on shots on shots. Like that's the Papa that I know. So you know, much love to Pop, and I know he's going to come out on top of this, and we're just a big family, man. We're rooting for you.
This is a hard day and it's a heavy day, but we're also going to put our heads up because we know that Greg Papa is going to kick this battle's ass right now. And so, Pop, I don't know if you're listening right now, but I'm going to raise this glass, this nice cup of coffee right now, and pretend like we're back at St. Elmo's with Andre, our crazy Eastern European waiter.
I'm gonna crack one open. It
was us. It was Jeff Joniak and the spicy cocktail sauce and the dirty martinis and everything. So we're all gonna collectively raise one right now.
We need to find some bloodies somewhere, real quick.
And the next time we're at the patio, we're getting an extra bloody for sure. So this is gonna be a tough situation all around, but we're also gonna be as optimistic as we can, and we kindly ask everybody out there as part of the KNBR family, because the listeners, you're a big part of our family and what makes us go as well, to just kindly bear with us as we navigate this transition, especially as a midday show, and of course to Derek and everything that he's going to be doing just with the responsibilities and dealing with. We love Derek to the max, and it's going to be just something we're all going to collectively navigate day by day. So that is how we are starting the show today. It is much more important than anything to do with Camilo Doval and Mike Yastrzemski getting traded. It is much more important than even the fun things, like the fact that we're going to talk to Fred Warner and Dominic Puni and possibly some others today. Really appreciate you, JD and Walter, a lot. I don't think I would have been able to carry that segment or get it started without having the support all around. So 808 KNBR is the number if you want to talk Giants. That's where we're going to start here. We kindly ask that we're not going to get on this subject too much as far as the phone lines, but please send your messages of support in the YouTube chat on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. That's 415-808-5627. And let's go ahead and have as good of a day as we can, because, look, Greg Papa's not going to want us to not talk sports for 4 hours. So the show is Papa and Silver, and we've got everything on the way for you. Live at Santa Clara Levi Stadium. John Dickinson, Walter here, Danny Dunn back in studio, and the entire KNBR family on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants pitcher Carson Wizenhunt, he joined Marcus and Krueger this morning and discussed his MLB debut and his role with the Giants for the rest of the season. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
Sound right, boy.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 down. Horwitz at first. 1-1 the score. Here it comes. Slider over the outside corner. He took that one too, and Camilo threw it for a strike. And after the leadoff single, he strikes out 3 in a row.
All right, well, we're going to make the very difficult and completely unnatural transition over to sports here on Papa and Silver, but hey, that's what we're paid to do, and we're excited to talk some Giants and 49ers today. John Dickinson, Greg Silver, we got Walter here down at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, our digital boys as well, and we're going to have Fred Warner, Dominic Puni stopping by a little bit later in the show. If you missed the top of the show, I encourage you to go back. You can always hit the rewind on the YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. And Mike Holler, our program director, made an announcement regarding the absence of Greg Papa, who is going to kick some ass, and we're going to see him soon at full strength. As far as what happened yesterday, JD, the trade deadline was at 3 o'clock Pacific time, and through the entire duration of our show, we weren't getting a whole lot of news. But then on that drive back to the Bay, which unfortunately, if you're Larry Krueger, it did not take 10 minutes. We had a little bit of not quite the full rush hour. Yeah, or JD. Yeah, it was caught in a little bit of that nice 101 north. But in the car, we found out that Buster Posey did make a couple of buzzer-beating moves. Mike Yastrzemski, who we thought could certainly be one of the Giants that departed, ended up getting traded to the Kansas City Royals. And then the big one, Camilo Doval, last second was sent off to the New York Yankees. The Giants got a handful of prospects in return. Andy Baggerly is going to join us at 10:50 to talk all about it. And Buster Posey also had a lot to say on the Giants Talk podcast. But this is our first chance to really react to it to the Bay Area audience. And after A.J. Preller and the Padres remember some big moves to buy, Buster Posey did take the sell route.
Yeah, he did what had to be done. I think when you look at what had been done going back to Wednesday and during the game against the Pirates when Tyler Rogers was sent to the Mets, at that point it signaled that this team was going to look to sell, and it wasn't a major sell-off. They obviously have players that they've just signed recently that and traded for, and Rafi Devers that figure to be a part of the equation moving forward. But if you were going to move Tyler Rogers to the Mets, like the Giants did for 3 prospects, then you should be listening on just about everybody that would have interest. And you know, we mentioned the names, the Camilo Doval, it was Andy Baggerly, who I think first wrote about it with his counterpart, the Mets beat writer for The Athletic over the weekend, last weekend when the Mets were at Oracle Park sweeping the Giants. You know, could the Giants consider trading Doval? Would it be smart to consider trading Camilo Doval? If you're going to move Rogers, you might as well listen on Doval. Doval ends up going to the Yankees for a package of 4 prospects. Interesting just to look at the comparison in terms of the perception of collectively it feels like the people think the Giants did well on the Tyler Rogers trade, maybe not as well on the Doval trade. Regardless, it's 7 new players coming into the Giants organization just from those 2 trades. And the other name we mentioned, Greg, was Mike Yastrzemski. I mean, to me, free agent, good Giant in his own right for the time that he has been with San Francisco, but also free agent, not I think, under any circumstances, somebody that was going to be in the plans for 2026. So you look to move on. And the Giants wind up getting a pitcher in return for him. So it really, the two names that I think probably should have been on the block and looked to move were moved. And so I do give the Giants credit, as painful as it had to be to not be looking to buy at the deadline when they were playing so well in the middle of June. And I think they wanted the team to play at a level to where it kind of became easy to buy. And I think they even extended that into maybe you win 2 games against the Pirates instead of get swept, you buy. But it was a hard pivot. I think it was a late pivot when you look at the fact that they played so poorly coming out of the All-Star break. But I think it was the right pivot to look to get an infusion of 8 now new players into the Giants system. And what does it say about the remainder of this season? Well, you still got to go out and play the games, and maybe you take a look at some others in right field and in the bullpen here moving forward, and you hope you can maybe get hot and make a run. But it was the right call, I think, to set sights on next year.
Yeah, and I think just to compare it to a couple of the past years with the Giants and the trade deadline, I'm thankful that they didn't go somewhere in between where maybe they got a rental or maybe they made one small move, but more or less it was going to be the same team in the final stretch as they were in the middle of a tailspin and finally dropped below 500. Buster Posey, I think, did the right thing. Now, I don't want to overanalyze today on August 1st what the trade returns are going to yield. I think on paper what you got for Tyler Rogers was certainly a more impressive package than what you ended up getting from Camilo Doval, but how it all pans out, that's to be determined. What I am impressed with is you're still continuing to build for 2026. And the Rafael Devers, you could look at that as a buy move, and it was a buy move on June 15th, but he's also locked up for the next 8.5 years right now. So it wasn't just a rental or you got him for the next year or so. It was a move of trying to win now, but you're also still continuing to look for the future. I think about last year, JD, and some of the conversations we had off the air about Blake Snell. You saw that this front office traded away Jorge Soler, who was an offseason signing from that previous offseason. But then it was, what do you do about Blake Snell? Because he's going to opt out of his contract and everything. And then they opted to keep him. You start hearing all these things like, best rotation in baseball. Blake Snell did have some incredible performances after the trade deadline.
No-hitter.
Yeah, the no-hitter. He had the how many strikeouts did he go for in that one game at home? It was up like 15 or so.
All that being said, they should have traded him.
All that being said, it didn't matter.
They should have traded him.
Exactly.
Like, and I that's not hindsight from me. I mean, you can go back and play the tape. I was in on the morning show for a couple of weeks, right leading up to the deadline. Murph was out his late July sabbatical, and I said it at the time. They should trade Blake Snell. He was not somebody that was going to figure to be coming back. They were, I think, actually a little bit closer to the third wild card, even with a similar record at this point a year ago. But they should have traded Blake Snell. So I think Buster and Zach Manassian, as difficult as it had to be, I don't think it changes the Giants' desire to try to be as good as they possibly could be in 2026. Just because you sell on a couple of players that it makes sense to sell on does not mean that you're going into some kind of a wholesale rebuild. And I don't think that's where the Giants are. If there's one thing that I would personally consider disappointing in the deals, and again, I'm not going to get into the prospect breakdown because nobody knows how good these players are going to be. But the package, if you look at the 8 altogether, it seems like more of them than I would have maybe wanted are a little farther away from being major league players. But, again, players that you project to be good players at the big league level, I guess you can't really look at it. The other thought I'll have on it too, Greg, is just the simple fact that just because you trade for a bunch of prospects doesn't mean that those prospects are all going to come up and play for you. It means you need to get better prospects within your system that maybe league-wide are appreciated and respected enough to a point where maybe another team wants to trade for those guys because they didn't want to trade for your guys. It's all about adding depth to a system to where you can, at some point...
You have to have that, right? Because you're trying not to trade Bryce Eldridge. Marco Luciano has been hitting tanks at the minor league level, but he's had very mixed results and poor results defensively when he came up. to play in the majors. And outside of that, I don't know how many more prospects you really have to be dangling out there to go and try and win now. Oh, and by the way, your team at the majors is in a tailspin.
It's twofold. It's you want the guys, you want the guys that you acquire to come up and be, productive, quality future players that are under club control and all that for years to come. Like, you want that, but that's one component of it. The other component of it is you want to get your farm system to a point over a period of time to where you can put yourself in a position like we talked about yesterday to maybe eventually do what the Padres did at a deadline, where you're in it and you go for it and you can empty the cupboard. You can't empty the cupboard if you don't have anything in the cupboard. So I think the 3 go out and 8 come back in terms of the Giants system. I think is you take a bunch of you identify players you like. Maybe you take a flyer on a couple of others, and I think it was an appropriate pivot considering where the Giants are.
We're going to hear from Buster Posey coming up in a bit. He was on the Giants Talk podcast with Alex Pavlovich and Laura Britt, and Andy Baggerly is going to be joining us at 10:50 as well. Then a lot of Niners coming your way. We're going to be replaying our interviews in the 11 o'clock hour. So Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey will be on the schedule for today, and then we'll have some more 49ers coming your way. And to close it all down on a Friday, around 1:30, Matt Mayoko is going to be joining us possibly in this room, although that's going to be a tough chair to fill after we get Fred Warner and Dominic Puni in here. It is Papa and Silver with a special emphasis on Papa today. John Dickinson, Walter right here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues right here at Levi's Stadium. Santa Clara, John Dickinson, Walter, and I hanging out with you. Talking a little Giants trade deadline, and also got a lot of 49ers coming your way. We will be replaying our conversations with Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. We got Andy Baggerly joining us in about 15 minutes. Matt Mayoko going to come by at the end of the show. So we're busy here on a Friday, and we're going to keep it busy. 808 KNBR, the number, if you would like to weigh in on any of this before we get to our guests. And also wanted to play some sound bites from Buster Posey, Giants president of baseball operations, who was faced with some tough decisions that, as even just the last week played out, JD, became more and more apparent that selling off a couple of pieces was the way to go. And that's not to say that they can't make anything happen with the rest of the season, but you also have to be realistic with where you're at. And for the first time the entire season, right before the trade deadline is when you drop below 500. That's usually not a sign of a team that's winning.
Yeah, it made it, I think, an easy decision in many ways, as difficult as it was, because it looked really up until even coming out of the All-Star break with the latest slide and the sweep, getting swept in back-to-back weekends by the Blue Jays and the Mets, and then the Pirates kind of being the final nail there in terms of what to do. You're 6 out. You're under 500 and all of that. I just think the Giants wanted so desperately to add, to continue to pile on and add to this roster after the Devers trade, that it had to be a really difficult pill for everybody to swallow. That being said, you can't not look at the trend and the 13 games under 500 to get to the point where you go from 41 and 29 on June 13th to 54 and 55 going into play later this afternoon in New York on August 1st. You can't look at that worst record in the majors over an extended period of time where you're winning 33% of your games and look at the overall standing where you're 1 under and 6 out and come to any other conclusion. That you have to at least do a soft sell. I think it's a pretty medium to big sell, to be honest. I mean, you traded.
It was a soft sell by the time we signed off yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a. I mean, they traded. I think that they traded 2 of their top 3 relievers. I mean that and relief pitching was, I think, the strength of this team in addition to Logan Webb and Robbie Ray. So they dealt from their strength in an attempt to help their farm system. And I think, it was the right move, but man, it was an incredibly difficult one.
Let's hear from Buster Posey, because we were talking yesterday about how if this homestand went 4-2 or even 3-3, does yesterday play out entirely differently? Well, guess what? We're never going to have the answers to that, because the reality is they went 0-6. Here is Giants president of baseball operations, Buster Posey, on that 0-6 homestand and when he decided that selling was ultimately the right move moving forward.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to just kind of some poor play last month, 6 weeks, and then the slow start coming out of the break. And I hesitate to say this because I know the impact that Rogers, Duvall, Yaz have had on this team. We've still got our core group of guys, position players-wise. We took a hit in the bullpen, no doubt. And we're going to get an opportunity to see some different players now. But the expectation is still the rest of the way, no matter what the standings are. You go out and you play hard. And you have to be realistic and know that we're not in a great spot right now. But crazier things have happened too. I think, I don't think I'm a lunatic to say that we can get hot either. I've seen this team play some good baseball. So that's still the hope and expectation going forward, is that we play really good baseball.
So there you have it from Buster Posey, and as expected, and what he's really shown in his entire time in this role in less than a year is that it was measured, it was practical, and sure, maybe it was not a sexy trade deadline, but as Matt Chapman noted in the locker room when you heard that sound we played yesterday of guys like him and Logan Webb just looking and sounding kind of defeated. They as the team did not give Buster Posey reasons to go and try to add and maybe even look for rentals and everything. That doesn't mean you can't try to win in 2026. It doesn't mean you can't win in 27. It doesn't even mean that you can't win in 2025. And I like what he's saying of, yeah, I'm not a lunatic to think that we couldn't theoretically turn it around in the last 53 games. But going back to the discussion of last year and holding on to Blake Snell when you knew he was going to opt out because he turned it around, just because you still believe in what you got, that's not your reason to not go ahead and make moves and think intelligently and logically about 2026.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, he stated it right. I mean, they do still have a good chunk of their core. It is going to be, I think, on paper, more difficult for this team to win games and get back to the way they were winning games before because the bullpen arms were such a big part of it. But the expectation to play hard and all of that, I mean, that's price of admission stuff. So he's saying the right thing while also, I think, acknowledging that, the expectations have shifted a little bit. It is going to be, the guys that are here are expected to perform, but they're going to be looking at I think, some other players in some other positions. We'll see who gets called up, but it sounds like maybe Grant McCray is going to be coming up, and we'll see what they do with the opening in the rotation that they're going to have in the middle game of the 3-game series against the Mets. And
you're getting start number 2 for Carson Wizenhunt on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. So it is the guys that are a part of the plan for 2026, but I also think, and look, this is what I hope the Giants do. I hope they really do look to shuffle some of, take a look at a number of different players at second base. Take a look at a number of different players in the outfield spot that's opened up by Yaz or in the DH spot that potentially could be opened up by maybe playing Wilmer Flores a little bit less. There's no holds barred in terms of Devers playing first base. Like Devers should be out there at first base 5 days out of 6, 6 days out of 7. I think moving forward, because it's less important to it's just reality. It's
I
less.
want to say the same on Casey Schmidt playing second base.
Yeah, it's less important to win now. That's just reality. I know Buster didn't say that because you can't say that, but yes, crazier things have happened. I mean, there's always that one team that looks. I mean, the Giants are an odd example even this season, right? How are they 12 games over before they get Devers and 13 games under essentially since they get Devers? Sometimes the burden of expectations, and that's one thing that I would not. I've said it a couple of times. I'll say it again. The burden of expectations being lifted from this Giants team. It wouldn't surprise me if they did play a little bit better or a little bit more closer to what their capabilities had proven to be earlier in the year. But it's going to be harder to win close games when you take away 2 of your top 3 relievers. Like, that's just as great as Randy Rodriguez might be in the 9th inning now. And I think everybody would agree that he was the closer of the future, and you would rather have him, I think, take a look at him being the closer of the future than pay Doval to be the closer. Because that's the other part you have to ask yourself, and I've said this too the last few days, with Doval, you have to say, is this a guy you want to pay to be your closer? And can he be the guy in the biggest moments, in the biggest games, and eventually in playoff games and World Series games? And the answer for me is no. The answer for me was always, like, I think at some point he was going to prove himself to not be that guy. We talked about yesterday the fact that he's already been somebody that came up, didn't have it, found it, lost it, got it back. Closers often are on that roller coaster ride, and so it's an opportunity when Doval's value was down, I think, coming into this season. It gets back up, you take what you can get, and you move on knowing that you at least have that closer spot filled, and you'll have to fill a couple of those other reliever spots at some point between now and when you are actually going to be a contending team again.
On the notion of being realistic about 2025 and also realistic about the fact you can be competitive in 2026, want to play one more from Buster Posey here on the fact that, yeah, the approach was to sell, but you weren't just going to sell off Wilmer Flores or, more importantly, Robbie Ray, who's had one hell of a season. Here's Buster on drawing the line with Robbie Ray offers.
Again, you guys mentioned this is my first time going through it. You're just listening to, you're trying to gauge the market, you're gauging teams' interest, and We obviously had a line that needed to be crossed for all of those players. Robbie's coming off an all-star appearance this year. I've said pitching and defense. Again, we traded pitching, but to have him paired up with Webb next year, you feel good. And Flo's a guy that, whether he's DHing or playing first or at bats off the bench, still going to give you a quality at bat. So where do you draw the line? How do you draw the line? I don't think there's a line. I think you're just trying to remain open and flexible, and you make the best decision you can.
And look, we don't know exactly what was offered for Robbie Ray, what teams were calling, but the bottom line is it was going to take quite a package. And to our point yesterday, if you do decide to move on from Robbie Ray, maybe the offseason, when you have a lot more time and space, is the proper time to make that decision, because he is under team control for another year. He is having a hell of a season, and if you're going to be competitive in 2026, there's a decent chance that Robbie Ray is a really important part of that.
I'll say it again. I don't think anything the Giants did yesterday or on Wednesday changes the desire to be a good, competitive, potentially contending team. They got work to do if they're going to do it in 2026. Changes nothing. And they still have that Webb Ray foundation at the top. Again, they're going to have to build the bullpen back up a little bit, but your hope is that the players you've brought into the organization can either help you acquire players from the outside if you trade some of those guys again, or eventually come up and be part of a younger, productive core that can mix with now Devers and Chapman and Adames and maybe Ramos, who are at this point the hitting core of this team.
Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, covering the Giants, just wrote a piece about how Buster Posey's 4 words, "It's time to go," took on a little bit of a different meaning when he had to make some decisions yesterday to part with some former teammates in Mike Yastrzemski and Camilo Doval, and then the day before, Tyler Rogers. So Bags is going to be joining us next. It is Papa and Silver at Levi's Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver rolls on here in Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium. Going to be replaying our interview with Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey in the 11 o'clock hour. We'll be making the connection with the Athletics' Andy Baggerly coming up in just a bit. And as we wait to make that connection, let's go back to where we left off right before we took our break. And that was his most recent column and the 4 words that really sparked an impressive win streak back in early June. It's time to go. That was the day that Buster Posey had Lamont Wade Jr. designated for assignment and brought up Daniel Johnson and signed Dominic Smith. They had that impressive comeback win against the Padres when they were losing 5-0, and Kyle Harrison got the start, which, wow, does that feel like a couple of years ago to this point. Now it's time to go. Takes on a new meaning for Buster, and he showed exactly why yesterday.
Yeah, he did. And again, we've talked a lot about it. Still got to finish out the final 53, but I think he picked an interesting time to kind of double down and push and put it on the players. And the players, as Bob Melvin alluded to, and Matt Chapman, put them in a position where they were going to decide to take away as opposed to look to add. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's not what anybody wanted. But, again, I think it's as Buster goes through this for the first time, he wasn't going to get caught paralyzed by the situation and do nothing. I think if you look at the prior regime in similar positions over the last couple of years, it's kind of been hold, do nothing. Don't pick a direction. Don't add. Don't subtract, don't rebuild, don't stock farms. And so I think
you got Walter about like one more word away from saying AJ Pollock.
They picked a direction. Yeah. And again, they're not rebuilding, but they picked I think yesterday and Wednesday was an appropriate response, an appropriate smart baseball response to the way the last 6 weeks have gone and where this team stands overall.
So Camilo Doval's new team, the Yankees, compiled a couple of pictures just released about 5 minutes ago from Robert Murray that the Yankees released pitcher Marcus Stroman, who the Giants lit up back in April when Jung-Hoo Lee had that series with the 3 home runs and everything. So he's going to be probably joining some rotation at some point soon. Giants right now, a little bit of a TBD situation for Saturday. You're going to see Robbie Ray tonight, and then Carson Wizenhunt will get his second start here on Sunday. And they're just going to try to find a way to get out of this awful stretch because the Mets just came in and swept them, and now you get to face the same 2 teams, the Mets and the Pirates, only this time on the road.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens there. But again, I hate to be so blunt about it, but I'm going to be blunt about it. I mean, this team is out of it until they prove they're in it. And, the day-to-day, I kind of stopped you a little bit yesterday, like the day-to-day of over 9 runners in scoring position and made a mistake and the starter did this and the reliever did that and Bob Melvin did this. And, like, the day-to-day conversation right now as it relates to the Giants, it's, no, get to 500 and get to within, 3.5 again. And then we'll have a conversation about it. And we'll see if this team is capable of doing it. I believe that any time an organization makes the decision that the Giants made, which was to not add and to move, 2 of their better players just purely in Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, there's a hit. You wonder, and they had the travel day Wednesday after the game, and they've been in New York, and they handle that whole situation with the trade deadline. It comes and goes. But the truth is, I wonder when a team that expected, I think 2 weeks ago, to be in it and adding, even as much as they had struggled, makes the decision to subtract. Is there a psychological, does it light a fire for the guys that are back, or is there, and I think some teams, there can be a little bit of a letdown, I think, for a period of time. What are we fighting for? What are we playing for? The front office basically is telling us, without telling us, that the season is over. So I do think the next, that's sort of the mantra, I think, or the thing to watch for this road trip is which direction do the Giants go. Now, some teams, they sort of bottom out a little bit after. And then I think the other thing I'm looking for is, even though this team is not as good at the major league level as they were 2 days ago, I wonder if the burden of expectations being lifted allows for them to perform at a higher level. Two things, if you have to say, JD, what are you looking for? What are you watching? It has nothing to do with the details of how somebody pitched or how somebody hit or mistake. Like it's the collective. Is this team still fighting?
Yeah.
Or is there going to be that week to 10-day lull where they go, oh, we're out of it. And they lose a little fight. And then does the burden of expectations maybe from selling relieve some of the pressure that I think in part proved to do this team in over the last 6 weeks? Does that help? And can they play better maybe because of that?
Good chance to tell you all that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, talking Giants trade deadline fallout here in hour number 1. We got a lot of 49ers coming your way on the back 3 hours of the show. And to JD's point about the Giants and what we're really looking for, I mean, let's just call it what it is, in that this is a really important auditioning period for a lot of different guys as they head into 2026, because reading the tea leaves on Buster Posey's comments and also just kind of breaking down the types of moves he made, they're not giving up on not being a competitive team next year. They're not even giving up on not being a competitive team this year. But a big part of the final 53 games here, which starts tonight in New York against the Mets, is, okay, who are you looking at as this is going to be part of a nucleus of a team we see as a postseason team, a contender, a team that can be competitive night in and night out, and Rafael Devers doesn't really have to worry about that. I know he hasn't performed to expectations. He's on contract for 8.5 years. Willy Adames, who started to pick it up in July, doesn't have to worry about it because of the big contract. Matt Chapman is going to be part of it. Jung-Hoo Lee, I'll put somewhere in the middle because they signed him to a big contract and committed a lot of money to him, but this is his first real go-around at the 162, and we've seen the highs. Then we saw a stretch of really low. As of late, he has been doing much better on the bat to ball, but it's not perfect. And then everybody else, including, by the way, Patrick Bailey, who is a Gold Glove defensive catcher but has been abysmal at the plate. Well, they just brought in Jesus Rodriguez, who has hit pretty well, and I don't know exactly what he is defensively. Frankly, I haven't done a bunch of diving into the film of these minor league prospects. This is going to be a really important auditioning period for a lot of guys that are shoe-in starters right now.
It is. As I look through it, I think, I think you mentioned the guys that are here: Devers, Adames, Chapman. As far as Jung-Hoo Lee, I do think is auditioning, because you can always look to make a bad contract or underperforming player for his contract trade for underperforming player for his contract trade of another position, another organization. You go through baseball, I would say 20 teams out of the 30 in the major leagues, maybe more, have somebody that they've overpaid to a point that is underperforming that they'd look to move. So I actually do think, you look at Jung-Hoo Lee's start to the year, awesome. I think you look at Jung-Hoo Lee's year overall, disappointing, like as it sits on August 1st. So does he figure it out? The reality is for him, he can't be like, he's kind of not worth having around if he's going to be hitting 7th. Like, you brought Jung-Hoo Lee into play to lead off or hit at the top of the order and play center field at an elite level. And I think for the most part, he's done the play center field at an elite level part. But like, you've got guys that Mike Yastrzemski was supposed to be your hit 7th outfielder that's great defensively and has got a little bit of power and can get on base. Like, you can't have
this team was never good enough.
You
even
can't
at its best
have
to
2/3 of your outfield to be that, especially when you're paying what you were paying Jung-Hoo Lee. So I actually do think Jung-Hoo Lee is auditioning, and the reason I say that is because he's not a this regime player. He's a prior regime player. I think Elliot Ramos, for different reasons, he's got to clean up Elliot Ramos can hit. Elliot Ramos is an all-star caliber hitter and a controllable player in terms of his contract. So I think you feel good about Elliot Ramos moving forward. You feel good about Elliot Ramos as a hitter. But Elliot Ramos is not a DH. Like, you can't have Elliot Ramos be a DH. You have to have Elliot Ramos be able to play a corner outfield spot and limit the base running mistakes and all of those kinds of things. We talked about Devers, Adames, Chapman. Wilmer Flores, I think they should back off of him some and use that DH role to, maybe spread it around a little bit moving forward. I think Devers needs to be playing first base every day, as I mentioned. Casey Schmidt gets an opportunity. I think he's auditioning for second base. I'd like to see them, and I was a little disappointed that they didn't bring somebody else into the mix for second base at the deadline, like somebody that was close that could come up and potentially take some of that time. I would have hoped that the Giants would have done that. Do we see Luciano at some point get an opportunity? Could he be somebody that gets some of those DH ABs that maybe Wilmer Flores doesn't get? Like that's something that's intriguing.
Here's my thing on Luciano, though, and the DH possibility. I'm not entirely saying no to it.
Let's see if he can hit at the big league level.
Number one, that. And number two, how many players do we look at as, they could be a solid DH on this team, but at some point you got to put something in the field, especially if your brand is going to be pitching and defense. There's been talks about Elliot Ramos, and look, I'm not saying put him at DH, but with the struggles at left field, he's got to go and figure it out. He's got to be better defensively. Yes. Rafael Devers, you would like to have be your long-term first baseman, but he was a DH for you. Bryce Eldridge, they're trying to train to play first base, but then if you got Devers committed to that, how is that going to shake out? Bryce Eldridge is a little young for a DH, but if his bat is as good as we've seen with the way he's just shot up through the minor league system at age 20, maybe that is the option. You can only have so many guys you float out there as, possible DH. And by the way, Wilmer Flores, who did not get moved yesterday, has also been a DH now that Rafael Devers is playing first.
Yeah, and a Grant McCray, Luis Matos platoon doesn't really excite me for the last 2 months of the season. It really doesn't. Daniel Johnson's a veteran type player, great story. He's in the minor leagues again. Maybe you look at Luciano a little bit. I think Dominic Smith is somebody that probably should play less now that you're out of it. I mean, he's basically, he could hit 6-7 and play a clean first base. But again, now is the time. Like, if Devers is going to play first and make mistakes, so the hell what? He's better for it next year and in the future to make those mistakes and get better. I think you have to use that as a net positive. And then, one area where I think the Giants are relatively comfortable. And I'm not so sure I agree with them on this, but I feel like they're pretty comfortable with the ability to cobble together a bullpen. Like, I think their bullpen actually has the potential to be pretty bad. Like, other than Randy Rodriguez and maybe Lucchesi and Miller when he comes back.
Yeah.
Lucchese's been pretty good. Like, I mean, it's you got Randy Rodriguez, Ryan Walker right now. Ryan Walker goes from that fourth best righty that was struggling to now basically like your primary setup guy. Bivens has been up and down. I know they like Tristan Beck. We'll see what they do with Carson Seymour, but I don't see in just kind of looking at the guys who are on the 40-man, the guys who are in AAA, like but this is an opportunity to audition pitchers within your organization to see if they can pitch the 7th and 8th innings, because Randy Rodriguez is going to pitch the 9th inning, and maybe you find it. I go back to that 1 year in the last 40 where I think the Giants have truly rebuilt, 2008. They found Sergio Romo. He came up at the end, the back third of that year, and Sergio Romo, wow, like, this guy's a pretty good reliever. He ends up on the team in 2009, ends up, the rest is history as far as his role in 10, 12, and 14. Everybody knows. So you can find players that wind up in the mix in the final third of a season when your team is essentially out of it. Pablo Sandoval is another example. Pablo Sandoval came up that same 2008 year, I think in August, and Pablo Sandoval hit so well at the end of that season that he was on the roster and the starting third baseman the next year. Like, it was, and somebody that was, in the catching mix at that point in his career. But so that, like, you can find players by giving them opportunities, and I think there are enough spots on this Giants roster around the Devers, Adames, Chapman, Ramos quartet to where you should look to try to shuffle in and take a look at some of these guys.
One text I wanted to visit on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and this is not a topic that I think deserves an entire segment per se on an August 1st, but I think it brings up a really good point we did not touch on. It says, fellas, Bob Melvin has to be one of the auditioners as well. And I think Bob Melvin has the right to go and finish this season, and I know they picked up his option, but all I'm saying is...
How do you expect him to win, though? That's the one thing I would say. But go ahead. I mean to jump in there.
If they continue to lose in the head-scratching fashion that we have seen enough times over the final 53 games, I think that is a consideration for Buster Posey to make. If they are just simply not as good of a roster, your bullpen's a little bit more depleted, you have some nights where you get guys like a Logan Webb or a Landon Roop, and others where it's Carson Wizenhunt or a bullpen game or whatever, that's not what I'm going to analyze. But if you're losing games on mental mistakes or base running mistakes or just errors that the Giants, frankly, even when they were at their best this year, are not good enough to afford to be able to have occurring, then I think that you got to consider everything, and that includes Bob Melvin. That includes the people on his coaching staff.
Yeah, I think to your point, if they completely crater from here and finish 10 under and it's ugly, then I think you have to have a conversation. Again, I think there's a couple of members of the coaching staff that I can already pretty much say are probably not coming back. Again, I understand why you wouldn't want to make that move in season or those moves in season, but I think it's pretty easy to tell two guys on the coaching staff. I'm not even going to name their names. I think there's two obvious candidates that would probably be replaced. If Melvin is brought back for 2026. But I also think, playing cleaner and playing, 500 ball is probably – that's all I would need. Like, I think Bob Melvin's a good manager. I think, but when you play as sloppily and shabbily as the Giants have played over the last 6 weeks – it is fair to start to question, because the way that they've played has looked like a poorly coached, poorly managed team. Maybe not poorly managed in terms of decision making, but poorly coached in terms of fundamentals and playing the game the right way. And I think they've played hard to this point. We're going to be looking forward over the next 10 days, I think. But they've played hard, but they've played shabbily, and so that it's just not a great look. And definitely not something that you think about. Like, it's been bad for 6 weeks, right? There are 2 more 6-week blocks of this season. So, like, as bad as the last 6 weeks have been, they've got that time twice between now and the end of the regular season, essentially. So they have to be able to figure it out.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the position that they're in right now. They got to figure it out with a little bit less than we probably would have expected about a week ago. No word on Andy Baggerly yet. We'll look to make the connection with him at some point, but we got a lot of Niners stuff coming your way. We're going to be talking to Fred Warner and Dom Puni at the very least coming up sometime in the 12 o'clock hour. 49ers got about 50 minutes left in their practice right now. We're here in the toddler room at Levi's, which is fitting because that matches my maturity level. And let's go to someone who is much more mature and seasoned, and I guess I got called out for calling a little bit old yesterday. Trent Williams, we had him yesterday. Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey will be getting replayed right here in the 11 o'clock hour. Let's start with Trent, as our first interview yesterday is going to be coming up next right here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN, Mark Spears, he joined Dirty Work yesterday to break down who really has the leverage between the Warriors and free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Let us know your thoughts on the Jonathan Kuminga saga on our socials at KNBR.
Ray, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It is Papa and Silver. We're here at Levi Stadium. We're going to be bringing you some fresh interviews coming your way after practice at 12. But while we wait for that, we also wanted to give you the chance to hear from what we had yesterday. Different time of day, different audience, different chance to redigest some of this material. So we're going to have Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams get replayed right here as we get ready for the end of Niners practice today. Sit back and enjoy our time with Christian McCaffrey. Much for joining us, and as we let you get your headset on, I just want to start by talking about what I just referenced as you were walking into the room. Congratulations on becoming a father for the first time and a girl dad. You and Brock Purdy got something to bond over right here, but congratulations. And how is that, how have the dad duties factored into your routine right now?
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, it's been great, man. It's been so cool just seeing her every day, watching how much she's grown just in 3 weeks, and truly a blessing.
I mean, is there something, I know baseball guys say, there's dad strength. Is there an NFL version? Maybe too early to know, but is there an NFL version of dad strength?
Yeah, all my weights went up instantly. Speed goes up instantly. Everything goes up instantly. So I'm fired up.
No, I mean, we were seeing all these videos and highlights, and our digital team's been doing a great job, and everyone's like, hey, I think having a child might have done something to him. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I can't speak from experience to this point in my life.
He's doing pretty good before.
Yeah, there's no question. Yeah. Look, so I'll start by, new year for you, but also a new running back room. Now, we've talked to some of the veterans, and we had Trent in a little bit earlier, and you're someone who still is young enough to have a lot of football left of you, but also you've been on the side of it where you've experienced what it takes to get to a Super Bowl, and now there's this influx of youth who needs to be shown the way. Jordan James was drafted. Amir Abdullah was just signed today. So how have you looked at your role a little bit differently, maybe more so in a mentorship than you did when you first came to San Francisco?
Yeah, I think just being in the offense a few more years, you have a little more wisdom. You have more wisdom to give down to the younger guys. But, everybody's different. And one thing I can say about the running back room is we're all coached by the same guy. And Bobby T does a hell of a job of, getting us right. So a lot of the coaching points that he's saying, that's the stuff that I would reiterate to the young guys. And the best piece of advice is listen to him. And then if there's any extra nuances here or there or something I can help with, I'll give my piece. But I think the cool thing about the running back position also is, even going into my 9th year, I learn a lot from younger guys too. There's always something you can pick up on because it's such a creative position. And, you can always take stuff from other guys and, you learn a lot of good and bad. So it makes it fun.
How tangible is the difference in vibe and atmosphere this year? Obviously last year didn't go the way anybody wanted it to around here, but it's something that we've noticed. And what would you attribute the shift to coming into this year?
Yeah, I think anytime you have a bad year, it's humbling. And I think when you start the offseason with a humble but hungry mindset, it usually translates to good things and a good energy in the building because, frankly, guys are mad and pissed off and they want to be back and they want revenge. And, we're competitive. We know we can do better. And, obviously never goes how you want unless you win the Super Bowl. So, but every year, guys have good energy. We still practice hard, and at the end of the day, it's all about execution. So whether the energy is good or bad, it's our job to go out there and execute whatever play is called.
How much is that helped by the infusion of youth on this roster? I mean, we were just talking about, in particular, the defensive side. Like, you go through just the draft picks, and it seems like everybody is really speaking highly of the way that a lot of the young guys are playing. But what's the balance like? Can the balance fuel it of guys that have been through it and seen it and performed at a high level, and the guys coming in that are also hungry?
Yeah, I think it's funny because every year guys get new players, guys get rookies, guys get free agents, whatever it may be. And they all have to contribute in one form or another, but no one player is the same. There's young guys that play like vets. There's vets that play like young guys. Sometimes it's not necessarily about the age. It's about how you play and how you execute on the field. I always think in the NFL there's no such thing as rookies. We need guys to step up and play right now, and that's the beauty of the league. No one cares if you were a first-round draft pick this year or you were undrafted. They play the best players, and if you're on the field, you're in there for a reason, and that's to try to help us win.
Great to have Christian McCaffrey here with us out at Levi's Stadium as we bring our show here today and tomorrow. Christian, you've shown your positional versatility, your entire career, and nobody appreciates that more than Kyle Shanahan, having you part of the offense. But, your father's a wide receiver. Your brother's now a wide receiver in Washington. When did you know that running back was your most natural position?
Oh man, when I was 7, they didn't throw, and I wanted the ball. So it was either the quarterback kept it and ran, or he handed it off, and I wanted the ball every play. And it's funny how that works out. I just became naturally good at it. But my dad and my brothers, they always they'd give me pointers at receiver, and I always wanted to definitely be great at both. Because I think the more you can do, the better it is in this league.
Were your favorite players maybe as a kid running backs, or was it more receiver or D-line? Like, who are your favorite players?
Man, that whole Broncos team in the late 90s, just watching my dad was so much fun. I loved Terrell Davis. I loved my dad and Rod Smith and Shannon Sharp and, Howard Griffith and Steve Atwater, all those guys, man. And, I think growing up watching those teams, and obviously I was biased because it was my dad, but I was one of those kids where, during the football season, I wanted to be, so-and-so running back for whoever. And then basketball season, I wanted to be Allen Iverson. And then, baseball would come around and you want to be Todd Helton. There's different things. I was kind of moved to whatever sport I was playing, and that's what I was motivated by.
Was it fun to watch the playoffs, even though the 49ers missed it, having the experience of your brother Luke go to the NFC Championship and just football always being in your family, now adding another layer to that in the NFL?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously you want to be playing, but watching him's been awesome. We trained together all off season, and he was a quarterback 2-3 years ago, and I think 2 years ago he was a quarterback, and really played 1.5 years of receiver, and then I was watching him play in a big-time playoff games in person. It was pretty cool to see just kind of the journey that he's had, even going back from high school, being the youngest in our family, which has been tough. He's had to climb and scratch and claw to make his way, and obviously had a lot of doubt on the way. And he's continued to just prove people wrong and continued to, set high expectations and high standards for himself. And so definitely cool watching him play, man. I'm so proud of him.
I imagine it's bittersweet, too, now that he gets a chance to learn from your old teammate, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, he loves Deebo, man. He loves Deebo. He was so fired up when Deebo went over there, and I just talked to them a little bit this offseason, and I'm happy Deebo's there with him.
Does anything change Brock Purdy's demeanor? You're kind of similar in that way, but, a hell of an offseason for him in just about every way imaginable. Does anything tick him off? Does anything? It just seems like it's just the same dude every day.
Yeah, that's well said. Yeah, no. The answer is no. Nothing changes him. He's been the most consistent, just level-headed guy I've met. And obviously, Brock's an extremely nice guy. I think everybody knows that. He's a sweet human being, but on the field, man, he's a killer. He's competitive as ever. And he wants to win, more than anybody. So it's a great balance to have.
What percentage of your conversations are about being a dad right now?
It's usually being a dad and then choice routes. Kind of go back and forth between those two. And the dad talk quickly, goes into routes after that.
Probably a little bit of a battle for who's getting less sleep right now. Get the Apple Watch or the Health app and do a little comparison of the morning, I imagine. Yeah. Last year, I think we could say this for just about every player, did not go the way it wanted to. And I know for you it was so tough to not be on the field and miss the first 10 weeks all the way up until the bye. The theme of our show today with the MLB Trade Deadline and talking about the Giants and the recent skid is what you can do to make something out of a situation that's really tough. Do you feel like there was anything with last season and not getting to be on the field that you found as a positive to at least implement going into this next year?
Oh, yeah, I think, training approaches, different bodywork approaches, maybe doing a little less than I have and doing more of one thing or the other. But that's every year. Whether you have a good or bad year, you're always having to kind of go back to the drawing board and see what's going on with it. It really depends on how you came out, Last offseason, my season didn't end the way I wanted to, but that's the NFL. Injuries happen, stuff happens, and the thing I've learned the most in this league is, it's the old McConaughey saying, you have to just keep living, Livin. Like that's so true, because time heals all, and you'll find out whether or not you fix the mistakes. And that was my whole goal this offseason, is get healthy and be me again. And that was my goal. And I'm happy to be healthy right here talking to you guys, and excited for the upcoming season.
Now, I'm not taking any touches away from you or any playing time away from you at all, but
Thanks.
how beneficial can Isaac Guerrero be for this team?
Super beneficial, man. I think the whole running back room is special. They all have big play capabilities, and they all have smarts. And it's one of those rooms that's really we push each other a lot in very healthy and positive ways. We're extremely tight. Guys like Patrick Taylor also, and the two young kids, Amir, who I played with in Carolina. Everybody in that room can contribute in massive ways.
Well, we get this all the time, and I always think, what does a player think when you hear this kind of thing? It's always, well, Christian's so good, you want to protect him. Like fans will say, Christian, they've got all these other running backs that are good to that point. Balance it out, fewer carries, or keep him fresh, need him for the playoffs, all those things. When you hear that, what do you actually think when you hear that?
Yeah, I don't hear it, to be honest. I don't listen to that stuff, man. I mean, I think there's what's talked about, and then there's what's true. And in our world with phones and social media, what's true is rarely what's talked about. And so, for me, I started the season with a pretty bad Achilles tendonitis last year. That was pretty miserable. I didn't need less touches.
Right.
That happened before the season started. That sucked. And then I banged my knee up. I think it was in the first quarter. That wasn't because I had a lot of touches in that game. So it's football's football, man. And playing running back's tough. I play hard. I try to give my best every single play. I've dealt with some unfortunate injuries in my career, but I've also had a lot of success. I've had seasons where I've had 400 plus touches and 2,300 yards, and felt great after. So it just depends on the year and how you're feeling. And I worked my ass off this offseason to try to come back healthy as ever and ready to go so I can help this team win in however ways they need me to do it.
Couple more questions for me, Christian. Without giving away too much and divulging things that you're not allowed to, with you and Deebo Samuel, those were two really versatile pieces within this scheme for Kyle Shanahan. With Deebo gone now, do you feel like your role might change a little bit within the scheme?
I think it depends on who you're playing. I think every week is a new week. I like to say every play has a life of its own, and every game has a life of its own. And you play 17 one-week seasons. So, any given game, the role might change. It might be a game where you're banging it out in the middle for, 25, 30 times a game, and the other might have, 12 touches but 9 catches because whatever the defense is doing. So, I just focus on being prepared to play any position that Kyle wants me in.
Well, my last one for you is Kittle and Bosa were with our morning show last week, and half the interview seemed to be centered around the Grateful Dead concert, which I know you joined them for. How was that experience for you?
Oh, it was unbelievable. Yeah, it was so much fun, man. That was one of the coolest live concerts or live events I've ever been to in my life. So I'll be going back after the season for sure.
I saw them at Oracle a couple of summers ago. Never seen them before. My parents really pushed that on me. Had a great time, but the Sphere in Vegas still on the list.
Yeah,
for
it was
me.
special.
I'm trying. I mean, from the Colorado area, I'm trying to get to Red Rock. I'm trying to figure out the Red Rocks experience, and it's been a little finding the right day and the right group to see there. What have you done that? You have to have done that.
Yeah, Red Rocks is special, man. I used to train up at Red Rocks, and run the stairs. But I never went to a concert there until I went to a Zach Bryan concert and ended up playing piano with him on stage.
Okay.
So that was my one Red Rocks experience. And I'm from Colorado in my life. I'm like, I don't know if I should go back. I think I should just call it there and call it quits right there.
That's a good one.
I knew you played piano. I didn't know you were doing it on stage at Red Rocks.
That's pretty cool.
Heart rate was at 215 probably. It was extremely nerve-wracking.
That or a 40-yard sprint down the sideline off a little pitch play.
No, that one of them got me a little more pumped than the other.
We really appreciate you coming by. I know that you got a lot to get to, and it's a busy time of year. It's an exciting time of year. So congratulations again on fatherhood, and best of luck going forward for the season. I know that we as a station, but also 49ers fan base as a whole, really excited to see you back on the field.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks, man.
And that is Christian McCaffrey. It was great to have him with us yesterday. Before we get to today's interviews, when we come on back, let's hear from Trent Williams. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver here in Santa Clara. We'll be bringing you Fred Warner, Dominic Puni, and possibly some others coming up as the Niners are getting ready to wrap up their practice. You just heard our replay of Christian McCaffrey, and now we'll take you over to another one of our conversations from yesterday. It is with future Protector of the Year, as that's a new NFL award. I'm going to put that pen to paper right now. We'll call it number 71, Trent Williams. Here he is. To none other than Trent Williams. We'll get him set up here and make sure everything's good, but pretty cool day at work here.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. We're going to talk to CMC and D. Winters, and definitely a different vibe. I guess this is that time where, Trent. When does camp become like when are you excited about it, and when are you start to get a little bit over it? We were talking about it earlier. We're not quite to that point where you're starting to get over it yet, right?
No. It feels like it just started, honestly, which it probably did. I mean, it's only been a week, but I think. To answer your question, you start getting excited, and once you have that first day of full pads, you get tired of trash talking to defense. Oh, that wouldn't have been there if we had pads on, or you wouldn't have did this if we had pads on. So, that's kind of when you get excited. I don't know if you ever really get over it. Like nowadays, it's so fast. It's only 2.5 weeks. 15 years ago, it was like a month and a half. So, I think you can get over it then. But now, I enjoy it, man. I just try to enjoy all the time I got left in this locker room, and I don't really get to a point where I'm over training camp. It's when that's when you get everything prepared to go for the real bullets flying. So.
Well, 49er fans aren't over watching Trent Williams, that's for sure. And look, these last two off seasons very different, and of course this one was just much longer with going 6-11, missing out on the playoffs. Everyone had a little bit of extra time to reset. And the big headline of this offseason was that the guy that you're being paid to protect, Brock Purdy, got locked up for a long-term deal. I mean, I know it's probably felt like a long time now where Brock is the leader of this team, but how did that change your perspective at all to just know that he's committed to this relationship with Kyle Shanahan? He's committed to the San Francisco 49ers for the long term.
I always looked at Brock like that. Yeah. I tell people all the time, I mean, my first time of seeing Brock in OTAs, I literally left the field and went and met Kyle in the office just to brag on what I seen. And, he had impressed me in just being in OTAs and shorts and T-shirts and just the way he was locked in. And, I was just impressed with the rookie. And then when he made the team, he'd tell you I pulled him to the side and just kind of told him how special that was for a 7-rounder to even make the active roster. Not even saying quarterback, but just any 7-rounder to make an active roster. It's pretty tough to do. You don't see it often, So I guess I wouldn't. Obviously, he did it himself, but I've been here kind of every step of the way with him. So I always looked at him as like our leader in the face of our franchise.
Does anything faze him? I mean, it doesn't seem like it from our point of view, but I mean, what good, bad? Obviously, this has been a real good offseason for him in a number of different ways. Yeah. But I mean, it always just seems like the same tone, same walk. Is it that way for you guys?
Yeah, 100%. You don't know what's going on when his poker face is super strong. So he's never showing any anxiety. He's never showing any anxiousness. He's always that stoic leader that we kind of need to control the huddle. But you do see his face light up when you talk about his baby girl, So and you can see then he shows some emotion. But talking about the money, the success, he's just locked in. But when we talk about fatherhood and both of us being girl dads, and and then you can see the sparkle in his eyes,
No question. And Christian McCaffrey just had the same experience with his wife, too. So a lot of happiness around the family lives of the San Francisco 49ers here. We're out at Levi Stadium training camp. Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, John Dickinson talking to Trent Williams here. First 5 draft picks were all on the defensive side of the ball. And obviously you're on the other end of that. And when we're going up against team drills, that's you facing off against these guys. Mm-hmm. So do you see it at this stage more as you're trying to teach them a little bit and compete against them, or is there still that mentorship factor even though you're on the other side of the ball here?
Yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, I'm 37, so I'm kind of mentoring everybody, So, you compete against them and you kind of mentor them and you just show them what you see, you know what I'm saying? And, I've always been that way to try to help guys, defensive guys, to try to, because I don't look at me as competing against them in training camp. I want them to compete week 1, week 2, week 3. So if I can help them and put tools in their toolbox to do so, then I will, no matter if it makes my job harder or not. To answer your question, it's a little bit of competing and a little bit of mentoring. And, when you got a guy like Michael and, who can be a terror in this league if he treats it the right way, it's kind of hard not to come in and tap in where you see something needs to be said, or to be that older voice for him to bounce ideas off of, or just help with life in general. And because this is a huge change for young people to get to this league, and you accomplish your dreams, but it's just starting. So it's a pretty peculiar thing to kind of work through if you're a rookie. So I try to help.
How soon do you reach out to or vice versa, with a lot of these rookies coming in? I know you spoke this last week about you lending your plane to Michael and going to Cabo and everything, and that's got to be a pretty cool moment for him. But what's it like when the draft goes down? It's the off season, everyone's doing their thing, but you're also eager to get to know your new teammates.
Yeah, 100%. If I can get the number, usually if it's an offensive lineman, then I'm trying to, connect with them as soon as possible. Defensive line, obviously they got a lot of guys over there that's going to be reaching out. So I just kind of sit back in the shadows and just kind of wait for the team ball, the OTA, all that stuff to pick up. And then you build a relationship then, and then, you just go from there.
Do you kind of live through them a little bit in the sense as you get a little bit older with kind of seeing the things that they're going through? I mean, Michael kind of an example of that. Like he's trying to figure out how I'm going to do this trip or whatever, and just the newness of being a pro.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't say I live through them because I've already lived everything they're trying to do, but I definitely try to be.
Does it keep you young?
It does keep me young and just helping them. And it reminds me of some of the pitfalls and the obstacle course, the obstacles that you meet along the way as being a young NFL player. So, like I said, I don't live through them, but it definitely keeps me engaged and keeps me, to where I can remember what happens, because I want to tell you about what happened to me at this point, and then, it definitely keeps me young in a sense where it allows me to not forget about all these lessons I've learned over 16 years, and just, it keeps me locked in too.
A lot of changes, and we're talking with Trent Williams here on the Sports Leader. A lot of changes, in particular on defense. If you go back to March, it's kind of like, wow, there's a lot of people that aren't going to be around from this team in recent time. But as you look at the additions and the draft, in particular on the defensive side, and you go up against a lot of these guys, I mean, how impressive Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, C.J. West has been somebody who's kind of made a little name the first week that's been noticed. Is there a point where you kind of look at it like, okay, like I kind of get it, like what the plan was in terms of the draft?
I think like I said, I keep throwing around my age. I'm old enough.
I didn't ask you this time.
Nah, you're right. I guess I just been around long enough to where all right, I see we losing huge pieces over here. And we have to spend a lot of money with guys that's already in our locker room. So when you can't go out in the free agency and make a huge splash, you got to make a splash in the draft. So I kind of already assumed that our focal point would be the defensive side of the ball, since that's where we lost the most people. So, I kind of seen what they were trying to do, but, just seeing how they went through and specifically picked these guys out, that's always interesting, because you start – when you in a defensive draft, you want defensive players, you still hundreds of guys to pick through when you picking these guys first, second, third round. So, to me, I think I found it pretty neat just to see, all right, I know why they picked this guy. I know what separated him from those guys. I know I can see this player in this guy. I can see, so
sure.
I think that's probably more exciting to see for me.
Talking to the 37-year-old Trent Williams here. I'll cut the joke and ask you about a couple of guys that are definitely older, and that is your head coach, Kyle Shanahan. That's also his father, Mike, who coached you out in Washington.
Yeah.
So with all the roster turnover, you start thinking about the players that have been around here that know Kyle very well, and you're right at the top of that list. I mean, do you see a lot of similarities or key differences that stick out between Mike and Kyle and the coaching style?
Yeah, I think I may be the only player that's had both of them as head coaches, so I Yeah, but no, to say, you definitely see it. You see it in the principles, right? Obviously, Cal is a different, came up in a different age. He's a younger guy. Obviously, he's a little bit more hip factor to how he runs the team as opposed to where Coach Mike was more so like, it didn't play no game. Like, no games being played. He wasn't like one of those coaches that would MF you or do all of this. It's just that he told you exactly what he expected out of you, and he gave you a chance to do that, and if you didn't do that, it's when you and it ain't even more about what he would say to you. It's more about just letting them down, because, when you have a coach that believes in his players, when he gives you that freedom to have a day off, and when he gives you that freedom to be able to go stay a night outside of the hotel, or let you sleep in later, and guys don't take advantage of that, and they can still come in later or still miss curfew, then that's more so an indictment versus the player than it is the coach. So, yeah, to answer your question, I see a lot of similarities, but, obviously with Kyle being a little younger, he runs it just a tad bit different.
What would you attribute the new energy to going into this season? I mean, everybody knows how last year ended, not what anybody wanted, obviously, but it has, I think, from an outside perspective, looked different through the offseason into this first week plus of camp. What do you attribute that energy change and energy shift to?
I think just fresh blood, new opportunity. We know we have the roster to go out and compete, and getting that 6-11 season out your taste buds, and just the excitement to know that, hey, we could have a favorable schedule, see how things turn out, and we got the team. We got one of the best quarterbacks. We got best tight end, best middle linebacker. List goes on, pass rusher. So when you have all those pieces to the puzzle, it's hard not to get excited about what's coming up and the opportunities that is going to present themselves.
Few more minutes here with Trent Williams. Deion Dawkins was a big part of launching this campaign for the Protector of the Year award in the NFL. Yeah. Best offensive lineman. Is obviously the goals of winning the Super Bowl, getting into the playoffs, those never change. But with a little more recognition of an offensive lineman, do you look at that getting instituted as something that you put at the top of your goals, or something you'd really like to get on your resume?
No, and it's not because I wouldn't want to be the best lineman, but I just feel like, for the award to be presented now, 16 years in, I just kind of like, it's probably not one of those awards that I look at as something that I need to go and get. It's new. So
right, if it was old, we'd be talking about the 6-time winner of the award right here.
Right. So I'm not gonna say that I don't pay attention to it. I understand and I'm very happy that people are pushing the envelope towards recognizing what we do, because we do have a tough and very important job. But I wouldn't say this at the top of my list. Like, I want to win the Super Bowl, and I want to win that more than anything.
So do you have a line of people now trying to get at the plane? Do you have like a futures list? Like, who can take? Is that a thing?
I'd be lying if I say my phone didn't ring all the time with people wanting to get a ride on the plane. So
yeah, Klay Thompson's boat, Trent Williams' plane. Talking about some of the most important vehicles in the Bay Area.
You got a little side hustle going now, Trent.
Yeah,
We really appreciate you coming by. I know it's a busy time of year, so thanks so much for joining Papa and Silver with John Dickinson, and best of luck this season. Looking forward to it.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate
Thanks,
y'all
Trent.
for having me.
Have a good one, man. That was Trent Williams, of course, and we're going to bring you some more coming up in just a bit. Papa and Silver with John Dickinson here at Levi Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver resumes here at Levi's Stadium. We're going to have Matt Mayoko join the show at 1:30. And well before then, we're going to talk to some of your favorite 49ers. It was great to have our replays there from Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. We also spoke to D. Winters yesterday, and you can check out all of those interviews on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Before we get back into the football discussion here, I got to tell you that it is time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, locally speaking, we got the San Jose Giants taking on the Stockton Ports, and I'll just say the Giants farm system got a little bit more interesting over the last 24 hours with some prospects coming over in the trades of Tyler Rogers, of Camilo Doval, and then Mike Yastrzemski also traded to the Royals as well. As far as things going on with the road, Robbie Ray pitching tonight, Saturday a little TBD, and Sunday Giants will finish off a series against the Mets with Carson Wizenhunt on the mound. They will be on the road, but you can check out all of those games on NBC Sports Bay Area, but more importantly, right here on the Sports Leader. Last but not least, the Golden State Valkyries on the road. They survived a narrow one with some poor clock management, but ended up holding on against Washington for a 1-point win last night, and they are going to be continuing their road trip today with a game at 4:30 Pacific against the Chicago Sky in Chicago. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. One headline that's been pretty big around national circles today, and just kind of a reminder that you're always thankful for when your front office and your ownership acts in a functional manner, because you would say Micah Parsons is a pretty good football player, right?
Yeah, Micah Parsons is good, but yeah, I mean, just the hilarious nature of his message. I mean, it was akin to the Mike Yastrzemski goodbye message before the guy's actually gone. I mean, it was unbelievable. Thank you, Dallas. But if you read the screenshots of what he actually typed out, it is a lengthily explained trade request.
Yeah, he talked about how he didn't want to be here. He used the caption, "Thank you, Dallas." And look, Dallas, I'm sure, could have handled this much better from their front office situation. But also, Micah Parsons, it sounds like, was having conversations without his agent being involved, which, I mean, look, this is why agents exist. They go ahead and do the dirty work, and we know all about the dirty work here on KNBR.
Yeah, and agents, I think, is also a nice segue back into our daily Kuminga here before the top of the 12 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
because
Sam Amick putting some news out there today.
I don't know if Micah Parsons' agent is doing the due diligence, but Jonathan Kuminga's agent continues to not be. I think with the latest here, not a lot new. I feel like we always say that, but there is some little bit of tidbit of different information from Sam Amick of The Athletic here, kind of getting into that. I know it had been reported by ESPN, and I think that the Suns and Warriors, Kings and Warriors, the prospect for deals there. One thing that stood out, and Amick reiterated in his report, that the Suns and Warriors have not really progressed on any talks in any serious manner. He also confirmed the 4-year, $90 million offer on the table from Phoenix if the Warriors could figure out a combination of players to come back to the Warriors. For the Kings, though, and this is where it was sort of folded in that both teams, the Suns and Kings, had offered the 4 and 90 for Kuminga. Amick, though, reports that the Kings have offered a 3-year, $63 million deal for Kuminga, and also are willing to include Malik Monk. The Warriors to this point have not been interested in Monk, and a 2030 first-round pick, which would be appealing, but the pick would be lottery protected. So some more details there from Sam. The Warriors, though, have said they want a good young player. Malik Monk is, I think, a good player, a veteran player. They don't want a bad deal. I think the Warriors consider Monk's deal to be a bad deal. He's got,
and I think that's understandable.
And I also think there's some concern that Monk, got paid, performed, but now got paid and may be ready for a decline, either as a player that's starting to age or a decline based on a player that just got paid. So I think that's, again, my read on some of the Warriors' concerns as it relates to that.
And I'll say this on Malik Monk, too. I mean,
Sure.
What I like about Malik Monk is that from a regular season standpoint, I think he could really help the fact that Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green are probably not going to be playing 70-plus games with their respective ages. And that is a good regular season fit, a guy that can start, a guy that can fill it up. But then the contract, and also I don't know if it moves the needle as far as contention in the playoffs.
No, he would be a guy that you'd want to have around, I think, in the regular. I would. But again, it sounds like my opinion of Malik Monk's ability to help the Warriors is different. Is different than the Warriors' opinion on it. I think Malik Monk could help the Warriors more than it sounds like the Warriors believe Malik Monk could help the Warriors. That 2030 first-round pick would be appealing. I think if that's an unprotected pick, we've got a little action potentially between the two. I think if it's I actually think if it's an unprotected pick and Devin Carter, I think there may be some action. But the Warriors at this point, more interested in a Keon Ellis or a Keegan Murray, which obviously has been a non-starter for Sacramento to this point. So, and the Warriors would have to move other salary around, Amick writes, if they were to take on Malik Monk's deal. It's interesting. Again, you gotta, to me, that pick you'd have to loosen the protections on that pick, I think, to get the Warriors to bite. So that's the bulk of the new stuff. I know we talked about it a couple days ago. The Warriors are going to have to come up, I think, from the 2-year offer where the second year is basically a team option. I know that in theory gives. It's set up to be a deal to be traded, right? He makes his $21 million for the 1 year. it's easy to trade him. He obviously has to waive the no-trade clause, which the Warriors want as part of that. But then the second-year team option gives the team that's acquiring Kuminga, it's more desirable for the team acquiring Kuminga to be able to get a look at Kuminga. And then if they like the player and he performs for them, you get him for a second year before you have to move on and make a decision as to whether you want to pay him long term. There's also bird rights that go away. A lot of that stuff's wonky and convoluted, but if his price is in that $20 to $23 million range, starting salaries for his next deal would be in the mid to upper 20s and then on into the 30s. So he'd be able to get a 9-figure deal in a couple of years down the line there.
Couple of quick football notes as we get ready for our 49ers, and then we can get back into this Kuminga discussion. Fred Warner confirmed now going to be joining us at 12:15, so that's coming up in about 12 minutes or so. Really looking forward to that. And then another note, which not a huge headline, but we were getting into the wide receiver discussion yesterday for the 49ers. Jawan Jennings now nursing a bit of a nagging injury right now. Ricky Pearsall they've been very cautious with, and obviously Brandon Ayuk going to take a little bit of time and miss the start of the season. Amari Cooper, one of those veteran names that was out there, has decided to officially retire. So you still got guys like a Keenan Allen. I know we mentioned a Gabe Davis, but Amari Cooper, another one of those names that was possibly floating around. Unless he comes out of retirement, he's now off the table.
Yeah, that and I don't know that he was necessarily going to be on the table, but yeah, you factor him out. The other interesting one is Terry McLaurin with Washington. Is he somebody wanting obviously a new deal with the Commanders that would pique the 49ers' interest? What do you think?
Yeah, I do think it would pique the 49ers' interest.
But he wants to get paid. So you'd be trading for somebody that wants to get paid. The 49ers obviously just paid Brandon Ayuk.
I was going to say, this is where the Brandon Ayuk contract, I think, has hamstrung them a little bit, and maybe hamstringing them somewhat in Jawan Jennings negotiations, depending on what kind of raise Jennings is seeking.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of looking at it, and obviously with Ayuk injured, then he at this point isn't necessarily a tradable commodity. We know the back and forth from a year ago as it related to all of that and his hold out and hold in and eventual signing. So McLaurin doesn't seem to be a fit just based on the fact that the 49ers have the money tied up in some of these other areas. But I know in the 49er discussion and social media landscape, it was content creation standpoint, that was the name that was thrown around for discussion, at least because he is somebody that I think would be a good fit from just a pure football standpoint.
Here's what interests me about the Terry McLaurin conundrum going on in Washington right now. I have had a lot of conversations with the other Silvers in my family growing up about what is really a number one wide receiver. Like, it requires a certain build, size, strength, all of it. Like Calvin Johnson, obviously, was a number one wide receiver. If we're looking at a current example, Mike Evans embodies what a true number one wide receiver is. Terry McLaurin really doesn't in a lot of ways, but the production has. And he's kind of been through thick and thin on the Washington side of it, where he had a lot of different quarterbacks. He made a lot of different quarterbacks look better than they were. Now all of a sudden you got a guy who just led you to the NFC Championship in his rookie season, who you would like to think is going to be your quarterback for the next 10-plus years in Jaden Daniels. And so why would you not want to help out your young quarterback and also reward Terry McLaurin for his contributions to finally rebuilding this team when everything clicked and they got ahead of schedule? I don't negotiate contracts. I don't know exactly what he's asking for. But if you're Washington, I think all the factors considered, you got to be willing to compromise a little bit here on the front of McLaurin, even if that means what you would consider a slight overpay.
You would think. The other thing that just comes to mind always is, whenever teams start having success, and we've seen it here with the Niners, and obviously they did a little bit of a mini reset with some of the youth movement and players that have been brought in particular on the defensive side. But speaking specifically to Washington, they've been so bad for years, and the first little taste of success, everybody wants to be considered. Everyone wants to kind of get there, and rightfully so. I'm not questioning that, whether McLaurin's deserving. I think he definitely is. But the harmony of, wow, this, look at what Daniels has been able to do, and you get into the playoffs and you win a couple of playoff games and you knock out the Lions and all of that. It's just funny how quickly things can change when the expectations change and when the expectations among individual players who are a part of sort of flipping the culture change.
But I think about football in a light that is different than other sports, and you are sacrificing your body and your life in major ways every single time you step out on the field. So say Jawan Jennings, for example, you're a 7th-round pick, and you might not be asking for some lucrative extension or restructuring of your contract, but how much time and opportunity are you going to have to go and get somewhat of a bag? I don't think that his best football is necessarily behind him, but his best football is not happening 3 to 4 years from now.
No, it's not. But so again, I understand why he wants to get paid. I understand why the Commanders would look at it and say, yeah, we really like what you've brought to the table, but because again, I think that's where some of the unexpected success bumps up a little bit of the calendar and the timeline in terms of, like, I don't think the Commanders were planning on having to pay McLaurin off of the year that he had last year, but it's part of the deal.
Yeah, no question. Let's go ahead, take our time out now so that we are ready for Fred Warner when he does end up coming. Dominic Puni going to be joining us as well, and good news is we got Walter here to feed us any necessary information. I love being free of responsibility on a Friday. That's what it's all about, Papa and Silver on Levi Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Silver and JD were down at Levi Stadium yesterday and were joined after practice by Trent Williams, D. Winters, and Christian McCaffrey. If you missed those interviews, you can check them out on our YouTube page or at thesportsleader.com.
Well, we got to send you into the weekend with some good vibes and also some good ways of being responsible. Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney of Moskowitz LLP, is joining us right now. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. Here it is. It's August 1st. It's a Friday. How nice it would be to enjoy your weekend, enjoy your family, enjoy the games, and not be worried sick over what the IRS going to do to you because you can't pay your taxes. You know what? A lot of people can't pay your taxes, and it's okay. We have all kinds of deals available. We have a lot of experience doing this. We'll explain all the deals that are available, and there's a lot of good ones. Also, you may not even owe the taxes. That's especially true if you haven't filed the returns, because we don't file the returns. The government makes up tax returns. They're punishment returns. They're called SFRs, substitute for returns. They may be way more than what you really owe, or maybe the statute of limitations ran, or maybe this or maybe that. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain it all to you. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
And Steve can do just that for you. All you got to do is give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL for your free consultation. Or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Was set back, steps up, here comes Floyd, throw over the middle, intercepted by Fred Warner. Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30, 20, one block and he's in, 10, 5, pushed out, dives for the end zone, touchdown! San Francisco!
Pick City, baby. Absolutely love that. Yeah, and today a Greg Papa call like that is going to hit a little bit different. If you missed the start of our show, really encourage you to go back and check that one out. We'll have all the show hours podcasted for you later today at the end of our show, and you can also rewind on YouTube and Twitch, where we are currently live streaming. That, of course, a massive highlight, a pick six from the one and only Fred Warner, who's going to be joining us momentarily right here.
And good for the soul today to hear a tremendous Papa call as well. Like, just, yeah, best in the business.
Yeah, no question. And a little bit of Tim Ryan peppered in there as too. I'm excited to get those football hours up and running again. So, look, I mean, this was a big offseason here for Fred Warner, as now one of two starters, along with Nick Bosa, that was part of this Robert Saleh scheme, and now gets to do it a second time in a new chapter. And Fred is the ultimate example of a guy that has not ever taken time off. But in that Patriots game, he suffered a fractured ankle, and then it came out all the way in December that he had been playing on that and practicing on it for about 11 weeks.
Incredible, and I know the injuries and some of the struggles related to the injuries from last year are not really a topic that is a warm one for the players individually, and I think for the team collectively. But the reality is it did factor in a major way in how last season played out and the 6-11, and I think so much of the optimism from last year heading into this year is, yes, the infusion of what appears to be some really good young talent, but it's also the fact that a lot of these guys that weren't right physically in 2024 are right physically in 2025, and that, coupled with the schedule, coupled with the reinvigoration that's come with the infusion of young players, I think is why everybody a week and a half now, almost 2 weeks into camp, is feeling really, really good about the ceiling for this team this season.
So Greg Papa and I take PFF and grades with a little bit of a grain of salt. I like the analytics, and I like that it's become a good measure by position, but it's not a tell-all stat. All that being said, yesterday we had PFF's highest graded player since 2021 in Trent Williams. This note from PFF, Fred Warner, over the past 2 years, he's got a 90.8 coverage grade in both the run and the pass. No other linebacker has even an 80-plus grade in both categories. And so that's something that I really want to pick his brain about, is just the instincts of covering the run and the pass all at once, if one was a little bit more natural to him, how he developed those instincts, and most importantly, when you look at 2025, how he's going to be able to pass that along to guys like a D. Winters, guys like a Curtis Robinson, who was activated off the PUP list today, and rookies like a Nick Martin.
Yeah, without a doubt, because beyond Fred, there are some open spots and some young players that are going to have opportunities to be able to make a name for themselves and also really try to help this team. I mean, Nick Martin, a third-round pick. You look at You look at somebody like D. Winters, who we talked to yesterday, who's been around here for a couple of years. There's a lot on his plate with Dre Greenlaw gone, and I think the Niners are feeling good about the young players that they have. But it's such an opportunity for Fred to be able to play that mentor role. Not calling him old, definitely not in comparison. Like our guy Greg here, getting Oliver Trent Williams for. Getting Oliver Trent Williams for having a 3 at the beginning of his age. Come on, Greg. But
look, I only got a limited amount of years left to be able to be doing that, so got to cash in while the opportunities present itself.
Yeah, and Nick Martin again is somebody that I think is expected. So there are some potential unknowns at the linebacker spot after Fred, but I think that there's a lot of young talent that, as much as they can absorb from Fred, will go a long way toward determining the ceiling for this team.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And on the other side of the ball, we're going to get a chance to talk with Dom Puni as well. I know I referenced that list yesterday, which I wasn't all up in arms about the ranking, but ESPN did their rankings 1 to 32 of player groups under the age of 25. And the 49ers ranked 30th. And again, so much of them are unproven. But you also look at last year's rookie class, and I think there's enough guys in there who had contributions and had to play probably more than expected because injuries were just ravaging this team. And perhaps no better example of just consistency and performing at a high level than Dominic Puni. We all know the secret of when Trent Williams is available versus not. The 49ers offensive line unit as a whole, it's night and day productivity-wise. Dom Puni was asked to share a large role of responsibility and was a really stable cog in a unit that had a lot of question marks when Trent was missing.
Yeah, he did. And again, it's young player comes in, and who says Kyle Shanahan won't play young players? If you're good enough, you'll come in and they'll carve out a spot for you. But
he had some high praise for Upton Stout yesterday.
No question. I mean, there are a number of different players all over the defense that I think fit that mold, as we've discussed here since training camp has started. But he was one of the guys that was able to. He was able to crack the code to being able to get an opportunity and produce. And now he's somebody, I think, at 25 years old that the 49ers they view as a foundation piece of that offensive line, along with Trent Williams and some of the other guys who have been here for a few years.
Yeah. By the way, Dominic Puni is cousins with Buffalo Bills defensive lineman A.J. Epinesa. I might have to ask him if that's his dream Super Bowl matchup come here at Levi's Stadium in 2026. That's going to be a lot of fun to host it. And look, we'd never seen a team play in a Super Bowl hosted in their home stadium until it happened in back-to-back years. Tampa, but that was a weird one because it was still through the pandemic. And then the following year, the hated LA Rams did it at SoFi.
Yeah, the pandemic was over in Tampa, though. The pandemic was over. The pandemic was
That's
over.
True. I think about the videos of the parade and everything.
By February of what was that, 21? At that point, no, I kid. But yeah, and then the Rams do it the next year. It is. I think it doesn't feel as Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers as the last couple of years have felt. When you look at the players that were on this roster that are no longer on the roster. But I think the one thing that has been the most dramatic shift, and asked Trent Williams about this yesterday, just the shift in, you kind of look at and Trent knows. I mean, he's a student of the way teams are built and those kinds of things, and understands the financial component to the league and everything that goes into it. So he wasn't necessarily surprised that maybe there was a little bit of changeover, different points on the roster, but I think it's one thing to have the changeover on the roster and kind of wonder what the direction is. My words there, not his. I think we all in the media were kind of wondering, but then again, it comes back to the young players, and it goes back to the group of whether it's rookies or others that have been brought in. They are talked about differently. I mentioned this yesterday. Like it is, and it doesn't mean every one of them is going to be a starter or every one of them is going to be a productive player, but to a man, this list of young players, in particular on the defensive side, from Mykel Williams to Alfred Collins to Nick Martin and Upton Stout, even a guy like Siegel in the defensive backfield, there is a thought that these guys, C.J. West, a fourth-round pick who impressed the first week plus of practice, you kind of wonder, us on the outside, well, what's the direction? But the one way you mitigate all of that is if the guys that you draft come in and can perform and play roles and be starters at a couple of spots. And the guys that aren't starters prove that they're not that far away from being starters and can get on the field for a certain amount of snaps quickly. And that isn't always the case. It's kind of the perfect world scenario in play, but it just seems like there are more young players on this 49ers roster right now that have a chance to contribute in more meaningful ways than has been the case for, let's say, the last 4 or 5 seasons. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. We know they're going to get the opportunity, but the sense is that there's just a lot more of, again, that word optimism, that they've got guys that have the ability to do it.
So I sent you this video yesterday and watched a little bit of it. It was Mina Kimes' podcast, and she had my good friend Jordan Rodrigue on as a guest, and it was breaking down the NFC West in the larger picture. So on the 49ers element of it, I want to tell you a couple of those nuggets, but I think getting the signal here from Walter that it's best to go ahead and take a timeout. So I'll tease what we got about the 49ers offense and why I think the young defense can play an important role. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader. Hey everyone, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. That's not quite as old as Trent Williams, but we're getting there. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights and how they can be protected. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, children all around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than, wait for it, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. So you know the drill. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Ray, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Pop and Silver with John Dickinson here in Santa Clara. We're going to catch up with Fred Warner in just a bit. 49ers practice ended moments ago. A few headlines to pass along, nothing too crazy, but Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa, and Kyle Juszczyk all returned after a scheduled day off. Curtis Robinson was suited up and on the field, first time being activated from the PUP list, and then still absent is Deommodore Lenoir, Jordan James, Jacob Cowing, and Jawan Jennings. JD, I told you I wanted to reference something from the podcast I was listening to with Mina Kimes, Jordan Rodrigue, and the larger outlook of the NFC West. In a lot of senses, the 49ers' offensive floor might be higher than we recognize going into the year. Brock Purdy, in a lot of ways, had a productive year last year, and I'm not trying to spin what I'm about to tell you statistically to say, oh, he had a better year than 2023. He did not. But on third downs, and particularly third and long, his QB rating was among the best in the league. On third down under pressure, the only quarterback who had a better QBR than Brock Purdy was Lamar Jackson. And this is with a team that did not have its ultimate utility player in Christian McCaffrey. It was a lot of receivers who could not get separation outside of tight end George Kittle. And really, it was the lack of being able to execute within the red zone that bit this team so many times. So the reason I'm bringing this up, and the reason I want to tie it back into the young defense discussion, if the offense has a higher floor than we might recognize right here on August 1st and looking at the big picture of 6-11, well, if this young defense ends up hitting on those draft picks, and I hate to bring up teams like the Eagles and the Chiefs, but how did the Chiefs continue to go to Super Bowls without really a receiving core? Their young defense, with Steve Spagnuolo leading the way, they hit on those picks. The Eagles just had one of the best off seasons, both in terms of free agent signing and the draft picks, the two corners, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, who were able to make an impact right away. So you got a sophomore class that got more experience than your average rookie class last year, and you got a rookie class coming in that was heavily focused on defense. If these draft picks hit and the results are more immediate than long-term, we could be talking about a team that's got a real chance to bounce back and take this division.
Absolutely, and I think you touched on a little bit just there, the potential bounce-back ability for the 49ers. So much of it is the red zone on both sides of the ball. The 49ers offensively did move the ball 20-20 basically, but then couldn't punch it in enough when they got in the red zone on offense. When teams got in the red zone against them, they did punch it in, and defensively specifically, the ability to stop the run. I mean, I think that has got to be, and we'll be interested to hear what Fred Warner says. I'm sure he's going to be all over that. But getting back as a foundation of the defense, a price of admission component of the 49ers defense is stopping the run. You stop the run, you put teams in position to where they have to throw the football, and you know they have to throw it, and that's where you can force turnovers. That's where you can get sacks and get off the field and change the field position game to the point where you got some shorter fields to deal with. I think that the special teams aspect, the reinvigorated emphasis on special teams, we'll call it, I think has been something that, that's another area where you can, field position here, put the defense in better position to maybe force turnovers there, shorter fields for it all works hand in hand. I don't think the 49ers last year, for whatever reason, played quality enough complementary football. They just didn't. And teams that don't win a lot usually don't. But I think getting back to that, the connectivity between the defense putting the offense in position to succeed, the offense putting points on the board to get leads, which allows the defense to pin their ears back, the stopping in the run, which allows rushing the quarterback. More options in terms of rushing the quarterback, not only on the outside, but I think on the interior are in play for the 49ers as well. So, again, it all goes back to reasons to think that this team, along with the schedule, at least going in, has a chance to be, maybe not the 13-4, 14-3 range, but every bit of splitting the difference at a minimum of 6 wins to 13 wins. If you split the difference on that and say 10, I think everybody would take that as sort of a baseline.
As far as the schedule goes, I'm not going to get too caught up in what teams you play and saying whether it's an easy or difficult game based on what that team was last year. Every week is its own existence in the National Football League. We know that. But if we could talk about the schedule in the sense of they're not playing any teams off of buys, the rest advantage versus disadvantage last year, it was crazy the disadvantage they had. And they already went into the year kind of stumbling and having some early injuries. So they were in a tough spot to begin with. Should be just a little bit more of a natural rhythm. You are playing some teams that are last place. Again, there's always some surprises. I think if you went into last year and looked at Washington on the schedule, you would think, oh, that's a pretty winnable game, and they ended up going all the way to the NFC Championship. So it's not to get too caught up in that front, but I do think that just generally with the routine, the stability that could be coming their way, the 49ers have a chance to get off to a good start, but they do have to face 2 division opponents in the first 3 games, and that's going to be really telling because this NFC West as a whole, a lot of question marks as to what version of the Rams, the Cardinals, and the Seahawks you're going to be seeing.
Yeah, and I think the Niners would say bring it as it relates to the division. And, yeah, 2 of the first 3 and 3 of the first 5 are against the division, and they've got one of each. Seattle to open it. It's the Week 3 matchup in the home opener against the Arizona Cardinals, and then you go play the Rams in SoFi down in Inglewood on a Thursday night, October the 2nd in Week 5. So, yeah, there'll be a really good test early for the Niners in the division. The 1-5 mark that they had, I mean, we talk about the red zone and not stopping the run and some of the statistical reasons why the 49ers didn't have the season that they had. The macro is they didn't have the season they wanted because they were 1-5 in the division and didn't win a single game here at Levi's Stadium against the division. The Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals all came into Levi's and were able to beat the 49ers and beat them close and beat them late.
Well, here's another thing. And I really hate to speak in one of the great sports cliches, but it really applies to this last 49ers season.
You flip that, you're 9-8 right there.
No,
just on that.
Not quite that. Well, yeah, that's true. But I was going to say the game is 4 quarters.
Yeah.
They lost a lot of games in the fourth quarter, and now they're looking to change things, and it looks like we're looking to change things up on our show here with Fred Warner set to come in shortly. So enough about last year. Enough about the 6-11, as we did with Trent Williams yesterday.
Just don't call Fred old, man.
That is one thing that we are not going to be doing here. But yeah, no, really looking forward to starting this off, and Dom Puni also going to be joining us as well. And Dom Puni is going to be first. I'm now getting the words.
Nice. Perfect.
You know, I was trying to read Walter's lip syncing abilities, and at first I thought he was telling me to stop, and I was like, well, I'm not going to stop talking while we're on the air. We will get Fred Warner eventually, but it's
You're like Ron Burgundy all of a sudden. Come on.
I know. I'm relying on the teleprompter. Stay classy, San Francisco. We're going to get Dom Puni first and then Fred Warner eventually, so we could talk about the experience and the defensive side of the ball, but we're going to switch over to youth and the offensive side of the ball first with last year's third-round pick, second-year offensive lineman who's going to be coming in right now as the 49ers just wrapped up practice. Dom, we really appreciate it. We'll let you get settled here with the headset. Greg Silver, John Dickinson here, Poppin' Silver, KNBR, flagship of the San Francisco 49ers. How's it going?
Good. It's going good, man. We just got done with probably the longest practice of training camp so far. So, I'm tired, but we're feeling good. Got some good work in.
Yeah, talk a little bit about the ramp up there. You get the 3-day blocks, and typically the second day of the 3 is the long one, but now this is the third of the 3-day blocks.
Yeah.
So today was really probably the one that felt the most like a real practice, right?
Yeah. Now today was like you said, the second day is always we call it the high day. It's definitely the toughest day. You definitely got to hydrate. But no, it's like I said, it's a lot of reps. It's great work. 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2. So you're going against the best all the time. So, it's just the more we can just keep stacking, the more reps, the better we get as a team and as individuals.
How is that competitiveness right now between the offensive line and the defensive line? I'm sure in the long term you're going to be happy that the first 5 picks of this draft were devoted to defense. Yeah. Maybe when you're getting reps right now, you're thinking a little differently.
Yeah, no, it's been great, man. The first 2 days, I think the O-line came out a little rusty. We're kind of getting used to getting the pads back on. But, as D linemen, for them, it's just go all the time. So when they put pads on, they're used to it. So we definitely had to get used to it. But I think these last 2 practices have been really good for us. So, but yeah.
How noticeable is the talent in particular on that side of the ball going up against these guys of really all of the young guys that were brought in, all the draft picks? I mean, you look at some of the names and they all kind of make an impact in their own way already.
Yeah, no, like I said, this is the franchise. They invested heavily in the D-line, and it's obviously showing already. Michael Williams is a hell of a player. He's going to be a problem for other teams. It's great getting work with him. CJ, Alfred, Valdez. I'm missing somebody, but they're all getting really good too. So and D-line coach is doing a hell of a job coaching them up. So they're really good. Yeah.
Do you view the offense differently in year 2, whether that's just your own personal experience going through a year playing at this level, or the fact that you got some faces that weren't as available last year, like a Christian McCaffrey, like a newly extended Brock Purdy, who I guess missed all but a couple of games there at the end. But do you view it differently just between a couple of the shakeups personnel-wise and also your personal growth?
I view it differently in the sense of I've got a year under my belt. Now I kind of know the offense really.
Yeah.
So I'm more comfortable in it. And yes, kind of like last year, I feel like we never really had the full group and the full offense. So we got our guys right now. Obviously, we're still missing BA and Juwan. But once they come back, I mean, it's going to be all like full go. But yeah, no, having Purdy back for a healthy Purdy, healthy McCaffrey, George is healthy. You know, all the guys that missed a couple games last year. It's a great feeling, man, because those are superstars.
Along those lines, what would you say is the biggest adjustment for you specifically from year 1 to year 2?
The biggest difference?
Yeah, or just adjustment you wanted to make, or where you're the most comfortable now, or.
I think the biggest difference for me, the jump I want to take is in just third down pass pro. That's just what I need to get better at. I think in the run game, I love the way we run the ball. We're running on angles, we're flying, and I think that's something I'm good at. So I love the run game, but third down is with the money down. So I mean, that's something me and Coach First have been working on, just kind of sitting back and being able to be comfortable. And it's working out. I mean, I feel like I'm getting a lot better already. So, yeah.
Do you take time? It's chaotic, obviously, right now with camp starting. But do you take a minute here and there to think of just how far you've come from a year ago, where you're getting the opportunity as a rookie, you're kind of thrown in there, you get the opportunity, you prove yourself to be a starter, and now you're one of the guys.
In the off season, yeah, I think I had some time to actually reflect on what just happened rookie year. But it was a short amount of time. Like I said, you can't really think about it too long because you just got to move on, and the past is the past. You got to get better and better. And like I said, there's things I need to work on. Coach First was telling me, and going into the offseason, these are some things that we got to get better at. And that's what I've been attacking.
49ers offensive lineman Dominic Puni, kind enough to join us today after practice. Rookies had to play a lot last year due to a variety of circumstances. You yourself started all 17 games. Did that experience give you some insight into the advice you want to give to this year's rookie class?
Yeah, oh, definitely. When you play 17 games, man, you see a lot. And you feel a lot. You feel how in college you get, 12 games, and if you're lucky, you play 15 or 14 in the Natty. But 17 games, man, like you get to week 12, and your rookie year, you think, like, oh, shouldn't we be done? But, like, your body's telling you you're done. But you got to push 5 more weeks. And if you go to the Super Bowl with 10 more weeks, so that's something that I'm going to preach to them is taking care of your body, doing the extra stuff, just making sure you're ready for next week because availability is the best ability. So,
how nice is it to have Christian McCaffrey back and full go? As you were asserting yourself as jumping into a starting role, he was kind of in and out and mostly out, obviously, until the middle of the season. But to see him back and healthy, I mean, how noticeable is just his talent level out there?
Not even just the way he uplifts the whole offense. When we played in Tampa Bay, I just already saw the difference. That was my first game with him. Just his ability in the pass game and what he does in our wide zone offense, like he's one of one, man. I think he's the best in the league. So the fact that we're getting him back healthy, I mean, everyone sees the superstar that catches the runs, but like the type of leader he is who is my favorite part about him. He's probably the hardest worker on the team, if not top 3, like with Fred and Bosa and Purdy, but his leadership is really what surprised me. Like the way he attacks the game, he's a great player and a hell of a leader.
So you just said that you feel like you've seen a lot over 17 games.
Yeah.
Carrying that into this year, is there a matchup or pair of matchups that you have circled on the schedule? We were talking about the division right before you came in here. I mean, let's just go through that alone. DeMarcus Lawrence comes over to Seattle. Josh Sweat comes from Philly to Arizona. And then you got a guy like Jared Verse who's coming off a sensational rookie year for division rival Rams. So, have you thought much about that or just kind of focus on the team?
No. You always think about the season and the matchups that you're going to go. Like, we got Seahawks week 1, divisional matchup week 1. So, I mean, you're always thinking ahead and thinking in training camp, what do you got to prepare for the season? Because in training camp, as much as you want to win these reps against these guys, you got to focus on what you're going to see in the season too. We're definitely thinking about all the D-lines. I mean, every time I look at like our schedule, I'm like, who's the D-line here, D-line here? The team is not – I'm not looking at their quarterback. I'm looking at their D-line, like who I got to go against. So definitely paying attention to them.
As you look, you talked about Christian McCaffrey and your confidence in running the football. You like running the football. This team struggled last year in the red zone, moved the ball, but then struggled punching it in. How big of a key to punching it in is the ability to run the football once you get down there?
It's huge. I mean, you have to be able to run the football in the red zone. I mean, the passing game, everything gets condensed. The safeties come down. So, I mean, it's easier to guard the pass. But so you got to be able to open it up with the run game. You got to stay away from third and longs. I feel like we did that a lot. We're always like in third down situations a lot in the red zone. We just weren't converting. Having Christian back's a huge help because what he does in the pass game, like I said, on third down, especially in the red zone. So that's something we got to just get better at, just being running the ball.
Has that been a point of emphasis? Were there different points of emphasis maybe brought, in a broader meeting as it relates to, hey, these are some of the things that really have to get better if this team's going to be where they want to be? It's
a point of emphasis, but everyone knows it. Like in the NFL, like everyone knows. You don't just get better at it by telling us we got to get better at it. You just got to be able to perform in the red zone, and we just weren't doing that last year. So next year we got to be able to do it.
Dominic Puni, the voice you're hearing here on the UMA guest line. Obviously the goal with any season is to go and make it to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, get into the playoffs, all that stuff. But Super Bowl happening right here at Levi Stadium this next year, and your cousins with A.J. Epinesa of the Bills, would the ultimate dream be going up against your own family in the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium?
That would be the ultimate dream. That would be crazy, man. I've never even thought about that. But that would be crazy. I mean, that's definitely something I look forward to.
Wow. Yeah, that would be pretty incredible. Final couple of minutes here with Dominic Puni. I want to ask you about Isaac Guerendo as well. And, Jordan James has kind of flashed. It seems like all the running backs, Kiner, wow, there's talent
really
everywhere.
Lucky, yeah.
But how much of a McCaffrey's obviously the guy, but how much of a 1-2 punch can he and Guerendo be?
I mean, you saw Guerendo, the way he was running the ball late in the season or in the middle of the season, the Seahawks game, the Cowboys game, he really learned, I think, at that point how to run the ball in this offense because it does take some time. They're going to be a crazy 1-2 punch. I mean, obviously Isaac's speed is going to add a whole different dimension to the offense. They always give him the Elijah Mitchell comparison, or is it Mostert?
I heard a lot of Elijah Mitchell comparisons.
Elijah Mitchell.
Kind of a little bit of both.
I was going to say,
Mostert had an explosion. It's kind of he got a little bit of both.
But
honestly.
So they always give him that comparison, and just because his speed is so elite. So I'm excited because if he hits a gap, if we give him just a little bit of space, he's going to go. So I'm super excited.
My last one for you, and I asked Trent Williams this yesterday when we had him on, but Deion Dawkins started this whole campaign to have a Protector of the Year award. You and Trent, obviously very different stages of your career, but when you see that start to become an institution here in the NFL, do you circle that as an ultimate goal that you might have personally in addition to the team goals?
No, I don't. It would be cool to have, but at the same time, if I just focus on that, I'm not really focused on like the season and the team. So I'd rather just focus on the team and winning games. Like I said, the only thing I want to do in the league is win a Super Bowl. And the more I can win the Super Bowl, the more Super Bowls I can win, the happier I'll be. So I mean, that's really the main goal.
I mean, pretty similar answer to Trent Williams right there, and that's what we like. We like our units here on the 49ers to all be in sync and on the same page.
And I got to ask you, are you in line to use Trent's plane?
No, I wish, man. No, I'm not going to bother trying to buy this plane. I'm good.
Maybe after the parade at Levi's when you beat A.J. Epinesa and the Bills, then you can go and take it somewhere.
We were joking yesterday. He's going to have a side hustle going where it's like, who wants it what day, and he's going to be racking it
like
up.
Like Airbnb, just rent the plane. Like,
who needs it? Yeah. Who needs it week 5? Who needs it in March?
Yeah.
Well, listen, it was really great to have you come by. It was so fun to watch you in your rookie year and all the contributions you made instantly. Really excited, and I know a lot of the fans are, to watch this team with a lot of new faces coming in fresh year 2 after a long offseason. So appreciate you coming by, Papa and Silver here on KNBR, and best of luck.
Thank you guys so much for having me. This was awesome.
No, really appreciate it, man. Best of luck. Take care.
He is Dominic Puni. Was fantastic to have him on. Yes, second offensive lineman here in as many days at training camp.
Absolutely.
And, if there a unit that we love any better than the offensive line, I would say, given that there's now $265 million committed to your quarterback, tough to argue otherwise.
Well, and it's all the smart, thoughtful guys, right? It's all the guys with the personality. Are the guys? I mean, Trent kind of sets that tone, I think, a little bit. But no, yeah, he had a great rookie year. Only expecting more, I think, from him at the right guard spot. And look, it's I know that we have all the discussion frequently about the offensive line, but Puni's a guy. Puni's a keeper. That's somebody that I think they can bank on here for years to come.
Two of the most elite tacklers in the game joining us in the show a little bit later. Fred Warner and Matt Mayoko will be coming by before this is all said and done. Got to get a little bit of laughs here on a Friday. It is Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. We'll continue this conversation on the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's just like no way. Yeah, he might be good, but there's like no way they're like him with Schroeder and Westbrook and still Levine, who's like a. Oh, I think we're back. And look at that. It is Papa and Silver here on The Sports Leader, live at Levi's Stadium. Great to have Dominic Puni on the show. Did you get the chance to talk to Dom at all last year? Because that was my first time, and he was great.
A little bit, and a little bit. We were laughing during the break at one of the Krueger reports as it related to Sacramento. I was getting a little loose there. I had a little opportunity during the weekly media availabilities here and there, but nothing as formal as we did. But no, great personality, good energy. I mean, everything you want from a young player, right?
Yeah, what was your biggest takeaway? Because I had a couple, but I want to hear from you on this one.
I think it's just I think the impact of the young players on the defensive side. I think the way he kind of lit up when we asked him about that. I think that's probably number one. But that could be a confirmation bias on my part because I've kind of made such a big deal about the days that I've been out on the practice field. And I'll be out there tomorrow, watching the third block here before they take the off day on Sunday. So maybe because that's something I've seen, it's why I'm obviously asking the question a lot. So that's the one thing that would stand out to me. What about you?
I would say when I asked him about if he views the offense differently, and he just kind of touched on the hard impact he had of playing and starting all 17 games for a team that had a lot of different iterations of linebacking core or running back room or wide receiver unit and, of course, the offensive line. That's 6 games without Trent Williams, and so I think that this is going to be a guy who's probably beyond his years, and I think that the 49ers just lacked a lot of consistency and cohesion across the board for circumstances that weren't always controllable, right? Injuries, personal matters, etc. But if there can be a little bit more consistency across the unit, say you get a healthy Trent Williams, which obviously makes all the difference in the world, and you get a second-year Dom Puni who's playing like a third, fourth, fifth-year vet, I think that could go a long way in helping Christian McCaffrey have somewhat of a bounce-back year and also protecting the guy you just devoted a lot of money to.
Yeah, I think it's a huge deal. And look, I think there's no greater disparity, I think, between the 49er fan base and the 49er coaching staff and organization than how they view the offensive line. Right? I think the 49er fan base views the offensive line as at a few spots disappointing. I think that the 49ers, as they grade it out, they don't view it that way. Aside from Trent Williams. Trent's obviously future Hall of Famer, one of the all-time greats to play that position. And I think, Puni had a very good rookie year. I don't think anybody denies that. So he's probably the number 2, actually, I would think, in terms of kind of the way the fans view it, but there is just a disparity in play here between functioning in the system, the ability to run block, which sets up the passing game and puts you in a position to be able to protect the passer in conjunction with Kyle Shanahan's playbook like that. It comes back to the complementary football component, I think, to it that we were discussing a little bit earlier in the show.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. About an hour left here on day 2 of 2 in our Levi Stadium training camp trips. Really busy today. It was a whole different deal parking on a Friday and seeing a lot of media and fans come out. So that's going to be, I always love the excitement of that. I will say that I had a brief stint of actually working with another team in this division, the LA Rams, when I was living down south and spent some time at that training camp. It was a lot of fun, the days that the fans did get to come out there. And so when the buzz starts happening, I know fans are kind of thirsty. And, look, I'm not trying to harp on the Giants and everything we talked about the last couple of days. But as that starts to kind of go south a little bit, I think the thirst for football, we can feel it for sure.
You can. And we are still, I think, in that euphoric initial week and a half, like the first, I think, week and a half, really up until about tomorrow, and today was that longest practice, and Dominic Puni kind of broke down, felt like they were really getting the work in. I think once you get through tomorrow, and then they take the off day Sunday, and then it's the lead up to the first preseason game, it's the lead up to the joint practice, which is now less than a week away with the Broncos. That's going to be Thursday, before the game on Saturday between the Broncos and 49ers. But once you kind of get through that week, that's when it kind of hits. We're about a week out from all right, when's the season going to start? And then you look up at the calendar and you're like, oh, it's still like 4 weeks away.
Yeah, we got a ways to go.
It's still like 4 weeks away. And then it kind of hits you, and it is really, in many ways, kind of the dog days of the sports calendar, especially when the baseball team that you cover and talk about, unfortunately, has admitted to themselves in the world that they're basically out of the race, considering some kind of weird 2007 Colorado Rockies hot streak that would come from, so it just, you do kind of get into the, NBA stuff should be done, and then when's the actual football season start, and then, that's where you really, kind of hope that you can lean on baseball a little bit, but alas.
Did you get a chance to watch the Hall of Fame game last night? By the way,
oh,
I put a little bit of Tirico and Collinsworth on my phone.
Did I get a chance to? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, I had forgotten that it was even Thursday. We were walking out. I was walking out with Walter and you, and is it always been on Thursday? Is it and it has been different nights. It's been Monday. When I was a kid, I think it was always Monday, and then it was Sunday for a minute. I think maybe they've even it's rotated in terms of who has the broadcast rights to it. And I get it. It's football's back. Everybody's excited. Hall of Fame game. It's cool. No chance. No chance. Trey Lance looked pretty good, though.
I was going to say, the only reason I did watch is because Twitter was blowing up about Trey Lance's accuracy and the touch passes.
Did you flip it on because you saw that on social media,
Yes.
or did you actually flip it on because you were interested?
No, the former.
Okay.
It was the former. I was like at the gym. I was finishing up. I thought, I'll catch a good drive here. It was the start of the second half, and it was a quick 3 and out, but then the Lions fumbled the punt for their 4th turnover of the night. I know, riveting stuff. And then I watched Trey Lance have a couple of throws. First one could have been caught for a touchdown. The second one on 3rd and goal was well off, and then they kicked a field goal, and that was about it for me.
Good for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of my overarching takeaway, and I did watch some of the highlights, some of the clips from the throws that he made, and again, things that were on social media after he had been out of the game, and it was good for him. It was good to see Harbaugh pumping him up, and I mean, his confidence was so shaken considering the injuries and the poor play here, and the 49ers found a better quarterback option, obviously, in Brock Purdy. That was a no-brainer, so you move on from somebody that didn't pan out. Obviously, it was a tough pick to move up, as the 49ers did, to number 3, but they were able to find Brock Purdy, so they could overcome it because Brock Purdy's turned into the quarterback that he's been, and then he goes elsewhere to Dallas, and I don't know. I've always kind of thought I found it unfortunate the way. And look, Trey Lance has not performed, and he needs experience and all those things. But I was since he's been gone, I kind of felt, and it's not even really the 49er fan discourse, but just the general NFL discourse surrounding him. It just almost felt like people were kind of rooting for him to fail. Or like there were people that didn't think he was going to be good, and then it was, oh, see, and everybody, I don't know, like he just was kind of getting mocked and almost laughed at, and it just, I don't know, it was unsavory. It just didn't feel right, on a human level, the level of disdain that was kind of being attached to him. So to see him perform well and kind of get his confidence back, and Harbaugh kind of pumping him up. I know it's against the threes. I know it was still 13-20 or whatever it was, but. I just hope from a human standpoint he has the ability to get himself to a position where he can have a continued NFL career, even if it winds up being as a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. And look, if we're going to throw around the bust term, let's think about a bunch of quarterbacks who were taken really high that didn't pan out. Trey Lance does not have some of the characteristics that was a problem for other people, whether it was issues with substance abuse or just simply not being very motivated and not working hard. And Trey Lance had all of the right intangibles. He worked hard. He was really popular in this locker room. It just didn't work out with some of the injuries and the accuracy and the touch. And Brock Purdy ends up coming along, and they find a better solution long term. Then he goes to Dallas. That was kind of just a dumpster fire as a whole last year. There was a little bit of Cooper Rush and a little bit of Trey Lance after Dak went down for the season. So I'm not overreacting too much to what we saw last night. It was against the threes, but there's no reason to not wish Trey Lance well in a different situation, and maybe Jim Harbaugh can help him with that. But enough yapping about a different team. Let's get back to our very own players in the San Francisco 49ers. We had Dom Puni, and now we welcome in
What's going on, Fred?
linebacker number one in our hearts, number 54 on the field. Fred Warner joins us right here at Levi Stadium. How's it going, man? Great to have you.
Wonderful, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, is it different for you a little bit this year? Just kind of jumping right into it. I mean, kind of being one of the OGs, like, because you're still a young guy.
That's right.
We were talking to Trent about that a little bit, and Trent's got a few on you, obviously. But is it as a leader of the defense and one of the best players on the team? Is it what's it like to have so much youth all around?
No, it's great, honestly. I guess I am considered one of the OGs now. This is my 8th year, but I'm glad you added that in there. I'm still one of the young guys. I got to keep that mindset and mentality. But it's great having that youth come in, man. Just the fire, the hunger to want to go get it, want to go prove yourself. That's honestly what we need right now in this time that we're at. I think obviously we didn't have the year that we wanted last year, and it's about building this thing from the ground up this year. And I'm excited, man. I'm excited for how the team's looking and how we're building this thing up.
I want to talk all things football with you, but Greg Papa is very disappointed that he can't be here today, and obviously we're sending all of our love his way. I asked him this morning, I said, hey, you got any questions you want me to pass along for you? And he said, ask Fred about the Sonoma Speaker Series that we did last offseason. How much fun was that?
That was so much fun, man. I'm surprised that we haven't had an opportunity to talk about it, but anytime that I can be up there with Greg Papa, which obviously, my wishes and prayers are with him right now. I know he's going through a tough time, but, it's always fun just being able to talk about life, talk about football. And it was a great opportunity to just, be up there in front of the people of Sonoma and just share my story a little bit.
D. Winters is somebody that everybody's mentioned. We had him yesterday. We talked to him, great offseason, ready to kind of take hold and be one of the main guys there at linebacker. What have you seen from him just in the jump from where you guys leave January and through the offseason and now here a week and a half into camp?
Yeah, no, D's put himself in an awesome position, man, to just go out there and dominate, and really take a hold of this position. I've been really happy with what I've seen from D. I think a guy going from year 2 to year 3, I think that's when you make the biggest jump, and I see him playing with that confidence that you want to see. And, continuing to progress. You want to see a young player, yeah, they're going to have their lumps. They're going to have times where they mess things up. But can you correct those mistakes, keep going, keep playing fast, keep playing with that style that we talk about day in and day out, and keep making plays? At the end of the day, we want playmakers on the field. So he's been doing an awesome job.
One of the most important stories in free agency for the team and obviously a lot of the fans and our listeners was the departure of Dre Greenlaw because of how loved he was in and outside of the locker room. So when you think about filling that void, and we talk about guys like a D. Winters or now a Curtis Robinson who suited up for the first time in a while today, or a rookie like Nick Martin, what traits come to mind most specifically when it comes to filling that void of Greenlaw?
Yeah, I mean, it's not about just having one guy that takes over the spot, in my opinion. I think it is going to be by committee, and I think our group, our LB room right now is as competitive as any room on the team. I'm so excited about all the young players who are coming up, and obviously the guys who have been there taking that next step. Guys are flying around, and I think the number one thing that I always want to see, man, is who has that dog in them. That's what it's all about, is really hunting the football with bad intention. Obviously you got to be on top of your assignments and being reliable to your teammates and to the coaches, right? But who's going to hunt the football? Who's going to continue to just be a dog out there? I think that's what we want at the second level.
I was going to say that's exactly what you demonstrated last year when it came out in December that you'd been playing on a fractured ankle. Just talk about that experience, the importance of you to set the tone of consistency, and maybe how you manage the pain to continue to play at a high level while dealing with a serious injury.
Yeah, no, it was a real tough time. Tough in a lot of ways because obviously playing on that ankle was one thing, but then our team not playing to the standard that we have, held ourselves to for so long, that was another tough part of it. And so, obviously I try to be that leader for the team, and I lead by example first and foremost by going out there and being, the top guy every single time I step. But I think it was something that I learned from as well, like just battling through injury and continuing to try to still be a leader through the tough times. I think that's when you develop, true character in those moments. So I'm gonna carry that with me.
Having Robert Saleh back, obviously a huge deal. You've spoken to it, but is there anything different about him maybe the second time around, or that you notice? Just
that he's better, better than ever, man. He's the same Saleh, but just better. And just having his leadership, man. Obviously, he's one of the greatest minds in football, and to have his lead and direction to the rest of the group, he keeps us accountable every single day, man, and making sure everything is black and white for us so we can go out there and we can play fast. And I love having him back as our DC.
Is there something to be said for it's in some ways similar? You guys were building a young defense going back years, even before the first Super Bowl appearance. A lot of young guys getting in the mix. He's obviously kind of leading the way. Does it feel similar to kind of that initial when you were one of the guys that was a real young guy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like flip now. I was one of those young guys who had to come in and play meaningful minutes and had to be relied on by a lot of the older veterans, like the DeForest Buckners and the Richard Shermans and things and such like that. But yeah, I think that new youth infusion coming in and having to rely on those guys, and now I'm being one of the guys who's been here and done it. So it's just coming together, man, and really building this thing up as a group, building that camaraderie, the chemistry every single day, and just continuing to challenge ourselves, right? I think it's not about being better than anybody else, about being the best version of ourselves.
Fred Warner, kind enough to join us here on the UMA Guest Line, live from 49ers training camp. Fred, I was referencing some metrics earlier, and you can get too deep into this stuff if you're sitting at a computer talking for 4 hours, right? But something that really stuck out to me is how well you have played both the run and the pass compared to anybody else at your position. What was that like to be able to just develop those instincts to play both so well? Is that something that kind of happened when you had that big jump from year 2 to 3, like you mentioned, is big for linebackers, or has that always been just a strength of yours?
I think it's been a product of having the right people around me, honestly. I was blessed in a huge way to be drafted to the 49ers. I look back and think about having a guy like Robert Saleh who believed in me as my defensive coordinator, having a guy in D'Amico Ryans as my linebacker coach to help build and develop me, and different veterans in my room growing up as a young pup in this league, the Quan Alexanders, the Malcolm Smiths, like I go on and on. All these guys were integral parts in me developing as a young player. I did have some strengths coming in, maybe in the past game, just having that experience playing out in space, so that was comfortable for me. But I did have to learn how to key behind the line of scrimmage, playing stack backer for the first time, giving the calls, using my hands on and off blockers, knocking back with my tackling and in the run game. So all these things have been developed, right? And I just kind of sought out weaknesses and tried to make them strengths.
I'm looking Mike Hill Williams. I'm looking at Alfred Collins, Upton Stout, Nick Martin, C.J. West, Siegel. They all seem like they've got the dog to go back to that. Who's the biggest dog in the shed among that crew?
I mean, right now the guy that's sticking out to me most right now, I gotta say Upton Stout, probably the smallest dog in the fight, but the biggest dog in here in where it counts. I've loved watching Upton Stout and the way that he's competed, man, at the nickel position. Whether it be special teams, on defense, one-on-ones, like the guy's got it. Spectacular covering, and then obviously has that ability to be in the run game and get his nose dirty. I think the sky's the limit for him.
All right, so I have a feeling Upton Stout might be one of the answers you say for this as well, but you talk about guys that are sticking out on the field. What about the new personalities coming in, and who's really stuck out as kind of being a new flavor to training camp here?
Oh, man, there's always personalities every year. Defensively, I guess my young bull, Nick Martin, man, he came in first day of training camp, or OTAs, was it? He had them slippers, the big slippers on, talking about how he plays guitar and all sorts of stuff. So he's a character, man. I love him, though. He's been a great addition to the room.
My last one for you is, you said Robert Saleh is the same but better. Is there a different Kyle Shanahan after a little bit of a longer offseason and everything that you guys went through collectively as a group this last year?
No, yeah, I think Kyle's the best in the business. I've always said it's not a matter of if, but when winning that ring, honestly, with him. I hear stories about how guys being around Bill Belichick, how much they learned in their team meetings, about how detailed he was in teaching them things, and I feel like, obviously, I've never been in a Bill Belichick meeting, but the way that Kyle breaks down the tape in our meetings, I feel like it has to be similar, because I'm learning so much in his team meetings over the years where I'm able to kind of add different things to my game. And, of course he has a fire in his belly right now after how things shook down last year, but that's how all of us are right now, right? And I think he's the best in the business.
You're obviously a student of the game. You're paying attention to everything, all different levels. Nick Bosa kind of had a little bit of a viral moment when he was asked about the kicking competition, and like paying attention. You can't miss it, really, the way that they've done it, at least when we've been out there. Are you paying attention to the kicking competition?
I'm paying attention more so to the wing because I'm the one out there on defense. I'm field goal block.
Okay.
I gotta cover the wing, so I have to focus on the wing. I never really get to see the kicks going through the uprights. It's almost a sin to turn around and look at the kicks. You got to keep your eyes on your man when you're out there.
No,
so.
that makes sense. And that's something I don't even think about.
Yeah,
no,
that's
my
answer.
It's always the individual role.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No question.
So I know I said my last one, but I actually had one more that I thought of. How much are you looking forward to opening week going against your old teammate Sam Darnold, who got the better of you last year in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a great matchup. I did get an interception off from that game.
Yeah, you did.
And a strip sack fumble. So the win is the most important at the end of the day. We're going to try and run that back and get the win on top of it as well.
Yeah. When I said the better of you, I definitely was talking about the results on the scoreboard.
Absolutely,
and not
yeah.
the
Which
Fred Warner
is
stat line.
most important. Let's not forget that.
Those are some big plays, though.
Yeah, appreciate it. You ain't seen nothing yet.
We really appreciate you coming by here, and KNBR is going to be carrying all these games, so we're going to hear the name Fred Warner just constantly on Sundays, and then the occasional Monday and Thursday as well. So best of luck with the rest of training camp. We're looking forward to watching you on and off the field, and appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Fred. Appreciate it, man.
He is Fred Warner, of course, linebacker number 1 here, and as he said at the top of the interview, one of the OGs on this staff now. So big thank you to
Just
the 49ers.
don't call him old, Greg. Don't call him old.
Hey,
man.
I'm learning.
Trent was all over you. Trent was all over you.
No, yeah. I mean, look, hey, you got to learn day in and day out. Thursday to Friday, I make a big jump. I'm like year 2 to 3 for a linebacker. Like he was just noting for the big jump. So a lot of confidence going forward in D Winters. And look, I was really impressed with D yesterday, and it was great to have that interview. What do you say we do a little D Winters next before we hear from Matt Mayoko? How about it? Fred Warner, Dom Puni, and a D Winters replay coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants pitcher Carson Wizenhunt, he joined Marcus and Krueger this morning and discussed his MLB debut and his role with the Giants for the rest of the season. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, great to have Dom Puni and Fred Warner in today, and we want to give you all of our replays from yesterday. So earlier in the show, you heard once again from Christian McCaffrey, you heard once again from Trent Williams, and as we just talked to Fred Warner, he's got a lot of confidence in D Winters as he goes from year 2 to 3, looking to make a big leap. So let's go ahead, hear this chunk from D Winters, and then we'll get to Matt Mayoko as we get ready to close down the show. But in the meantime, enjoy your possible starting linebacker alongside Fred.
Just trying to prove myself each and every day.
And you had a scoop and score today, as we just found out about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Little bit of adrenaline going already now with the pads.
Yeah, I think Johnny's been doing a good job about, getting the ball. Anytime the defense could take the ball away from the offense is always good. And, he's been preaching that every day, and I'm excited to get after it.
What was the offseason like for you? You obviously got an opportunity to play quite a bit toward the end of last year. What were the meetings like in terms of just things that you wanted to work on in the offseason and come back? Because everybody we've talked to has said, man, D Winters had a great offseason, had a great program, had a great, leading into training camp, set up to really grab, potentially a starting spot here with this team. Where did it start for you as it related to how you played last year and where you wanted to get coming into this year?
Yeah, the first thing I really focused on is the things that I could do better. That was the run game, that was the pass game. So implement those things and to certain drills in the off season, and most importantly, just getting my body back, to 100% was one of the main priorities. And I felt like I had a good amount of time to do that, and getting the playbook as well. Feel as confident as I could to come in and take the position.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair share of cutting boards. For years, we used plastic, until I read about microplastics ending up in your food. One study even linked them to cancer. So we switched to wood, thinking it was safer. Until one morning, my husband took a bite of toast and said it tasted like raw chicken. Minutes later, he had stomach pain, a fever, and started throwing up. I rushed him to the hospital. The diagnosis? Salmonella, from the bread. We knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves, there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered. But I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's boss's house. His wife was using this sleek silver cutting board I'd never seen before. She told me, it's a Katu chef made from pure titanium. It naturally resists bacteria and prevents cross-contamination. Even pro chefs are switching to it. She said her mom had...
What are your impressions of him coming in and getting this fresh experience?
Yeah, man, I love Salah, man. Just like I said in my past interview, the intensity that he comes with every day. He has a defensive mindset, obviously, and So I'm excited to work with him.
You're a young guy. There are some guys even less experienced that were brought in. Defensive line and other areas. Like the defense was really a focus of the offseason in terms of the draft and getting young players in. How much on that side of the ball? Yeah, you got a couple of OGs, but how much does it feel like, hey, the young cats have their opportunity here to really stamp how good this defense can be this year?
Yeah, I think in all areas and aspects of the defense, I think it's very competitive. We drafted a bunch of defensive guys, as you mentioned, and I think they all have a good opportunity to go out there and display what they can do. And, if they can handle, the playbook and how to be a pro, I think they'll do a good job. And all of them are doing that. So I'm very excited to have all of them. And, that's about it.
The opportunity for you specifically, obviously, Dre Greenlaw moves on to Denver. How much of that is, hey, I want to be a starter, I want to be the guy next to Fred?
How hard he played and how competitive he was, and just body couldn't get right. But even with him being around and watching him go through rehab, what did you learn from him as you now look to get a larger role here in this year?
Yeah, man, having great Dre alongside me last year, even though he wasn't playing, just, when he would see formations that I wouldn't notice, just him having that experience and being able to, help me, it kind of, increased my knowledge of the game in a sense. So having Jay around was definitely a great opportunity for me, and I'm glad that he took a chance to help me out for sure.
You mentioned the run game. I think fans are always curious, how does a linebacker get better defending the run? What's the process of that?
It's actually just a faster process of diagnosing the play. I think if you can do that, then you can react faster, and so that gives you the opportunity to be more downhill and be more violent. And so that's the thing that I've been working on and getting out blocks for sure.
Is that more of a film thing, or is that something that's a tactical thing as you go through drills?
Yeah, I say it's both, honestly. I think it's film and, repetition, doing it, in drills, repping it, seeing it, and like I said, doing it. So.
D. Winters kind enough to join us here after 49ers practice here at Levi Stadium. Robert Saleh is obviously known well here in the Bay Area for his first stint as defensive coordinator. What are your impressions of him coming in and getting this fresh experience?
Yeah, man, I love Saleh, man. Just like I said in my past interview, the intensity that he comes with every day. He has a defensive mindset, obviously, and so I'm excited to work with him.
You're a young guy. There are some guys even less experienced that were brought in, defensive line and other areas. Like the defense was really a focus of the offseason in terms of the draft and getting young players in. How much on that side of the ball? Yeah, you got a couple of OGs, but how much does it feel like, hey, the young cats have their opportunity here to really stamp how good this defense can be this year?
Yeah, I think in all areas and aspects of the defense, I think it's very competitive. We drafted a bunch of defensive guys, as you mentioned, and I think they all have a good opportunity to go out there and display what they can do. And, if they can handle the playbook and how to be a pro, I think they'll do a good job, and all of them are doing that. So I'm very excited to have all of them, and, that's about it.
The opportunity for you specifically, obviously, Dre Greenlaw moves on to Denver. How much of that is, hey, I want to be a starter, I want to be the guy next to Fred, I want to be the guy that's playing a lot? How much of that was the goal this offseason for you?
That was the main goal this offseason. Once I saw Dre leave, I was just like, I'm going to do everything that I can, to prove that, that I belong here, and the 49ers made the right decision to draft me. And I just had that mindset throughout the whole offseason, and I was very excited to come out here and display what I had.
OTA's had a crazy high attendance, and now you've got this mix of veterans who know what it takes to get to a Super Bowl and on the brink of hoisting a Lombardi. Also a lot of younger players as well. Who've been the prime example setters out there at camp, especially with pads on?
Fred Warner. That guy, I'm pretty sure it's
good
obvious.
Answer.
Yeah, just the way he comes out, man, that's someone, I implement. How to be a pro after, and he's a very good example for me as a linebacker and how to do things on and off the field.
Did you learn anything about injury management in particular with Fred? It came out later in the season that he was playing with a fractured ankle that he suffered all the way back in the Patriots game, and obviously we know what he brings in terms of the consistency and being able to pick his brain and just kind of dissect an offense, but then there's also extra layers of just the toughness and the intangibles and continuing to set examples, and now he is one of the true OGs left on this defense.
Right, yeah. You said something about the recovery process, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that secret between me and him. But yeah, he has something, that I've implemented in my recovery process. But also again with Elliott and doing mobility stuff, try to have a range of motion in certain areas. So I think that's been a great thing for me right now, and my body feels great.
How different the vibe always comes up. I mean, how different is it for you just collectively coming off of the Super Bowl loss a year ago? We don't necessarily need to get into the reasons why it didn't go well last year, but what have you noticed that's just tangibly different? Because when we watch it, we see it. You guys are living it.
Yeah.
What speaks to that?
Man, I think the energy in camp. Everybody's hyped. Everybody's going hard. Everybody's competing. So I think that's just a good way to start camp and start off the season.
Where do you think it comes from? Does it come from last year being disappointing? Does it come from you look around the roster, so many guys that have done it at a high level that are still here.
Yeah.
Is it those guys setting that tone? Or
I would say a little bit is from last year, but also just, football season's here again, and, everyone's excited to be back and to prove everybody that, we are here to compete, and we always have been.
Do you have any games in particular circled on the schedule? I know they all count for the same and everything, but when you just think 6-11, not making the playoffs, not playing up to the standard that this franchise has been accustomed to and really grown with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, there's probably a lot of different weeks you look at, especially within your own division, but want to get your thoughts on it.
Honestly, every game is going to be treated the same. It's nothing different. Just go out there, do my job, and that's about it.
How impressed have you been with the guys playing in front of you early? And the defensive line has been, you're like, whoa, where did they get these guys?
Yeah, I've been very excited, man. I know Alfred and Michael and all those guys, everybody on the D-line has helped me, make a few plays during camp. And, it's been some times where I could just shoot a gap just because they are dominating the line of scrimmage. So I'm definitely happy and appreciative of those boys.
What have you seen from Nick Martin joining your crew as the linebackers? There's a lot of roles to be filled alongside Fred and everything. And like the first 5 picks of the draft, he's coming in hungry and looking to make an impact immediately.
Yeah. Man, Nick is probably one of the most explosive dudes I've been around. The violence that he brings, this explosiveness, and, honestly, just his mindset every day to come and get better. It's been none but, great vibes from him, and I'm excited to help him.
Are you on the list to use Trent's plane yet? The
No.
PJ?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not
All
yet,
right.
no.
I
Stay
think
away
Trent's
from
going to
that.
start incentivizing
Well, I think
something
he's
too.
I was joking with him. Maybe a little side hustle opportunity for him.
If he throw me a deal, I wouldn't be mad at it. But we'll see.
That's a whole different level, right?
Yeah.
I figure a lot of guys want to be getting in on that. But Michael was trying to. He got in like.
His pocket's way different than mine.
that first round pick.
Yeah, no, his pocket's way different.
D, we really appreciate you coming by. Best of luck. Really looking forward to watching you and really this whole defensive unit as everyone's kind of looking for a collective bounce back. But everything we've heard, we've been reading, we've been seeing out there on the field looks like a lot of positive signs. And so wishing you all the best, and as well as this team.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, D.
Absolutely. He is D. Winters. You should hopefully see him.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. Here's what really pisses me off. I've wasted thousands on knife sets that can't do half.
It's good to do it in person. And as we were kind of rehashing everything, talking about Greg Papa, I do just want to start by thanking you because when the statement came out, you were one of the first people I saw respond to it. And so obviously a really interesting day here at the station. And, of course, we're all sending him our best and everything. But I know that, with him being so tied to the 49ers and you going on season number 30, meant a lot to have a lot of people reach out today. And you were right at the forefront of that.
Yeah, boy, I just don't know what to say other than, it's times like these where I think people, look at Greg and what he's done, and I'm sure he's being overwhelmed by text messages and well wishes, and there's a lot of love for Greg Papa, and I know personally, man, I mean, he's been just so great to me. From the moment he walked through the doors here, working with the 49ers, he's just as good as it gets. What a great pro. And, boy, I'm thinking of him. I know your listeners are thinking of him, and I know everybody whose path he has crossed in the past, where as long as he's been in this business, across the country, across the world, I'm sure a lot of support and a lot of love for Greg Papa right now.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. Just to shift it over to what Greg Papa definitely would rather us talk about, the San Francisco 49ers and getting ready for
even
injury updates and depth chart. Let's go, Matt.
Even before you say that, I mean, Greg Papa has been, he's here, he's at practice.
Yes.
He's been at practice, every practice I've ever been to. I think Greg Papa's at. He's not physically here,
and then as a team employee, gets to rewatch it later.
Yes.
And does that.
Oh my gosh! So anyway, it's been interesting not seeing him out there, but feeling him out there for training camp.
You just got to talk to, or you heard from Brock Purdy, who was at the podium. How's it been watching him fresh off the new extension and fresh off of being a girl dad?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the group here, Mr. Purdy. Girl dads unite. He's solid. He's the same guy. And I think that part of the reason the 49ers. We're so committed to him and comfortable giving him that contract is because they know he's not going to change. Yeah, he's the same guy. He's not trying to do too much. Maybe last year there was a point where he maybe tried to do a little too much, but it's just the level of consistency with him is noticeable on the practice field. And first question I asked about how things are going at home, and boy, his face lit up. He is absolutely loving being a dad and managing, budgeting his time. When he's home, and when he's here, he is a solid pro who does everything the right way. So I think Purdy's had a good camp.
Hey, we had Christian McCaffrey in here yesterday, and we got a sense of the same thing with just becoming a father for the first time, and his face lit up. So happy for both of them.
How was today kind of getting into the practice today different in terms of no fans? Obviously, there's a big concert going on. I don't know if you've heard.
I have heard,
There's
yes.
a big concert going on here at Levi's. But no fans, but also the longest practice. It's starting to heat up a little bit. It's been pretty cool, but it's starting to heat up in terms of the temperature as well. What were some of maybe the big takeaways today?
Today was actually cooled off a little bit, it seemed like, out there. One of the takeaways for me and has been Alfred Collins, second-round pick. You can tell he missed the offseason program. And when we're talking about what the pressure is like on the 49ers to have those young guys step up and play, the first 5 picks were all defensive guys. They need contributions from those guys. I think it's going to be really difficult for Alfred Collins because he didn't have those reps in the offseason. And at his size, 6'5", 332 pounds, man, it's tough for those guys to maintain that leverage. And, we saw it a lot with Javon Kinlaw, a big guy who wasn't able to practice too much early in his 49ers career. And what happened? He was getting moved off the ball. He wasn't a real big factor in the passing game either. So I'm not putting, I'm not piling on Alfred Collins, but I just want to point out it's going to be a process for him to get his legs under him and to learn what they want from those defensive linemen, and for him to make a positive contribution this season.
It's interesting because he had, I thought, a pretty good first couple of days, but that's the acclimation period. It's not pads. It's, it starts moving very quickly once you get into that second block, and then the pads come on and all of that. Would you say he's maybe, I think you're saying it without saying it, behind the rest of the group?
I'll say it. No, yeah, absolutely he is.
Because a lot of those guys, and Collins, because I think we had seen the least of him, considering with the contract situation. But from Michael Williams to Nick Martin to C.J. West to Upton Stout to Siegel, even they've all been, I think, talked about pretty glowingly overall.
Yeah, and let's just focus in on C.J. West. This is a guy that when he was in the offseason program, you could tell he has the motor, he has that sense of urgency, and he was good, before the pads went on.
He's a little edgy.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the question is, okay, once the pads go on, is he going to take it a step further, or is he going to kind of sink into the background? And I thought that he took it a step further. Like he, with his low center of gravity, he's looked good, and he's doing well in those one-on-one reps. Collins is kind of the opposite. Collins is a big guy, so he's got to learn how to use his size, his sink his hips, get down there, you bend his knees, and create that low center of gravity. So it's a work in progress, definitely. And again, I'm not writing him off. I'm just pointing out how he has a chore ahead of him to get to a position where he can be a reliable rotational player and, eventually, for Aaron's hope, sooner than later, a starting caliber player who's a run stuffer. But you'd think with that size, he's cut out to be a run stuffer, but also because of his height, it makes it difficult because of the leverage issues.
Well, hey, on the other side of the ball, we had Dominic Puni come in today, and I said, hey, how do you view the offense differently this season? And he said, well, just playing 17 games alone and starting all of them gives you a lot of information in a season that had a lot of turmoil. So understandable that Alfred Collins is going to have to get the reps because when you go from one level to the next, there's not really much of a substitute for it.
Yeah, and Puni, let's rewind to last year. Puni wasn't expected to be a starter last year.
Right.
And then Feliciano gets injured, Burford gets injured, they put him in, and I still remember Chris Furster, the offensive line coach, going, a few weeks in, he's like, man, he's doing a really good job, but, do we really want to start a rookie Monday night against the Jets? And they didn't have any other choice because he was darn good. And he was a very serious guy, still is a very serious guy, as I'm sure you guys, discovered when you talked to him. But, he's a guy that watched every meeting, in that time away, those 40 days. He watched every meeting back and just really tried to learn the system and become the system.
Yeah, Matt Mayoko joining us here on The Sports Leader. The wide receiver room right now. Little thin. I mean, more than a little thin. And then today, no Jordan Watkins. Was there a reason given?
I don't know the specifics on that. Yes,
but he did not practice.
He did
today.
not practice. Yeah.
Okay, but we don't have the specifics on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just looking at the. I mean, it's we know the story with Ayuk, and I mean everybody knows the story right now with Jennings out. They're bringing Pearsall along slowly. Demarcus Robinson with the suspension. It just does there come a point where they look to add somebody that's more of a proven commodity than some of the back end of the roster camp, or can they afford to do that?
Yeah, I don't know, because once you make that commitment to get, you're talking about a lot of an Amari Cooper, or a Keenan Allen, or something
Gabe
like
Davis,
that.
somebody like that.
Once you make that commitment, then you have them for the whole year. So I'm sure they're weighing this as like, okay, those guys aren't stopgaps. Those guys aren't guys you'd bring in for like a week or two or three. If you bring them in and you're paying them good money, you expect them to be, one of the guys the whole season. And so they're in a situation where, at what point is Ayuk going to come back? Is Robinson only going to, will he be suspended today? And is it going to be 3 games? More than likely. Where's Pearsall? Where's Juwan Jennings? So, those are all things that they have to kind of take into consideration. But they are extraordinarily thin at wide receiver. Good thing they have George Kittle on the team.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, you can throw the ball to both of those guys. What would your sense be for the timeline on when you'd start to get concerned about it? And I know it's a lot of variables. I know it's, could Ayuk be September versus November? Kind of a wide range in terms of return there. I know the suspension, the questions you laid out, but at what point in August, or maybe it's not even in August, do you say, okay, we got to do something?
Well, I'm sure they have a good idea, what the severity of Juwan Jennings' issue is. They're not saying anything with Brandon Ayuk, but they have an idea of when they could expect him. My personal opinion, no one's told me this, but my personal opinion would be that he starts on PUP. He's out for the first 4 games for sure. Week 5 is a Thursday night game,
yeah.
So he's not even going to practice. They don't even practice that week, so it won't be week 5. And then the first time that you could really even project out to go, maybe he's available for week 6 against Tampa. Now, so that's one thing. And then the other is Jennings. Is this a reason for concern? And if it is, then yeah, they definitely add somebody. But if they feel like, okay, we got ahead of this thing, something that bothered him in the offseason program, if all is fine and they can be very cautious with him. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to be out there practicing a bunch and probably not playing in any of the preseason games. I'm not sure he's a guy that needs a whole lot of reps. I think he's a guy that can pretty much, with his experience level and the way his game is, I think they can kind of slow him down and still have him ready and ready to produce big numbers once the season starts.
Yes, we've done this thing a couple of times where we have the same question or close enough to the same question ready to go. I was going to ask about concern level more specifically for Ricky Pearsall. Take the serious shooting incident aside, obviously. Even so, in his time with the 49ers, there have been a lot of minor and lingering injuries, whether it's a hamstring, whether it's the shoulder, and it seems like they're being very, very cautious with him. Still a long way to go to the season, but I think it's fair to say that this has become somewhat of a commonality here in a couple of different off seasons. How concerned are you as someone that's out watching practice to see Ricky Pearsall be kind of off and on with the intensity level, the number of reps he's getting? Because at some point they're going to really need this guy to contribute, and there's going to be start of the season. They're hitting the ground running.
This might sound wacky. He's about the least of the concerns, I think, with the wide receiver group. I mean, I really think so.
But they are bringing him along pretty slowly.
Absolutely. But I would consider that a good thing.
Okay.
Like that. There's no reason to. I mean, he got quite a few reps today and catches passes, and he's good. He's a good route runner, good hands. He and you watch him, when the first team offense is off the field, he and Brock are talking. He wants to know, what are you seeing? What do you want me to do? He looks like he's ready to have a good season. The question that you asked, though, just like physically, can he at his size kind of hold up to the rigors of an NFL season? So we'll see. But I think the 49ers are quite determined to bring him along at a pace that kind of eliminates the possibility or lowers the risk of him re-injuring anything. But, last year he had this offseason too, training camp where he missed some time, but he was ready to go for the first week of the regular season. He ended up missing 6 games last year, all because of the gunshot wound. So, once he got on the field, he was fine with staying on the field. He had a few games there where it didn't produce anything, but then the way he ended the year, I think it was very encouraging, not only for the team, but also for him to give him that kind of shot of confidence heading into the offseason. And so now it's just a matter of staying out there on the field.
Well, there's so much more that I want to ask you about, and we'll probably do this next Friday. I always joke that we're a big clock management show, but today we have been well off the mark and all over the place, and the schedule's gone up and down, so we got one more break to take care of, and then we're going to go and wrap up the show.
Blaming him.
I blame me too. Yeah.
I'm blaming him.
I do blame me too.
Accountability.
But in all seriousness, thank you for coming by. It was good to catch up in person, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you a lot more as we get going on the season here.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He is Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area Insider. Let's go ahead and wrap up the show when we return on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN, Mark Spears, he joined Dirty Work yesterday to break down who really has the leverage between the Warriors and free agent Jonathan Kuminga. Let us know your thoughts on the Jonathan Kuminga saga on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everyone, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. That's the not quite as old as Trent Williams, but we're getting there. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights and how they can be protected. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, children all around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than, wait for it, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. So you know the drill. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, that just about does it here on Papa and Silver. Big thank you to JD. Big thank you to Walter. What you got for me, man?
You did it. I said to you jokingly, I said save 10 seconds at 1:59:50 to talk about the Giants lineup, and you did it.
We will have the Giants coming your way right here on the Sports Leader. This was a full team effort week, a full team effort show today. It's good to be back.
I don't care what anybody says about your clock management. That was perfect.
We will be back here on Monday. That is quite the compliment I need going into the weekend. And, of course, appreciate all the kind messages that everybody had throughout the show. We're going to all get through this one day at a time. And, again, we know that this mofo, he's going to fight like crazy, and we can't wait to welcome him back.
We love you, mofo.
We love him. It is time for Dirty Work, and, of course, we will let the other Papa, Derek, Adam Copeland, and Tim Webb take it away here on Friday. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. Have a fantastic weekend, and Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Short show for you today. We'll be with you until 3:10 when Giants pregame gets going to open up a 3-game series in New York and then 3 more in Pittsburgh early next week. We're going to catch up with our guy Marcus Thompson coming up at, what time's he joining us today?
2:30 today.
2:30, Marcus Thompson joins us.
In Oregon, covering track and field again.
Really?
Yeah.
He did such a good job covering track and field in the Olympics. They said, get your ass to Oregon. We got running and jumping and sprinting to take care of.
Yeah, he texted me today being like, so what's the topic we're talking about? I'm like, dude, what do you think? I said, like, we're talking about Quinton Post's, amazing sophomore season. No, we're talking about Kuminga. He goes, bro, I'm covering track and field. I have no idea what the hell's going on.
I think we'd rather talk track and field.
Rather talk Quinton Post's amazing sophomore season.
Really?
Not really, actually.
Quinton Post?
I don't know. I came up with like an obscure warrior to go with that. But no, there's
the problem is that he's not that
stuff with Kuminga. The
problem is that he's not that obscure. Like that we have to talk Post. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
The problem that I have is that he's in the mix. You know what I mean?
That he's Quinton Post is in the mix?
The more Post I'm getting, the worse off I feel like the Warriors are. Not because of him, because they just don't have anything else.
Well, I mean, Al Horford one of these days.
I don't care about
Kuminga
that. I don't care about that. That doesn't move me either.
I know.
Anyway, we got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, we do.
Some news to get to.
Yeah, not the
not news, but some comments as to what was announced earlier today about your dad, Greg Papa.
Yeah, so I want to give a big thank you to Mike Kohler and Larry Krueger and Marcus Boucher and, of course, Greg Silver and John Dickinson this morning when the news broke about my father and him not, going to be on the air for quite some time dealing with cancer. And Mike read the press release this morning, so I will as well. And bear with me. It's always a challenge for me reading.
You're not a good reader.
I know, but
those just joining us, welcome to the show. Derek, not a good reader,
I'm
especially
not
okay
reader. But I'll get through this. This is from my father. Hi there, everyone. I want to share some personal news with various sports fans and my friends and colleagues. I've been diagnosed with cancer, and I'm currently undergoing treatment. As I fully focus on my treatment and work toward a full recovery, I'm stepping away from my broadcast, but look forward to returning soon. In the meantime, I'm handling the Sports Leader broadcast ball to my co-host and friend Greg Silver, and I know he and his guest co-hosts will keep our listeners entertained and informed, and I'll be among them. I'll be listening. Thanks, everybody, for your prayers and good wishes as I begin this fight. Go Niners. So, look, I'm not the only person that has to deal with a loved one having cancer. I'm not the only person that deals with it at this station. It's very difficult to go to work every day and put a smile on your face and act like everything's okay when it's not. And, the truth is, this will be hard, but, it's something we'll get through. And my father has cancer, and I wish I could go into more detail about what it is and everything, but that will be for another day and time. The biggest challenge is that, cancer runs in our family. I don't know if many people know this, but my uncle, the late great Gary Papa, was a legend in Philadelphia for years. And he passed away from cancer back in 2009. And that was devastating to my father. He grew up idolizing him and still does to this day. But there's different circumstances for different people. And I know my father will get through this. So as far as this show, Dirty Work, I know that we have a lot of fun at my father's expense. I joke a lot about him, and I just want to make it abundantly clear, I do love my father. And people ask me all the time, how come you rip on your dad all the time on the show? Well, because he's an easy target sometimes. But, the truth is, nobody likes the Nepo baby. Nobody likes the kid that got a drive time afternoon slot just because of his father. And sometimes I have to go above and beyond to distance myself from that. And, I know the reality. I'm sure a lot of people know the reality. But sometimes you have to entertain the perception. And sometimes, just to, lighten the mood a little bit, not to, praise my father all the time, because I know he is great. He's a great broadcaster. He's a great play-by-play guy. Sometimes you just have to make jokes at his expense. And he never took it personal. He knows that. So, and the truth is, I do this because of my father. You guys know, I downplayed a lot, but I was a diehard Raiders fan, and that's because of my dad. I have been so lucky to have the life that I've had where at a young age, I was able to go to baseball games, go travel with him, go watch, the A's, meet Ray Fosse, the late great Ray Fosse, and, got to travel the country with my father, watching Raider games, and it's been a blessing. So, I'm searching for the words right now, and this will be difficult. I know all of you want my father to get back soon to be on the air, and I want that too. But first and foremost, as his son, I want him to be alive. And he's fighting right now, and it will be a battle. But I have a lot of faith that he will get through this. And, it's, he and I have had a business relationship for a long time. Some of you may know that I used to produce his show with Bonte Hill back in the day. And I've always been able to separate my father, the broadcaster, and my father. And along the way, I will admit that those lines got blurred a little bit. I will say that one positive that may come out of this is, we'll become closer through this. So I just want to say that this is going to be tough. I've dealt with a lot, but nothing compared to what my father's going through right now. So I still want this show to be fun. We're going to laugh and joke, and I don't want anybody taking anything easy on me. I want Tacky to still in the YouTube chat tell me to eat S every day. I want to, I handle things differently than a lot of people. I like to joke. I'm a jokester. I don't take things very seriously, so this is difficult. But you will hear me joke sometimes. I'm down to do some dark riffs every now and then. But no, it's all because we want to laugh so we don't cry. And there'll be hard days. I'll be completely honest with the audience. I probably have not been mentally okay since I've been back from vacation. I found out this news earlier in the week about my father, but really I knew something was up as soon as I got back because he always comes back for training camp. So the fact that he wasn't there on time, I knew something was up, and it's been messing with me. But now that you all know, I'm not going to talk about this every day, and I will try to give updates when it's appropriate and on different platforms. But it was very nice of the Niners to release a statement today and Cumulus. But it's different when it's, from me. So I know all of you want to hear him this season. I'll be honest, I think it's going to be very difficult, but I look forward to the day that my father's back on the mic. And I don't want anything to change. I want us to come in here, laugh, have a good time, and I'm going to use this show as an escape for 4 hours a day. And I thank all of you that have reached out and have you in his have my father in your thoughts and prayers, and he will get through this. But yeah, we'll just take it one day at a time. I just want my father to stay alive, and then when it's appropriate, he will get back on the mic, and then we'll get to hear him say this.
San Fran Seaman.
Had to bring some levity to it.
San Fran Seaman. Well, dude, if you want some quick levity to it, 209 on the text line said, "I swear to God, if this ends in an NBA grab bag, dude." Look, man, we all love Greg. Greg, we're pulling for you, and dude, the filth is coming in spades right now on the text line, and I'm sure on the YouTube chat. I haven't checked out YouTube yet, but
it's massive.
I think it's pretty clear to the audience that Derek and Tim and I have a unique relationship, the three of us. And we kind of operate ourselves as a us against the world mentality. I mean, hey, we're the show that had our buddy get lopped off, you know what I mean, and Tom, and then here we are, right, having to pick up the pieces. So we've had each other's backs through a lot. And, what's interesting is Greg has had my back through some tough stuff that's going on for me here at KNBR. One of the first guys to make sure everything was okay for me. So, everything you said, there's nothing I need to add except that we love you. We support you. We got your back. Tim and I are here for you. And this show is supposed to be that for everybody. It's supposed to be wherever your day is going, whatever hard time you're having, this should be a place you guys can come and hang out and riff. Know that nothing's going to be taken seriously at all, really, on this show in terms of how it is that we go about stuff. We'll inform you when there's stuff that needs to be informed. But for the most part, we're here to mess around and have a good time and try to make you guys laugh. That's what I hope to do every day for 4 hours, or today for 3 hours and 10 minutes, or an hour and 10 minutes.
Yep.
It's what you hope to do every day, and it's what we plan to do. So the show is much like Batman. It's whatever you need him to be, right? It's whatever you need it to be on any given day. And so while we have heavy hearts today about what's going on with Greg, there's no doubt in my mind he's going to battle this thing. He's going to beat this thing, and he'll be back on the mic calling 49er games as the only guy who's ever called as the primary broadcaster 4 teams in the Bay Area. And nobody else will do it again because 2 of them left. So, anyway, we're here for you, man. We love you. We're here for you. And the show goes on.
Show goes on. I appreciate you guys. Love you, Copes. Love you, Tim. And
let me just add here.
Yeah, of course.
Gary gave me some really good advice when I was very young. He said, if they're making fun of you, or they're laughing at you, or they're laughing with you, it means they love you. If they ignore you, then you have a problem.
Yeah.
We have a lot of laughs about Greg Papa. It's because we love him.
Yep.
And he is Mike Holler's brother. He's Bob Sargent's brother. He's one of us. He's our family. And you were very delicate about it, but my dad's not doing great, and you guys have been wildly supportive of it. And so anything that we can do to support you, I know I speak for the audience. I am speaking for the audience. For you, for Greg, anything. This is what we do. And the escapism that is talking about sports and goofing off about the NBA grab bag is the greatest medicine you can ever have. So we're here for you, brother.
I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Love you guys, too.
I think the only other thing I would leave you with is we're giving away tickets to go see Tom Papa at the Masonic on October 4th of this year. All you got to do is listen for the cue to call between now and 3:10. When we give you that cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets to go see comedian Tom Papa at the Masonic. Tim, what's our cue to call today, huh?
San Fran Seaman.
San Fran Seaman. When you hear Greg Papa talking San Fran Seaman, or you hear Derek Papa talking trading for penis, then all you got to do is be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Grief's the price you pay for truly loving somebody, and it's worth every penny of it. We got more to come. Dirty Work rolls on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, my good friend Derek Papa, and Tim Webb, my okay friend. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco Giants rookie right-hander Carson Wizenhunt joined Marcus and Lawrence this morning discussing his Major League debut and his chance run-in with a few Bumgarners. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app, The Mason Saunders Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Like that, a Ska Friday for you. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Short show for you. Giants and the Mets at 4:10 today. First pitch from New York. So we'll get you over to that at 3:10. We'll catch up with Marcus Thompson in about 10 minutes or so. He's up in Oregon covering track and field.
As he does.
As one does. If he's not covering, I was actually thinking about Marcus the other night because I saw there was just something advertised. There was some ice skating thing. And I was thinking about the quad god.
Oh, yeah, the quad
he was telling us about, and he was like, his quads ain't big. It wasn't about the quads. It was about some move that he does or some.
Yeah.
Do you call it a trick?
No, it's, I don't know if it's a trick, like a maneuver. Like a skating
maneuver.
Yeah.
A maneuver. See, like in the X Games, it would be a trick.
Yes.
If you're on a skateboard, it's a trick, or a snowboard, it's a trick. But if you're on blades on your feet, it's a maneuver.
I guess so, because doesn't it sound
in a way KNBR ice skating terminology?
Well, yeah, like you would do a trick on your skateboard or a snowboard, and that sounds like I don't know, like when you do it on skates, it sounds like it's less than, but it's acceptable for skateboarding and snowboarding. You know what I mean? Like oh, you're doing a trick. It's like it's more than a trick. What am I, like a magician? No.
I'm going to pull a quadruple axle out of my ass is what I'm going to do right here. Buster Posey, by the way, was on with the was he on with the morning show?
No, he was on the Giants Talk podcast with Laura Britt and Alex Pavlovich.
Buster Posey was on the Giants Talk podcast with Laura Britt and Alex Pavlovich. He talked about the trade deadline and his decisions that they made to trade away Mike Yastrzemski, who, by the way, I think I undersold yesterday, and Tim and I were just kind of talking about this. I never really said this because we were sort of reacting to all the moves going down in real time. Mm-hmm. Mike Yastrzemski was a good Giant, man. And there are bad eras of Giants baseball. There are bad eras for every team where the players that you're fond of sometimes in that era, you don't look fondly upon them in hindsight when things get better because the era itself wasn't all that good. He wasn't a superstar player. He wasn't a guy that could carry the lineup, but he posted every day, man.
Yeah.
He was here every day. He was here in 2020. He was here with Bruce Bochy, played for Boch in 2019, right? That was the first guy that managed him. And the guy made a career here after playing 7 years in the minor leagues. He found a career in San Francisco and is a big leaguer. Spent a lot of time at Oracle Park. Got an opportunity to get to know Mike a little bit just through interviews and over the past few years. But I will remember Mike Yastrzemski fondly. I know that when things aren't going well, you need more production from some of those guys. And he wasn't he's a 240 or something career hitter, a 238 hitter.
Right.
But he played a lot of games, over 700 games for the Giants in an era where there was not a lot of consistency. He was one of the most consistent, at least familiar faces and names in the lineup. So while I think it was time to move on from Mike Yastrzemski, I will remember him fondly. He was a good Giant, man. And he authored some good Giants memories. So I think I didn't actually say that yesterday, and last night I was thinking about him, and I was like, this guy was a good Giant. He put out a really nice statement also on his Instagram, and
he did,
thanked the city of San Francisco and thanked the fans, and he really, 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 I think, liked being a San Francisco Giant, and I liked having him as a San Francisco Giant. So best to Mike Yastrzemski, best to his family. He said, I welcome 2 sons into the world here in San Francisco, and so I hope he ends up with a contract this offseason, and I hope his career continues. I mean, the guy came up at 28 years old or something.
Yeah.
The guy kept his dream going, and he put it on the line here in San Francisco. So I will forever be thankful that we got to watch Mike Yastrzemski play for the amount of time that he did. And he, talking Nepo babies here, as a Yastrzemski. You know what I mean? And he carved out his own path. So good on him, man.
No, definitely. And, I mean, good Giant, and he'll make his debut tonight as a Royal in right field. And we'll see what Luis Matos and Gerard Encarnacion have the rest of the way.
Yeah. Here's Buster Posey on the Giants Talk podcast with Laura Britt and Alex Pavlovic on his first trade deadline, trading Rogers, Doval, and Yaz. By the way, all three guys who he was teammates with. So he's getting rid of 4 dudes this year. Add Lamont Wade Jr. in there. These are all guys that he laced him up with.
You have to, man. It's part of the business. It's part of his job to do the hard decisions.
What do you give for me? What do you give me for a Buster and me having to sit in those rooms when they started axing people at KNBR?
Yeah, I know.
Here's getting rid of my buddies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's Buster Posey. What do you want?
Well, Buster wanted to do it.
Yeah, Buster wanted to. It was sort of against my will. Here's Buster Posey on his first trade deadline with the Giants.
Yeah, it was a busy few days. Wish we weren't in the position that we were selling. You trade a guy like Raj, Yaz, Doval. They've been Giants for a long time. Not an easy thing to do. Unfortunately, the way that we've played over the last month to 6 weeks and then coming out of the break and really sluggish, we just felt like as a group that we had to try to capitalize on some return and get some players that we thought would help us going forward.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, it's so different really than what he said yesterday when he spoke to the media.
Yeah.
I guess the bigger question I have, and we'll get to this cut here. Let's jump down to the third cut here, Tim. It's about when they decided they would be sellers, right? Because it's funny. Andy Baggerly said that to us when he was on Wednesday after they lost that game to the Pirates and were swept for the second series in a row in the 0-6 homestand. Which, by the way, did you see how long it had been since the Giants were swept on a homestand of at least 6 games?
No.
John Shea had this in the SF Standard yesterday. It was like 1896 or something.
What?
It was the last time they didn't win a game in a homestand of at least 6 games.
Oh, my God.
1896 or 98. Doesn't really matter which one of the 1890 years it was. I was like, that's perplexing to me.
I will say this Giants season hasn't been that bad as in like recent years, but there's been a lot of moments where like this hasn't happened since like, you know, they haven't scored 5 runs or more since 1966.
No, I was going there 16 straight games or whatever.
Yeah, like God.
Yeah, it's
We're
alarming.
in the silent era, huh?
So, dude, I was talking Hoover administration the other day. Do you remember that? 0-6, they go on the homestand, and you know, coming into the homestand, Andy Baggerly had said, "Oh, I thought the only way that they would end up being sellers is if they did not win a game on the homestand." Sure enough, they didn't. So when did Buster decide? I'd love it if he told us. Yeah, you remember that? What if he told us something specific? You remember when Brian Hayes deked Elliot Ramos? He's like, that's when I picked up the phone. Here's Buster Posey on the 0-6 homestand and when he decided the Giants were going to have to be sellers at the deadline.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to just kind of some poor play last month, 6 weeks, and then the slow start coming out of the break. You know, and I hesitate to say this because I know the impact that Rogers, Doval, Yaz have had on this team. We've still got our core group of guys, position players-wise. We took a hit in the bullpen, no doubt. And we're going to get an opportunity to see some different players now. But the expectation is still the rest of the way, no matter what the standings are. You go out and play hard. And you have to be realistic and know that we're not in a great spot right now, but crazier things have happened too. I think, you know, I don't think I'm a lunatic to say that we can get hot either. I've seen this team play some good baseball. So that's still the hope and expectation going forward is that we play really good baseball.
I hear him on that front because that's kind of the point I was making yesterday where I'm like, they didn't blow it up, right? That's why I was calling it a soft sell, because they didn't trade from their core, whether they believe that's a competitive core and will be or not. They have to believe in it because they've invested in it to this point. But, stranger things have happened. The Tigers got hot last year at this time of year, dude. Tigers got hot, and they're still hot. They're like one of the best teams in the American League. So, again, stranger things have happened. But, again, we would have to see something like the Tigers did last year and into this year that we have not seen them do for the entirety of this season. There's nothing that leads you to believe they'll be a better team for the next 2 months than they have been for the first 4.
Yeah.
It's kind of where we're at. So he's saying that's where Buster going, stranger things have happened. So we're just kind of leaving it out there with an opportunity to get some looks at some stuff. This is the one time, though, not the one time. It's one of the times where I look at the changed roster rules and go, this is where I wish you could expand 240 guys when you get to September. Yeah. Because you go, it's not my problem if other teams don't have 40 guys that are useful. Most every team now is using their 40 man in a different way. I would like to have the opportunity to get more guys, some opportunities late in the season, but all you get is two extra players when you get to September, expanding to 28. Buster talked about Eldridge and some of those guys coming up. I still don't think we're going to see Eldridge this year.
No, I mean, probably not, but maybe. I would just say, like, I can hear Buster Posey kind of like realizing everything. Like, he did not want to do this. You could tell in that clip right there that it kind of pains him that he had to do this.
Yeah.
He wanted to buy the deadline. He really thought this team was going for something when they traded for Devers. So you could just hear kind of like not defeat in his voice, but also just just realization that, like, this isn't happening. And like, he wants to give his team hope that maybe they can salvage this thing, but it doesn't feel that way right now.
By the way, people checking in, Otis Bird checks in on the YouTube chat. He goes, dude, 1896 was the last time the Giants had it. It was like 96 or 98.
Yeah.
But there was an 18 in front of it, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
He says 1896, dang. And then somebody else checks in, our guy Moto JJ20 says, dude, 1896 was the year that Anchor Steam started brewing beer. Yeah, brewed in San Francisco since 1896 is what it said on all the bottles. Pretty incredible that's where the offense went. Buster was sort of at a loss for words yesterday. He's like, I don't really know what else to tell you.
Yeah.
He says we would love to be able to pinpoint something also that says why this has gone the way that it's gone.
Right.
But we don't really know why. Won 13 games since Devers showed up. One of the worst teams in baseball, or the worst team in baseball. Fewer runs than any team in baseball. They had a losing month and the worst of the season at 9-15. So, something's got to give, I guess. It hasn't to this point.
Yeah, I don't know anymore, man.
So we'll see. We'll take a quick break here. When we come on back, our guy Marcus Thompson, I guess we'll set up the latest for him with Kuminga.
Yeah,
what's the latest with Kuminga, Derek? You have the floor.
He passed on a 2-year deal, $45 million, and then Sam Amick today said that the Kings have upped their offer where they would include Malik Monk and a first-round pick. But, of course, the Warriors would have to include probably Moses Moody or Buddy Hield to make that trade with the salaries matching up. So, not ideal. Not ideal.
Yeah, dude. Well, we'll talk some Kuminga so that we don't have to talk about the Giants not scoring or not winning a game in a homestand since the McKinley administration. There you go, Tim. We got in a Hoover and we got a McKinley in this week, dude.
It's got to have a McKinley.
That's how bad things are going for the Giants, dude. We're talking McKinley. All right,
X-rays were invented in 1896.
Dude, X-rays were invented then?
I believe so.
By the way, that's earlier than I would have guessed. Yeah.
No, that sounds about right.
I don't know, man. Whenever sometimes I'm bad with when things would have been invented.
January 5th, 1896. Also, Utah was admitted as the 45th state.
Oh, dude! The last time the Giants lost all 6 games on a homestand,
we had 45
states, dude.
All right, Utah.
Frankly, we're looking for 51 and 52. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll talk to Marcus Thompson, who's up in Portland covering track and field. That'll keep him on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. By the way, we've looked up the 1896 Giants. We got to get back into this, dude. There's more to talk about as it relates to the 1896 San Francisco, actually New York Giants, excuse me. But first, we got to go up to Oregon. Talk to our guy Marcus Thompson. Joins us on the UMA guest line. Marcus, they got you covering track and field again, huh? You killed it.
I don't know about killed it.
You killed the game.
Probably. I don't know, or maybe there's just no one else to handle the 200-meter dash. I don't know. Is it a sign of my value, or
I think so.
Is it a sign? Yeah, okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking earlier. I was like, dude, this and ice skating. By the way, we got into a debate about ice skating. We were just discussing it because we know you covered that as well. We were talking about the quad god momentarily here.
Yeah.
But we were forgetting, what's it called? A maneuver? Is it a trick? What's it called when they do a move in ice skating?
A move?
Like when they do a quadruple axel or something like that. Is it called
Like
a
you would
maneuver?
call it a trick.
Like we were saying, like in snowboarding or in the X Games, it would be a trick. But it's not called that in ice skating, right?
It's called a lift, I think.
A lift. Okay.
Oh, all right then.
So, in Europe, that's an elevator.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I was like, I'm just going to let this hang. I'm going to let Marcus pick this one up.
Kaminga?
Yeah, all right. Dude, I mean, I don't know. Derek, why don't you take the Kaminga stuff? You're all into this.
I'm
You
not
love
all
this.
into it. It's just
Yeah.
like, it's new stuff is coming out. So Sam Amick wrote about this today, Marcus, with your help. And I read the new proposal from the Kings. They like Malik Monk. They're willing to trade Malik Monk. But if you have to give up Buddy Hield and Moses Moody as part of it, I don't like that deal at all. Is there any way you think the Warriors would be, at the end of the day, enticed to trade away Jonathan Kuminga for what the Kings are offering?
Yeah, it's got to be an unprotected, unconditional first round pick. I think that's the start. I don't know about the giving up three guys for one in that situation, but they would have to do something if you swapped out Kuminga for Malik Monk.
Yeah.
It would actually be a good fit. You're basically just adding to your surplus already, at the wing position, at the 2-3 position, really, at the kind of off guard position. So they probably have to do something to offload that. Buddy, Pods and Moses Moody are already fighting for the same slot of minutes now. So if you add a fourth guy who's probably going to start, now you got a log jam. So I don't know if you do it all for Malik Monk in that situation.
Yeah.
But it does create the log jam that they'd have to figure out. So yeah, I think the Warriors have gotten to the point where they're like, we've done as much as we're going to do, like either essentially meet our demands or we're just gonna go into we're gonna pull back and we'll keep Kuminga, because no matter what, there's still an element, a very important element, that sees the value of Kuminga and wants him. So
yeah,
he's already sacrificed a lot. That just getting completely worked in the deal probably is a little bit untenable for the Warriors.
Talking to Marcus Thompson, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. You looking at this as the final, as the year that anything can happen? Like, it's got to be this year if they're to get something done legacy-wise for Steph Curry?
No. Look, if they make the West Finals and lose, they'll be fine. Like, I just think they need to be in the game. Like that's more important than anything. I don't know that they're going to be able to scrap together a roster that's a favorite. But as long as they've got a team that can compete with the best, that it's like, all right, now Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, whoever else, do your thing. I think that is enough to make, to appease the demands of the Steph Curry legacy. Now, obviously they want to win, but it's just reality that they might not. What Steph is asking for is to be in the game. He don't want to be sitting on the side like he don't have a chance. Last year they felt like they had a chance, and that was cool. Now if they beefs this up a bit, I think they'd be okay with it. Until they get into a series and get mollywopped, I think just being in the game is what the situation calls for.
I want a little clarification on something, Marcus. So I've read Amic's piece today and Slater's piece earlier in the week, and both of them say that the Warriors are trying to convince Kuminga to waive a no-trade clause with signing the 2-year, $45 million deal. Does he actually have a no-trade clause in this scenario, and why does he need to waive that? Like, would he have one with signing the qualifying offer? I'm not too familiar with the whole scenario with the trade clause.
Restricted free agents get a no trade. Like when you're working on that deal, it's to protect them from getting, like, the teams have all the power.
Right.
So the one thing they have is, so if he signs a qualifying offer, like, all they could do is say, fine, and we'll trade you to Siberia. And, the no trade clause prevents them from doing that. So it's just a little give back so he can have some measure of control in a situation where the larger share of the leverage is on the team side. So, yeah, like, they'd want him to waive his no trade clause, but if he wants to get out as bad as it seems he does,
yeah,
that shouldn't be a hard sell, right?
No.
The issue is if they sign him to if he signs the qualifying offer, then they might be in trouble because, like, he walks and they get nothing for him at that point.
Right.
He just gets to walk. So then they probably just want to trade him just to salvage the situation, which they wouldn't be able to do. So, like, yeah, it's the one chip he's got, and it's probably going to be I think they'll work something out. I keep thinking it's going to be close to getting done. I was thinking early August. I don't know if that's just my own desire to be done with this, or if the reality is there's literally nothing else to do. Like, what are they doing outside of figuring this out? Like, are they taking, like, week breaks? Like, lock yourselves in a conference room somewhere and don't come out until the deal is done. Like, that's pretty simple, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds less contentious than the Micah Parsons and Cowboys, contract negotiations.
I don't need Kuminga sending out note clips of breaking down everything that Dunleavy said to him or didn't.
Seriously. So, but Marcus,
that's probably next.
Yeah. Well, no. So that's my next question, though. Like, Coach just asked you, like, how important these next 2 years are with Steph Curry. Will it ever get to a certain point where, I mean, we're talking about Steph Curry's last 2 years with the team, and in the grand scheme of things, how important is Jonathan Kuminga to that success? Where I understand, Joe Lacob sees the potential. Obviously, Mike Dunleavy still sees the potential, and Steve Kerr, to a certain degree, sees the potential. But will it get to a point where they want to focus on winning a championship, and just it's getting old with Jonathan Kuminga, where the best thing possible probably is to trade him before this season, so they don't have to deal with any more, distractions or whatnot?
I mean, you would think, but I think that. But the other part is, I mean, it's the Warriors.
Yeah.
Like, they aren't new to distraction. This has been like the most drama-filled organization for the last decade. Like, I don't think Kuminga is like, oh, we can't win, right? This is too much. It's overbearing. Like, do you want it? No. But if it ain't this, it'll be something, because that's what happens when you're the most scrutinized and watched and adored and hated team in the league, right? Like, that's how it is. I think they're all to the point where they just know how to manage that, and they dealt with the worst already. That Jordan Poole situation was worse than this.
Yeah.
The last year KD was worse than this. The bigger issue is if you lose him for nothing, like, then he has no value. Like, he's got value to the Steph Curry's last 2 years as a trade piece, right? Like, that's value even if it's not him on the court. And if he doesn't get traded, they're going to need Jonathan Kuminga next year. Like, they've got 3, potentially 4 players over 35 in their starting lineup. It's going to be, you talk about load management, like, it's going to be the most load management team in the league. And they're going to need the 22-year-old with boundless energy who can go score. Jonathan Kuminga is going to need that. So I do think there is value for Kuminga on his team. The question is, does it ever match what Kuminga thinks his value is? And does that value hold when the playoffs come? It's been no to both of those for most of his time with the Warriors.
Couple more minutes with Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. Okay, Marcus, I know a couple of weeks ago you were on with us and you referenced the original Naked Gun movie. Are you going to check out the new one at all?
Not at all. It's sacrilegious.
Really?
Matter of fact, if anybody goes and see that, we need to pick it out front. We need to. This is. Stop taking from my childhood. How about that?
I know.
Get your own stuff.
I'm with you because I love that movie too, but I've heard good things, and it kind of gives an ode to the original. So I'm at least to give it a try, Marcus.
Listen, I was hot about it. I'm watching it, and then the little previews come on, and I find myself laughing and was mad at myself for laughing. That part where they're all looking at their parents.
He looks at the camera.
I was like, that was pretty hilarious.
With the
And
juice.
I was mad at laughing. I'm like, I refuse to cheat on the real Frank Drebin.
Yeah.
And Liam Neeson just does not fit. You can't be Frank Drebin and the dude known for like killing nations, right? Like,
taking down half of Europe. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like, get out of here, man. I'm not buying that. I'm not feeling it. My sister, who used to watch Naked Gun like crazy, my sister forced her children to watch the original Naked Guns before they would go see it, and they thought it was the worst thing ever.
The original they didn't like, or the new one?
Yeah,
the original.
The originals.
Oh, how old are they? Because my dad showed us those when I was probably it was my brother and sister and I. My dad got really into like showing us movies that he loved from the 80s, and so I feel like I grew up with the Naked that and Airplane. He showed us those. I was probably 11 or 12, and that's like the sweet spot. It was hilarious to me.
Yeah, listen, man, we're different, bro. We are different. Man. We weren't raised on TikTok.
Yeah, true. That's it, man.
True.
First off, like it just ain't even 4K enough for them.
Oh, dude, see that's it. Yeah, it's not. They don't like the grainy looking camera. That's the problem.
Yeah, the moment you pull that out, it's like basically Technicolor. They're like, what is this? We don't want that mess.
The jokes per minute, and they come fast too. You got to be paying attention. The jokes per minute, they just never stop. It's like one after another, every line.
I don't know. I'm against it. I'm totally against it, and I'm mostly against this idea that they could just repackage everything that I love and sell it to new people. Like I'm not somehow unique. We're unique. We were a unique, pioneering generation. Y'all need to come up with your own stuff.
I agree.
Next thing you know, it's gonna be Police Academy.
It's coming. It's coming. It's on. I'm sure.
Like,
dude.
who's gonna play Bubba? Who's gonna play? What's my man who had all the sound effects with his mouth? Like that was
Michael Winslow.
Stuff.
Yeah, Michael Winslow.
Yeah, Michael Winslow. You can't. Who's gonna be that? It's gonna be like it's supposed to be like what? Denzel playing him? Like
no, it'll be Eric Andre. Come on.
Eric Andre will be him.
It could be Ari Spears, though. I'll listen to Ari Spears.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that. Marcus Thompson, the voice here on the Uma guest line. We'll do it every week with him. Marcus, have a great weekend, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
All right, enjoy, man. The great Marcus Thompson. I love that he's a Naked Gun guy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
It'll be Tackleberry. I mean, come on.
I mean, by the way, dude, they'll redo it all. I mean, everything's just a reboot.
Yeah,
I've been dating too. Nice girl, an author. She wrote the book on male sexual dysfunction. You've probably read it.
I beg your pardon.
We got to get out. We have Giants baseball coming up in 20 minutes, and we got some stuff we got to get to. People don't know how to spend their weekend unless I tell them in the KNBR Bay Area Sports, the weekend sports calendar. We're going to get you the sports calendar. We've also got a Dirty Work dial. Plus, I'm going to tell you something about O'Donnell Financial in the next commercial break. That's all coming your way. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on. The dial is next. Giants baseball at 3:10 on the Sports Leader.
Nice beaver.
San Francisco.
Fred Warner and Dom Puni join Greg and JD today live from training camp in Santa Clara with an outlook for the 2025 season after a regrettable 2024. For those podcasts and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app. Right, Tim?
Puni's bringing the monsoony, bro.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. That number again is 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, 866-496-2300, or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Man, you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll put the show to bed in about 15 minutes. Giants baseball coming your way at 3:10 for a 4:10 first pitch. We've looked at the weather and everything, right?
Oh, Haven't been paying attention to the weather in New York. Oh, we're good? Okay.
Tim says we're good? Yeah, Tim also said that Brent Jones wore number 88 or whatever.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I'll take his word for it, though.
And I got the wrong Junior Marte.
Yeah, that too. No emails from D.C. today, so I think we're all good.
All right, good deal. All right, Giants and the Mets opening up today a 3-game series in New York. They were just here. They were just here beating your San Francisco Giants in 3 straight.
And did you hear Tyler Rogers flew with the Giants to go to New York?
I was sort of joking about that. I was like, it makes more sense to just have him fly with you, drop him off there. And Budo's just waiting for him. He's like sitting in the visiting clubhouse by himself, waiting for just thumbing around, waiting for the Giants to get there. He's like, I don't know, I don't have a uniform.
Is that
yet.
awkward though? Like you're sitting on the plane and you're like, all right, guys, this is it.
I'll be facing you this weekend.
Yeah, seriously.
I'll be pitching against you today.
That's kind of weird.
That is bizarre, right? He reports to his new team, and that's got to be one of the more odd situations. Also odd that he and his twin brother were traded on the same day.
Yeah.
Even more odd that his twin brother was traded again the next day.
Yeah.
See that?
From the Pirates to where is he now?
He got traded from the Reds. Giants traded Taylor Rogers to the Reds right before the season started.
Right.
Before spring training.
Yes.
Then he got traded from the Reds to the Pirates for Brian Hayes. And then the Pirates turned around, they flipped him to the Cubs, I want to say, is where they traded Taylor Rogers.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's played for now. He'll have been on 3 teams in the NL Central
that's true.
this
Okay.
year, which is
Wow.
odd. So,
all right.
there you go. All right, let's get into some business that we got to take care of. And first and foremost, it's that every week people come up to me on the street and they go, Copes. How am I going to spend my weekend?
Are they poking you too?
What's going on in the Bay Area sports calendar landscape? And I say, well, tune in on Thursday and Friday to Dirty Work because you may not have internet, you may not have phone, you may not have calendar access at any point in your life, but you certainly do when it comes to Thursdays and Fridays here on Dirty Work. And that's why we give you the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside before first pitch. Grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. All right. You know our love for the Bay Area Panthers runs deep here. And it's playoff football this weekend for the Panthers at the SAP Center in San Jose. Your 13-3 Thurs, that's right, your Panthers need your support. So get your claws out and come early to root against the very average milquetoast, the Las Vegas Nighthawks. What?
Oh, the Nighthawks.
What is this Nighthawk name? Is kind of caught in, like it's gotten big in the last few years.
Has it?
I just feel like you see it more places than you used to. The Nighthawks. What does this mean?
Well, and also calling them the Nighthawks, as in like the Vegas
It's
Knights.
a K-N-I-G-H-T.
Lame as hell.
Wait, that's how they spell it?
Yeah, it's not night.
Oh,
like,
that's lame.
Like the Dark Knight. Actually,
No.
it is like the Dark Knight.
No, it is, but like it should be like, opposite of day, it should be Nighthawks, right?
To me, it's this. You like the Las Vegas Knights? Well, you'll love the Nighthawks.
I don't,
It's like,
think,
that
I don't think
sucks.
either of them make sense. I don't think Night, N-I-G-H-T, or K-N-I-G-H-T.
It would make a little more sense if they were actually like the Nighthawks.
I'll tell you this. Kickoff's at 5:05, but the team is hosting a fan fest at 3 p.m. featuring live
Nobody's showing up to
live
that.
DJ. Whoa.
Oh, sorry for the Nighthawks.
It's for us. It's for the,
my bad. Okay, my bad. Everyone showing up to the Bay Area Panthers. Please. Sorry.
Jesus,
My bad.
Jesus Christ. All right, we're trying to tell people they should show up for the fan fest for the Bay Area Panthers at 3 p.m. featuring live DJs and dancing, giveaways, food trucks, and more. Come early. Say hi to Panthers' #1 supporter, Beak, because the playoff ball is inside the wall at
Absolutely.
SAP.
Everyone showed up to the fan fest.
All right, now maybe your indoor football fan fest and DJs remind you of a childhood trauma, and that's okay. Maybe that's not what you want to get into. We've all been there. Maybe you just want to hang with the man's best friend.
Hang 10.
Excuse me, sorry. I'm finding out what happens this weekend as you all are right now. Maybe you just want to hang 10 with man's best friend.
Oh, I know the love this is going.
To which we here at the calendar say it's 2025 World Dog Surfing Championships at 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. in Lindamar Beach in Pacifica tomorrow. Right down the street from us, right here.
Okay.
You can head down to Lindamar and you can hang 10 with man's best friend in Pacifica. It's time to get all 4 paws wet and wild. Dog surfers and their human pals are invited to join the fun and bring home the gold. Attendance is free. We have it on good authority. ESPN will be filming for the 2025 edition of ESPN The Ocho. And as an added bonus, it's right next to the Taco Bell Beach Bell. So get a Mexican pizza and a beefy burrito for your buddy, unless he has dietary restrictions or it's his lift day like Derek.
Yeah.
And root on some surfing pups tomorrow. And don't forget to live Moss.
Live Moss.
All right. So I know what you're saying to yourself.
We got more?
I do love Panthers ball. As much as I hate the Tucson Sugar Skulls, but I am more of a cat person, and I can't play ukulele after the incident. Copes, what do you have for me? We have the perfect event for you. It's Dancing Queen, the ultimate ABBA glitter disco this Saturday in San Francisco at the Great Northern. Get ready to dance the night away to all the ABBA hits at a glittery disco party of epic glitter proportions.
Mamma mia.
Experience a disco dance party filled with glitter, glitz, glamour, 70s and 80s anthems, and tons of ABBA. 70s disco fever attire is strongly encouraged, so you know Murph will be there in his polyester jumpsuit and platform boots. It's from 9 p to 2 a.m.
Jesus.
Right here in San Francisco. If it's ABBA disco, it's the sports leader.
And dirty work.
I'll meet
you at the boathouse.
I'll meet you at Great Northern for Dancing Queen. That's your KNBR Bay Area sports calendar for Friday, August 1st, 2025.
I love ABBA. Spell it backwards.
ABBA.
There you go.
ABBA.
There you go.
It's a palindrome.
It is, yes.
I feel like palindrome should be a palindrome.
Yeah, it should be, actually. But yeah, all the hits, Dancing Queen, Mamma Mia, that's about it.
Anything else? Is there any more ABBA hits I'm not thinking of?
Waterloo?
Oh, Waterloo.
Give me a Man After Midnight?
Yeah, give me Man After Midnight.
Waterloo, huh? All right.
Yeah, that's about it.
Big Napoleon guys?
I guess.
Don't forget in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure when the
Napoleon.
in San Dimas, they take him to the water park, and it's called Waterloo. And he's
Love San Dimas.
Yeah, San Dimas High School football rules. All right, there you are with the KNBR Bay Area sports calendar. Now you guys know how to spend your weekend, whether it's ukulele, dog surfing, hanging out with the Thurs down at SAP Center.
Or ABBA.
We also like to do this on Fridays, usually Thursdays, but it's something we wheeled out. It's actually not a wheel. It's more of a dial. We found it in the closet here at the old studios, and we were actually able to wheel it and roll it on down to Daly City to our headquarters here. It's up now right on your screen. We call it the Dirty Work Dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
Dirty Work Dial. And it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
I just said that. I told you that's what was going to happen. The Dirty Work Dial, round and round and round it goes. We spin the dial, whatever it lands on, that's what we'll talk about. I don't like that face that you made.
Why?
Don't make that face sitting next to me.
Okay.
Spin the dial, no sound effect on it. It lands right now on Buy NFL Network.
Oh, it's gone, my friend.
What do you mean it's gone?
It's gone. The NFL and ESPN have struck a deal giving the league equity in ESPN potentially worth billions.
Wait. This is serious? The NFL Network's gone?
It is going to be property of ESPN going forward. I know. I got out of there at a good time.
I'm shocked.
No, I'm not at all, because when I worked there, it was pretty evident that the league cared more about ESPN's coverage of football as opposed to its own network. And it's sad because so many people work there. I'm sure that they'll keep a lot of people on staff. The faces you know, the Ian Rappaports, the Tom Pelisseros. But, ESPN is expected to get access to Red Zone, so Scott Hanson's going to ESPN, NFL Network, so now Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero will be buddies with Adam Schefter, and much more. So, all the personalities, all the rivalry that was NFL Network versus ESPN, no more. They are merging together.
Is this a good thing?
No.
I think it's a terrible thing, to be completely honest.
What's the worst part of this? What's the biggest pitfall here?
Anything that changes about Red Zone?
Yeah, I mean, Red Zone's going to change.
They already gave us commercials on Red Zone last
you're right.
season. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Scott Hansen had to change his line from 7 hours of commercial-free football to just 7 hours of football.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, we already had that.
I mean,
The
I don't
point
do
was it
Red
was
Zone anymore to
commercial-free.
begin with because I do the double box stuff or the quad box, but yeah, I mean, you're not going to have the choice to watch whatever draft coverage you want. Like, they did a good job of mixing it up from ESPN to NFL Network, but now it's all under one roof.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know about this.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
All right.
I'm not getting any money back on my sports package either, am I?
No, probably not.
I didn't think so.
Nope.
They're just they're not saying, hey, we took a network away from you. You get some money back.
Oh, of course not. Come on now.
That's incredible. Yeah. I don't have an MLB network on my YouTube TV.
That still baffles me that YouTube TV can't come up with MLB Network.
Who watches MLB? Like, how do you get it now? You got to have DirecTV or Xfinity or Comcast.
I
or
watch it
something?
when I'm here.
That's the only time I see MLB TV anymore.
Yeah.
By the way, you see this? They're playing a baseball game at the Reds and the Braves are playing a game at a racetrack. You see this?
No. God, that's a short field, it looks like.
MLB's trying to grow the game by playing it in other places. They do this all the time now. How about this? We got a racetrack. Let's play a baseball game on it.
What is this? Their like version of the Winter Classic?
This is just like they do like the Little League event. They do the Field of Dreams event game they've done. They did the Rickwood game last year.
Yeah.
Now they're doing a NASCAR series. Look at this. I got Sean Casey and DeRosa sitting on the infield grass.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And I ain't talking like in between first and second. I'm talking
I don't like it.
At a racetrack.
I don't like it. Should we do one more? How much time do we have for this?
We got 4 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I spun it, but you can just pick one. Madden ratings?
Madden ratings, okay. Madden released their 99 overall rating club this year, and members are Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, okay, Saquon Barkley, Jamar Chase, Lane Johnson.
Oh!
And Myles Garrett.
Shout out my guy Lane Johnson.
Yeah, I know.
I'm down with that.
I mean, it's not often you get a offensive lineman with a 99 overall rating.
Lane Johnson's not any offensive lineman.
That is true. He's a good right tackle. But, yeah, I think that's it's a good group of people with a 99 rating. I don't know. I kind of... The Madden ratings, I think, are a little overrated because in the first place, you can always adjust those if you want to in the game.
Well, and also, they do adjust.
Yes.
Like, they adjust throughout the season.
Yeah, but players get so butthurt about that. Like, they'll be like, I can't believe I'm like 84 or whatever. It's like, who cares?
I saw somebody say something about that, like, who was it? Maybe RG3 tweeted something out like, can't believe Patrick Mahomes not a 99. He should be a 99 in every year. And I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean, Mahomes had a down year in the regular season. Like, he is still the best quarterback.
He's probably still like a 97 in the game or something.
Exactly.
So yeah, I know. Lamar is, right? Lamar and Josh Allen?
Lamar and Josh Allen are your lone 99 overalls, while Saquon's the lone running back.
And then the only defensive player is Myles Garrett, right?
Yes, correct.
Cool. Yeah, I'm down with it.
Yeah.
I'm good with those 99s.
I think it's always a little overrated to me.
It's also a video game ranking, so.
Exactly.
There's that. There's that, too. It's not reality.
Yeah, it's not real.
Forget about that, too. It's just a video game.
Okay, I'll pick one before we get out of here.
All right, pick one more.
Our guy, Steve Kerr, was spotted at Petco Park yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, in a Padres jersey.
I was kind of irked by this.
Now, Steve Kerr, we know, is a diehard Dodgers fan, but he lives in San Diego in the offseason. But if you are a Dodger fan, what's up with wearing the Padres gear?
He comes to Giants games and he doesn't wear Giants gear, which is fine. I don't want him to if he's a Dodger fan.
Exactly.
But also, he's going to a Padres game and he's wearing a Padres jersey.
I don't understand.
I get it if he's throwing out the first pitch.
Didn't throw out the first pitch yesterday.
Yeah. Kind of like when Jared Goff threw out the first pitch at Dodger Stadium and he was wearing that Dodger jersey.
Yeah.
But then remember he like opened his shirt and he was wearing like a Giant shirt.
Was he?
He did something like that, or he had
Not
like
bad,
Giant
not bad.
socks on. I was like, hell yeah. That's my guy Goff. I'm down with that.
Yeah, weird thing by Steve Kerr, and he'll have to answer for himself.
Will he now?
Nah, probably not. Steve Kerr can do whatever the hell he wants.
We don't talk to him anymore. Once Tom got axed, and that was it.
I'll ask Tom what's the deal with the
Hey,
Padres.
Tom, what's the deal with Steve? Ask him for us.
Yeah.
We don't talk to him anymore. That's going to do it for the Dirty Work Dial. Giants baseball coming up in about a minute and a half here. We got time for a note to self.
Yeah.
Tim, you got one for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. We love you, Greg. That's it. That's all I got.
No, I appreciate that, man.
That seemed a little lazy from Tim today, to be honest with you.
Okay, I kind of like Derek, but, you know.
I kind of feel like that was lazy, Tim. You should have left that one for Derek.
I'll give you a good one. No,
Note to self.
I know this is going to sound cheesy. I really do believe laughter is the best medicine. So whatever you're dealing with in life, it's always good to laugh. And we're going to laugh on this show. And I know Marcus is kind of poo-pooing the new Naked Gun. I've heard good things. Go out and support comedy, people. We don't have a lot of comedies in theaters anymore. Go see the new Naked Gun. It's a tight 85 minutes. I'm going to check it out.
Derek has high hopes for the Naked Gun movie, much different than his take on what was going to come for Happy Gilmore 2.
Yeah. Well,
You seem optimistic about this.
I've heard good things, and actually, I do like the casting of Liam Neeson in the role of Leslie Nielsen. Close enough with their names.
Liam Neeson, Leslie Nielsen, Qui-Gon Jinn, that whole deal, that whole bit.
Yep.
Note to self.
Note to self.
I could not get through the hard parts of my life if I didn't have you guys. I didn't have this show. It's the perfect outlet, and as I said earlier, it's a place where I hope everybody, whether you're having a good day or a bad day, you feel like it's a good spot to come and hang out. You know, we're not going to take anything too seriously. We appreciate and love all the comments you guys made today.
Yes, thank you.
About what's going on with Greg Papa and our family here at the show and Derek's family at home. So much love and appreciation to everybody and all the members of the Filth.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much.
And we'll keep on rocking, man. Thanks to our guest today, Marcus Thompson, and for anybody who needs to hear it, anybody. It gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. We got dirty work to do. It does get easier. Giants baseball starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work.
The Giants open an East Coast road trip in New York, meaning Tyler Rogers, the former Giant setup man, will be here, but now he is a Met. Jose Butto, former Mets reliever, now with the Giants. I'm John Miller, along with Dave Fleming. We got the Giants with Robbie Ray getting the start against David Peterson, and the Giants are trying to, yet again, get things turned around. A full pregame show is next.
Rohnert Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Rohnert Parks, sports leader.
Hey, everybody, it is August 1st in Giants history. Big month, man. August baseball. Here come the dog days. So let's pick you up with an August 1st highlight from 2021 when the trade deadline was big for Farhan Zaidi and the Giants because he went and got Kris Bryant from the Chicago Cubs. So here you go. It was that magical 107-win year, August 1st, 2021. Logan Webb, young Logan Webb and the Giants are taking on the Astros at Oracle Park. Now, it was just 2 days earlier, July 30th, 2021, that the Giants acquired Kris Bryant. They traded two prospects, outfielder Alexander Canario and pitcher Caleb Killian. There's some trivia for you. So it's Kris Bryant's first game in the orange and black. First at bat, strikes out swinging. Okay. Giants are down 2-0. Okay. Bottom of the third, though, 2 outs. Here he is again. Kris Bryant at the bat.
Here's the pitch to Bryant. He blasts one to left field. This one is gone just over the wall. And Kris Bryant has homered in his Giants debut. A line shot over the left field wall. Welcome to the Giants, Kris Bryant.
Man, Giants fans are pretty pumped. Big bat acquired, homers in his debut. Later in the inning, Brandon Crawford and Darren Ruff each come up with RBI knocks, and the Giants take a 3-2 lead. And then the bottom of the fifth, Ruff hits a 2-run homer. Giants go up 5-2. They go on to win 5-3. So everybody looks and says, hey, Kris Bryant, he's a winner. 1 for 4 in his Giants debut. Homers on August 1st, 2021. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.